the next 4.25 hours for you here on the platforms of SimSpeeders to bring you across the lot as best we can and bring you the inaugural installment of an exciting new era of the ASRG era of sim racing entertainment. Good evening, everybody. I'm Zach Caban. Welcome to round one of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. Welcome to the Daytona International Speedway in Daytona Beach, Florida. Welcome to round one of 6 between now and November 21 of what is going to be exceptional entertainment on a Friday night in prime time. And we start, I don't think you could ask for a better launch pad for the series than the Daytona International Speedway, because this place was, of course, synonymous with the Rolex 24 and the Daytona 500. We've already had those big events be ticked off on the real world calendar. Now it's GT3 racing that takes center stage. We say a huge thank you to the people at the Gamesman, who, of course, are backing this series every step of the way for us. And joining me for the ride, well, second prize, Scott Rankin. He's not in the house tonight. He's on his way back in transit from Sydney to Grafton. Lockie Mansell's a social butterfly, so he wasn't available either. So it is the pride of South Australia that's joining me in the booth tonight for the entire duration of the evening. We've got Jay Kennedy on the tools for us, producing all the action for you and directing us as well as we go. But it's with so much joy that I say a very good evening to you, Brenton O'Brien. Welcome along, mate. How excited are you? Because let's be perfectly honest, people who don't know you very well, you've been heavily involved, integral in the formation of this series behind the scenes. As I said, it is Australia's most prominent supercar series that you guys have established here at the Australian Sim Racing Group. Now you're trying your hand at expansion into the world of GT3 racing, and now we've finally reached opening night, mate. I can sense the excitement. I'm excited. I'm sure you are as well.
Really pumped for that, and thanks for the introduction, Zach. And yeah, look, it's a really exciting night for everyone, not just within the Australian Sim Racing Group, but also for Australian Sim Racing in general. I thought there was, well, not I, but we as a group, the ASRG, thought there was a bit of a gap on Friday night primetime racing, and that's what we're here to do. We're going to put our feet in the water. We're going to get some GT3 Enduros. We're looking forward to it so much. And as you said, with the support of fantastic support from the Gamesmen, we're able to have a series such as this, and we're really looking forward to 44 quality cars, with 44 quality teams within those cars, driving hard, getting results, and ultimately going for the big prize in November.
And this is the thing, isn't it? I mean, we could sit here and bore everyone to tears with rules and regulations throughout the night, but let's get it out of the way early and then let the on-track action do the talking for us. 20 different teams are represented here. Most of them are running, 2, 3, 4, up to 6 entries. Hello to the Vermilion Esports stable. The world's their oyster, but we've had to put some rules in place, mate, noting like as is the case here in the commentary box, the real world does interfere from time to time. So yes, it's going to be one class. It's all GT3 Pro. That's not lost on anybody. It's one class. There's no fast repairs. But because of the length of the race, co-drivers do come into the mix. So this is essentially what we experience in rounds 9, 10, and 11 of the V8 Pro series for all 6 rounds. And you can run 2, 3, 4 drivers if you like, but it does give you some leverage with regards to individual availability on any given night. And we've already seen some of that rear its ugly head, unfortunately, right on opening day.
Yeah, absolutely. But the beauty is that we've got so many different manufacturers, and what we've done as a series is made sure that sometimes some cars can be quite heavily favoured. So what we've did was give every team the opportunity to pre-nominate 2 different makes of cars. That way that they're covered off for the whole season. What we want to try and do is encourage close, even, fair racing, and this is, we find, the best way to do that. And we're really excited for what's ahead, and it's going to be riveting stuff. Like, this strategy is going to be the most important thing here. The endurance racing, its strategy is key.
Let's have a look at the playground for the next few hours, gentlemen. Qualifying session about to get underway. We'll bring it to you live and commercial free. Daytona Beach, Florida. As I said, synonymous with some of the big events on the World Motorsport calendar. Tonight, it's the road course that takes center stage, but guaranteed that you will see some bump drafting and some slipstreaming happen on the oval parts itself when we are using it. 22nd of February 1959, this place opened. 5.729 kilometres or 3.56 miles, depending upon whether you're on this side of the world or over there in the United States, tuning in via SimSpeed tonight. 12 turns anti-clockwise direction. Of course, you can see there on the inside the International Horseshoe, the West Horseshoe. Key overtaking points with in the infield section of the circuit. The Le Mans chicane, the bus stop as it's known, will be busy as well. And then it'll be a slipstream duel right around the banking of the famed oval as well. It won't be quite NASCAR-esque. They will fan out through the infield, but expect that there will be, rather, if I can wrap my words around my tongue, there will be plenty of overtaking opportunities available to these drivers tonight. Brenton, let's be perfectly honest, mate. Perfect calendar selection. We go from here. We go to the Fuji Speedway in Japan on May 16. Then, of course, we go to Spa not too long before or after, in fact. The Real World GT Classic goes there for 24 hours. We'll be there for 3. First Friday night of July, 4th of July weekend in the United States. Then we go in August. There it is on screen. I didn't even ask Jay if he had that up his sleeve. I knew he would. That's the faith. That's the level of confidence I had in him. 22nd of August, 3 months after, or 2 months after we're there in the real world, the Le Mans 24-hour circuit, the Circuit de la Sarthe. Then on to COTA, and there are those that like and those that don't like COTA. Neither here nor there. Everyone's on the same playing field. That's October 17, the week after the Real World Bathurst 1000. And then on November 21, the start of an enormous 3 days of broadcasting for us here on these platforms across the Australian Sim Racing Group. The Launchpad 2 Logitech GTPRO Bathurst 1000 weekend in the Supercar Series. We go there for our grand finale, and it will be 3 hours on Friday, November 21. That is a great calendar, mate. How difficult was it to, between you and the rest of the organising committee, come up with the balance in terms of the gaps between the rounds for 1, but then also circuit selection for 2, because there are so many at your disposal on the iRacing platform?
Yeah, there really is. Circuit selection, look, there was a couple that could have come or gone. COTA's obviously comes to mind, but we wanted to, because you either love it or hate it.
Exactly.
But
same with Sebring.
Absolutely. And we have found that Sebring has been a huge success in the V8 Pro Series, and we want to try and have that expansion to COTA as well, Circuit of the Americas. So, yeah, we're confident that in this car it'll be fine. We're doing the full Grand Prix layout, not the little short version. But with the Mount Panorama, with Bathurst, what a fantastic week that's going to be. You actually said it's the first of 3 days of coverage. I've got some bad news for you, Zach. You're going to be doing some overtime, because don't forget on the Wednesday night, there's the co-driver race as well. We'll give you Thursday night off so you can go do your late night shopping. But from there on, it's going to be massive.
Well, I was going to say, there's no guarantee that I've been employed for the Wednesday night as yet. I am here on the Sunday and I'm here on the Friday as well. But, of course, Scotty Rakin and the Sandman will be standing by for that co-driver race, because, as we saw last year, that was such an important part of the build-up to the 1000 itself. A golden ticket on the line, ready for 2025 in the Supercar E-Series as well. Cars out on the circuit for qualifying. It'll be interesting to see the tactics at play here, to see who wants to lead the pack, who wants to follow, and how much space you want to give yourself between cars, because it's going to be vitally important, Brenton, to bank a lap here. It's an all-in session, 44 cars. I mean, there's a lot of real estate to work with, but if you get compromised, 20 minutes comes and goes very quickly. So it's imperative that these guys get out there, find some clear air, and bank a lap early.
It really is. And this is where teams like Vermilion, who've got the most amount of entries, have got 5 entries on what is essentially a draft track. Now, you've got 20 minutes. You can absolutely work together. The tyres do hang in here, so you can get multiple laps done. So watch for teams like Vermilion, ERT, Eclipse, SSR, TTR, and OPR, all who have multiple cars within their team. Let's see if they work together.
Well, that's exactly right. And we'll have a look at some of the driver pairings and lineups here in a moment for you, ladies and gentlemen, because the star quality, the calibre of the sim racing talent in this country that's coming to the table to play a part in this Friday night motorsport offering has to be seen to be appreciated and believed as well. And I was just relieved, I must say, that a lot of familiar faces to me through my association with the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, with the Supercar Series here as well, and other outlets that I've ventured into over the 5 years that I've been involved in sim racing commentary on this grid. And there's, I know you'll appreciate the reference here, there's a two-time Circuit XL national champion on the grid as well in Ethan Greg Gold. I had to get that one in early. Hello to all the XL fans out there. Geez, they rock and rolled at Morgan Park Raceway in Warwick last weekend as well. Were you surprised at how quickly the grid positions filled, mate, the interest filled, the expressions of interest were registered for this series? I mean, because of the reputation you guys have got in terms of how well you've promoted and exercised the supercar offering, the Logitech GTPRO series, it didn't surprise me that the grid positions filled up quickly, and the qualification, the pre-qualification process was ruthless as well.
Yeah, it really was. Look, we had a few nibbles last year. Like the Logitech Pro V8 series is a huge success. It's really taken off. It's got so much interest, and we thought with the amount of interest, like there's a lot of people who want to be involved with ASRG events now, and this was the best and most obvious way to get people involved. A team event where you can get multiple drivers coming in. And we've got 6 rounds. Gives them a taste of what we can do and gives us a taste as to what they can do and what they can produce. So, yeah, look, it's going to be an interesting night. It's going to be an interesting series ahead, no doubt at all. There's going to be some people or some drivers who I think are exceptional in a GT3 who don't necessarily need to shine or even try and shine in a V8 supercar. So the introduction of other Australian and New Zealand sim racers on the main stage is something that's going to be significant for all.
Indeed it is. Cars out on the circuit now. There's car number 826 making its way through, and that's the point as well. There were 3 late emissions and 3 recruitments made in the last 24 hours onto this grid. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the Iridium Sim Sports entry. Alex Schuler, Dan Patrick and Reece Tamanui on screen at the moment, making their way around onto the back straight. 15 and a half minutes left in this qualifying session. Then our famous grid walk, and then of course we get stuck into the 3 hours of racing itself, locked in for a start time of 8:30 Eastern Daylight Time, 5:30 on the West Coast and 10:30 in New Zealand for those of you playing from further afield. Great to have you along for the ride. Hope you'll enjoy it as much as we'll enjoy bringing it to you. The Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. And great to have the Gamesman, let's acknowledge that right off the top as well, Brenton, as the naming rights sponsor. They've been a big part of what you do with the Supercar Series as well, mate, but great to see them taking on naming rights sponsorship with this series as well. And we'll see them maybe at some point tonight decked out in safety car kit as well.
Absolutely. So a big thanks to Dan and Victoria at the Gamesman. So make sure, if you need any gaming stuff online or anything like that, or drop into their shop, absolutely support those that support us. Without the support of great sponsors like the Gamesman and Playseat and Logitech and MPI and OG Gear, we can't bring you this. And the guys that are driving around in circles at the moment, they'd be doing something else tonight. So this is why that we can bring this, is because of great companies like the Gamesman who support us.
Absolutely. And on the subject, actually, I've mentioned it over on GSRC platforms. Big shout out to the crew at Logitech for helping me out with some new broadcast equipment for 2025. It's working an absolute treat at the moment. We had a couple of teething issues from the outset, but Dan was very good with his time to help set that all up. Interesting tactics at play here as well. You can see a lot of cars not buying into track time just yet. They're planning their run. They're waiting for their moment. And early on, Hayden Veld has gone to the top of the timesheets. Actually, that's a point that we should actually elaborate on right here, Brenton. The star power, I mentioned it earlier, but I didn't elaborate on it. And you and I were talking off air about it, Jay and Brenton Hobson as well. This field is stacked, and it's in such a way that you've got supercar drivers that are very familiar to our audience through the Logitech G Pro series. You've got GT stalwarts like Matty Dench, who's a 13-time GT3 Pro champion over on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and he's done other great things as well in his time. He's been recently recruited by Orbit Drop Bear. Those guys are going to be ones to watch tonight. Excuse me. There's so much going on with regards to the interest in this series, that you've got guys that wouldn't normally go running GT3 racing trying their hand at it, trying to evolve and grow their skill set. You've got GT experts teaming up with supercar regulars. You've got supercar regulars expanding their horizons. There's so much to like about the driver lineup here.
There really is, and I'm going to give a shout out now to those who work within ASRG, and there's a reason I'm going in this direction. Is like you got Brenton Hobson, who just works so hard to get all the media stuff out and do so much stuff. Sean McNamara has really stepped up. He, to be honest with you, between Sean and Hobbo and John Van Ree, these guys have put endless amounts of hours to get this to working. There's a little shot of Hobbo right now, Ned Kelly. And then, yeah, and Jordan, myself, like we've been lucky enough that we can do stuff in the background whilst, you know, the other guys have put in so much work. And the reason I say that is because this is season 1. You know, there's a lot of people out there who have a heavy commitment to the V8 Pro Series, and we absolutely understand and appreciate that. But once they see the success of this, they will probably, hopefully, want to get amongst this. So we've found in the V8 Pro Series, we're up to season 3 now, the standard has risen amazingly from season 1, season 2 to season 3. We are the top of the top. And I've got no doubt that this is the beginning of something that's going to be long term, and it's something that's going to just keep growing and growing and growing.
We're riding on board with John Peasnick now, and there's a reason why I'm going to throw straight back to you. You've got invested interest here as a series organiser, as a commentator, but as a team owner tonight, mate.
Yeah, so ERT's got 4 cars in the series, and the guys have done a bit of practice, absolutely they have. We've got a couple of guys who are generally V8 specialists, like Job Stewart and Hayden Veld, who by chance are 1 and 2 on the grid at the moment, working well together as a team. But then we've also got John Peasnick here, you can see on the screen at the moment, with Reece Gasul. These guys are GT3 specialists. They don't come out very often to play, but when they do, they come out and they do some serious work. They were very, very competitive at the recent Bathurst 12-hour, hosted by OSR, which was a hugely successful event.
Yep.
But expect this car, the ERT 456, to be competitive all season.
Onto the main straight now. Early times being logged here. Across the line we go. We can tell you that Job Stewart's on top. Ben Woods is going to get a 10-second race penalty for impeding car 27 during qualifying as well. So already penalties being handed out already. Race control being put to task tonight. I don't envy them in the slightest. It's going to be a long night for them. I'm just, I don't like talking to the behind-the-scenes crew on air, but I have to. I've got a frozen timing screen at the moment, so I'm hoping we can sort that one out. Job Stewart, Hayden Veld, and Byron Phillips, the top 3 at the moment. Zach Ratway-White, who's done great things in the Supercar Series as well. John Peasnick, Dylan Burst, and Byron Pearce. Lewis Great, Headset Brown, Kobe Jones, top 10. Marcus Watson, who, of course, recently contested the E-Race of Champions down in Sydney as well. He's in the top 11 at the moment, and Matty Dench is 12th. It's very rare that I talk about Matty Dench and outside the top 10, but again, 3 hours is a long way around here. So 2 questions with regards to that. Thank you, Jay, by the way. Evolution Racing 1 and 2 at the moment. Eclipse Sim Sport 3, Vermilion Evolution the top 5. So 3 in the top 5 for ERT right now as they make their way down the back straight. 1 minute 42.925 the benchmark, but only 8 3/4 minutes left in this qualifying session. Will be interesting to see if there's anything more for the track to offer in terms of pace here. And you've got a time to run perfectly. There's no doubt about that. Brenton, how quickly was 3 hours agreed upon as a duration race distance for all 6 rounds?
Yeah, no, it wasn't a problem. Wasn't a problem at all. Based off years ago, there was iRacing used to host a World Championship for GTs. And it was a 3-hour race, and it was a very successful series. No longer happens, unfortunately, but by saying that, it ran for many, many years and was very successful. And also, if you're going to be on a Friday night, you don't want to be racing at 1 o'clock in the morning. So this so unless you're in New Zealand, apologies for those, but yeah, you've got to cater for the Western Australians as well. So this was, to us, the best way to go. And 3 hours is plenty long enough for me to be talking about cars going around in circles.
And me too, absolutely. There's Brady Myers. So what we're going to see tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is because Brenton Hobson again was offering some insight from regards to the Synergy Sim Racing stable. I'm really interested to see just how well those supercar drivers, those supercar regulars adapt in terms of their comparative performance into the GT3. It's interesting, this caper, isn't it, Brenton? You've got a mix of, and we've seen enough sim racing in our time to be able to make this jump behind the wheel.
Yeah, it's a big commitment for these guys to do that. If you're doing V8 Pro plus this, and plus, Premier Series as well, there's an awful lot of seat time there, isn't there? So it is a big commitment. Like, we within a team, we've got some guys, and you mentioned Ethan Brickholt before.
Yeah.
Yes, he's absolutely registered. However, he's not racing tonight because he's got other, his main focus at the moment is the V8 Pro. But as the series goes on, there's going to be tracks like, so within, I don't want to just talk about ERT, but we chose 4 drivers for each team. And a lot of those drivers go, well, I don't go real well there, but I go pretty well here. So it's not going to be just the same 2 drivers going into every car, into every race. By saying that, you're going to have guys who have 2 drivers per team because they are just GT3 specialists, or the 2 of them are just committed to just doing these races only. They might not be in any other series, and they want to wholly and solely focus on these 6 rounds.
Here's Andrew Scordelis on a hot lap at the moment and trying to improve on 143.508. And it's interesting, like you look at that totem pole, ladies and gentlemen, top 33 covered by less than a second. It's extraordinary. Scordelis in the 397, sitting down there in position number 19 at the moment, trying to improve, trying to stay inside the top 20, but pulls out of it. So no improvement on time there. There are just 5.5 minutes left in the qualifying session. Here's Job Stewart, provisional pole sitter at the moment. Chevrolet 1, 2, 3, Acura 4, then 4 McLarens, a BMW and Acura make up the top 10. So it's heavily packed with McLaren and Chev, 4, 3, 2 Acuras and a BMW. The first of the Mustangs down there in 12th place at the moment in Byron Pierce. Here comes Job Stewart to the line. Off on another hot lap, last time around 143.069. So within a tenth of a second of his fastest lap, Brenton, that's consistent.
Yeah, these guys have been, I've had admired them, these guys have been working together the entire qualifying session. And the results show at the moment 1 and 2 and only 3/100ths difference in time. But my question is going to be when the race starts, is it an advantage to be at the front during the race? Or is it an advantage to be in second, third, fourth, taking their draft? So we'll talk about that more. I'm talking about being in front. This guy here, Zach Ratway Wright, I think it's the same with any sport. You can be in form or you can be out of form. And this guy here right now is in some serious form. He's been lighting it up in qualifying, been lighting up in whatever he sits down on and does a race in. He's been lighting up and performing really, really well and bringing his team right up to the forefront.
You're watching it live on the platforms of the Australian Sim Race and Sim Speed as well. First hit out for the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series and Friday Night Motorsport in 2025. It is terrific to have you along for the ride. Hope you can stay with us for the duration, but get the coffee brewing because we are going to be here till about midnight Eastern Daylight Time. So if you're not already boiling the kettle in New Zealand, get to it before we go racing here in a few moments' time. Benjamin Brook coming across the line now, currently sitting 43rd. No improvement on that. 145.265, only a tenth away, and that's going to be the thing as well. We're going to have to talk about a couple of things here, Brenton, with regards to race strategy. Traffic management is one of those, but I don't want to go any further before we talk about. I mentioned in pre-qualifying, 45 cars on the grid. 40 of them went through the pre-qualifying process. 5 golden tickets were handed out. Mate, tell us more.
Yeah, well, we came to an agreement with Mike Carroll and Simon Black at OSR, who run an exceptional race early on in February, the Bathurst 12-hour, and we had to kick-start this series somehow. Like it's, we had a very competitive qualifying setup to try pre-qualifying to get into this, but we had to incentivise the good guys that can get straight in And that's exactly what we did with the Bathurst 12-hour. Top 5, well, it was actually ultimately going to be 5 choices by the ASRG committee as to who gets in. But the way that the top 5 performed, they absolutely earned their stripes, and they were sent an invite pretty much within 24 hours to invite them into the series, and they couldn't say yes quick enough. So straight away we had 5 exceptional teams on the grid ready to go, and that helps us build momentum for what we've got now.
I get the feeling after seeing some of that Bathurst 12-hour as well, one thing that these drivers won't want to see throughout the course of the season is rain, because they saw enough of it during that 12 hours of kindness.
Yeah, so they absolutely did, but if the forecast is rain, guess what? They're going to get wet.
They're going to have to deal with it. Yeah,
exactly. So certainly no rain on the forecast here at Daytona. Can't imagine what it'd be like to be on the oval when it's wet. But you know, who's to say that it won't rain around Fuji and things like that? Because it's pretty much close to their wet season.
100%, and of course you can't rule it out at Spa either. We're on board with Lockhart Brownlee now, going through turn 1. Very wide approach on the exit of that. Let's wait and see if he's on a hot lap. It looks as though he's off again in the Acura. Position number 18 at the moment. Car number 692, of course, sharing the driving duties throughout the season with Daniel Yeaman, with Tyson Broad, with Ben Holiday as well. And Lockhart's had some good runs recently, obviously trusted, and that's the other thing as well. I mean, we talk about traffic management when we get to the race. If you're outside the top 20, geez, good luck to you, especially in the first stint and the first few laps as the field's all bunched up. But there would have been discussions had, and probably arguments as well, Brenton, during the lead up to qualifying through the practice session with exactly who was going to be trusted with the task of setting the hot lap here.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget also, there's so many variations what you can change within these cars. Is who do you do the setup for? You know, could you imagine Max Verstappen and Liam Lawson stepping into the same car?
No.
Doesn't work out real well, does it? Well, these guys, not just the top teams, but every team in this series has to find that balance as to what setup they want within that car. Now, generally you would find that the driver that's going to be finishing off the race has a louder voice, but you're not going to get to the finish of the race if the setup's so shocking for the first driver, he's not even going to make it. So there's a lot of things that has to be worked out there as well.
Another 10-second race penalty already being handed out. This one to Seth Brown, and Seth, of course, in the Vermilion Esports stable. And driving with Sebastian Varnell, Teo Sorono. He's copped a 10-second penalty for impeding. So it's interesting as well. We talk about the discrepancies. And by the way, there's the checkered flag and qualifying's done, ladies and gentlemen, just like that. Geez, that went quick. If the 3 hours goes as quick as that, we're in for a short night, aren't we? Job Stewart, provisional pole. But these last flying laps count, ladies and gentlemen. Hayden Bell, the margin is 1/10 of a second. What has he got left in the tank here to potentially tip or pip Job Stewart at the post off the line? No, he's backed out of it. Righto. So that's it. So Job Stewart will have pole position. It will be an ERT 1-2 on the front row. Jacob O'Reilly in 12th at the moment, trying to improve on a 1:43.256. No, can't do it. And he will stay 12th for the moment. In the end, 2 Chevs on the front row, an Acura with Dylan Burse on the second row. The third of the Chevs, then the second of the Acuras. Byron Phillips is there as well. Oh, Dylan Burse. So 0.1681235. Phillips, Josh Anderson's moved up late. So too Matty Dench. Stuart Ellis has put a forward in the top 10. There you go. Lewis Greathead and Madison down in the McLarens to make up the top 10, and Seth Brown 11th.
How good's that? So many variations of models as well, like the categories. That's exactly what we want. The balance of performance seems to have worked out really well here, and hopefully that will continue through the season.
There was a BMW in the top 10 early in the piece. John Peasnick and Zach Ratway White. Zach Ratway White right at the death. Into the top 10, onto the outside of the second row. Have a look at that. Sharing the driving duties with Jamie Christensen for Vermilion Esports. What about that? Zach Ratway White, well done.
Well, we're talking about the man's in form, and he has absolutely come through, and that's fantastic, isn't it? That's absolutely fantastic effort by Vermilion Esports. Very competitive, a team that's always on the improve, always striving for more, and P4 outside of the second row.
Indeed. We will have Our grid walk for you very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Brenton's going to drag a few. Second row is going to be Dylan Burst for the Eclipse Sim Sports Stable and Zach Ratway White for Vermilion Esports. Again, we've got a good mix of different teams in the top 10. Byron Phillips on the outside of the third row. The inside is John Piesnick for Evolution Racing. And look at the margins. I'll be interested to see what how much a second covered as far as the field was concerned. Josh Anderson for Vendaval Sim Racing alongside Matty Dench for Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, the fourth row of the grid. There was some late movement. Denchi, of course, relegated to 8th when Zach Ratway White came through. Stewie Ellis, OPR. They've got a few entries in the field tonight. 6:06 starts from the inside of row 5 and from the outside, Lewis Greathead for Vermilion. On the outside of the inside, of row 6, Trans-Tasman Racing's Madison Down. There's a supercar superstar. And alongside him, Seth Brown for Vermilion once more. So, again, Vermilion have got 6 entries here, folks. They're going to be very prominent. There's another one on the outside of row 7. That's, of course, Josh Perwin. On the inside is Tom Seath for One Performance Racing, OPR again. Then we go back to Wayne Burke for Vermilion. And he's, of course, alongside Byron Pearce in the Aretzes Esports entry. Of course, they've got co-drivers. What we're not sure of, ladies and gentlemen, is if some of these teams are running 2 or 3. All the Synergy Sim Racing entries are running 2-driver lineups tonight. I can tell you that much. We got the intel earlier. Jake Maloney for simrigs.com, Trans-Tasman Racing, the second of their entries, and Kobe Jones for Summit Sim Sports by Flash Graphics on row number 9. Marcus Watson, interesting to see him that far down. He'll chase his tail tonight, and Lockhart Brownlee, who were riding on board with a short while ago, make up the first 10 rows of the grid. Then Luke Swan and Andrew Scordillis. This may change too, folks. Some of the guys that qualified may not necessarily start the race. I'm sure there'll be constant chatter going on behind the scenes at the moment regarding that. Dennis Gadderick, great to see him back on a GT3 grid alongside Daniel Benefield, one of my commentary colleagues over at the GSRC for 9.5 Sim Sport. And we've got to mention Sean McNamara in a moment. They're on row 12. Row 13, Stefan McCartan and Tim Hancock, only 0.03 covering those two. Liam Reston, the second of the summit entries, boxed in with Connor Nixon. So another couple of GSRC regulars there on row 14. Ben Woods alongside Daniel Poulton makes up the first 15 rows of the grid. That's the OPR customer racing entry, so that's the fourth of their entries. Blake Neck and Brenton Hobson, he will race well. Don't worry about that. That won't be where he finishes tonight. They're on row 16. Ewan Baker and Devon Stove on row 17, and there's the second. So 33 cars covered by a second. That is extraordinary. That sets the tone for a magnificent night ahead. Corey Bennett for Azura Auto Sports and Hamish Cleland for Frog Leap make up row 18 of the grid. Row 19, Adam Jepson and Tommy Wallace. The 20th row of the grid to take us to 40th will be Blake Urquhart and Dylan O'Shea. Just the 4 left to go here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Job Stewart standing by for a chat in a moment. Dan Patrick for Iridium Sim Sport and Sean Lindsell for the ERT stable make up row 21. And rounding up this field, Bobby Camo. Nice to see him as a late addition to the grid. And Benjamin for Frog Leap just racing. That's the red entry. Some of those teams have made it a little bit easier for us identifying themselves by red, white, black, or the planets if you're orbits. So we do appreciate that. Job Stewart is here to have a chat to us on the back of what was an exceptional job in qualifying, mate. It was critical to get in and get the job done really early here because of the amount of traffic, because of the temperature in the circuit and other factors. Talk us through how you and the team feel about, one, the day finally arriving, that we get to finally get this series underway, and B, how the night's faring so far.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It's obviously a pretty good showing for the team so far in quali. I think we were 1st, 2nd, and 5th there. So 3 cars in the top 5 is pretty awesome. We took a bit of a gamble with the Corvette. I think we're the only team that's got it, and it's seemed to pay off. So just credit to Hayden there in that quali. We worked together pretty well to get a 1-2 for us, and now it's just eyes forward to the race. I've got Matty in the car for the first stint. So we'll see how he holds his own against everyone else.
Actually, you might be able to elaborate on that for us, mate. Just the 2 of you lining up tonight, or are you running a 3-driver squad?
No, it'll just be me and Matt for tonight. So
you've got Ethan and Ruben up your sleeve for later on in the season, though.
Yeah, of course. We've always got Ethan. He's always quick. He's been quick for years in the V8s, and he's been doing a fair bit of GT stuff lately too, just to try and help us out. So we'll have him and Ruben as well. Obviously, a bit of real life experience with him as well. So we got 2 fast drivers in our back pocket.
I'm sure Brenton O'Brien's got a question or two for you before we let you go and saddle up.
Well, no, I don't want to put my ERT hat on too much. Good job, Job, and hopefully Maddie and Lockie go well. Obviously, fuel is key tonight. Are you going to be giving away any clues?
I mean, I guess we'll just, I don't know. I don't want to give away too much. I mean, we're probably going to have a fairly different fuel strategy to everyone else just based on the car that we're in. I don't think anyone will be similar. Obviously, it'll be, similar to an extent, but we'll just, I don't know, wing it for the first stint, and then when it gets towards the end, we'll do our calculations and see how we fare up.
Sounds good. All right, mate. Well, good luck. We've got Josh Anderson with us as well now, P7 on the grid for Vendaval. How are you, Josh? Good job, P7.
Yeah, going all right, mate. Yeah, going all right. Been a pretty massive week, so good to end it with some sim racing.
So a bit of a change here. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no,
bit of a change here. Not wearing the TTR colours this series. Is there any reason for that? Have you got an inside scoop? Do we need to know something?
No, mate. Like we used to, you might know, Vendaval was a GT team in the sim racing in the European side of things back in the day. And Alex and I are good mates. We just thought, like, we were both in the team before it collapsed, and we thought we'd just bring it back. It's a bit of a throwback. We're still, we're in Discord with TDR. Just thought we'd do it for a bit of a laugh, really. So
Vendaval, a fantastic historic name, and we were talking about the World Championship for GT Enduros before, so it's fantastic to have you back on board. We're going to have to keep moving though, but we wish you the best of luck tonight. Hopefully everything goes well for Vendaval.
Yeah, mate, I used to be good driving these colours, so I'm probably a bit washed now, but we'll see how we go in the race.
Mate, you're a superstar, I'm sure you'll be fine.
Thanks, mate.
Good on you.
Good luck,
Bye.
Josh. Enjoy. And Wayne Burke's about to join us now as well, sitting down there in 15th place on the grid. So right at the cusp of the start of the mid-pack, Burkey, how'd you find qualifying and how are you set up for tonight, mate?
Yeah, it's quite interesting looking for the tow. I think we're a bit of a lone ranger in the BMW, so that's going to be interesting factor tonight. But no, not too bad. We'll just kind of try and stay out of trouble now and see what happens in 3 hours.
And it's interesting, mate. I mean, we've been talking to a few people all throughout the course of the day, and I look at you guys there in car number 89. I mean, we've got you and Tommy Freer. We're more familiar with your name when it comes to supercar racing and the Logitech GTPRO series. How are you finding the transition to GTs, and how are you feeling about the 6 rounds ahead?
It's a bit of fun. GT's not my strong suit, but we'll see how we go.
There's a few that are saying that already, mate. You're in good company.
Yeah. But no, it's good. It's good to try something different, I think. We see a lot with the real life guys. The best real life guys seem to be able to jump between things, and it helps them do what they can. So, no, that's really interesting from that say, and it's good to different format of racing. I think the supercar can get a bit like there's so high pressure sometimes, so it's good to get a different format and different style of racing.
Very last one before I go. What was the strategic talk, the tactical planning between you and Tommy with regards to who qualified and who started the race here?
It was just whoever was fastest was going to qualify, and then whoever was fastest was going to start the race, and then we'll see what happens in the middle.
All right, mate. We wish you the very best of luck. Thank you very much for jumping in to have a chat to us here pre-race. Go well.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, guys.
Brenton, taking the team owner hat off for a moment. Can I ask you, this far out from the checkered flag, who you might be putting your money on if you're a gambling man?
Look, well, I can't take my hat off just like that. But by saying that, look, Eclipse are very, very strong in GT racing. They've been doing it for many years. It's been their main focus for many years. But a lot of it could be car-based as well. We just heard that Job Stewart said that they're the only 2 Corvettes that are in the field or up at the front. So there could be that slight difference, a 10th here, a 10th there. The fuel tank's going to be significant. Driver swaps, a lot of it's in this series is going to be based off the drivers. So, I've got every confidence in my guys that they'll do a good job, but it's a quality field behind them.
Okay, the tension builds. We've got 20 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, before that safety car is going to leave station. It's going to take off towards pit lane, and then we will get this show on the road, and we'll be here until, well, just beyond midnight Australian Eastern Daylight Time. The checkered flag will be due about 11:35 Eastern this evening. Strap in, buckle up, hold on tight. 3 hours of some of the best GT3 racing in the world, ready to explode on the platforms of SimSpeed and also, of course, the Australian Sim Racing Group. The dawn of a new era, an exciting one at that, as the pace car leads us back to the start-finish line. And once it peels off to pit lane, it'll be Matthew Bowler and Lachlan Capel in control of the field on the run towards the green flag. Race controller in position, ready to adjudicate on incidents as they go. We've got manual safety car deployments. What you might want to know as well, ladies and gentlemen, weather conditions, 22 degrees, 38 on track, clear conditions, easterly winds, 17 kilometres an hour, and bugger all in the way of humidity. We're at 2 o'clock server time. We are racing towards 5 o'clock, which is Eastern Daylight Time over there in the United States, and having had the clocks go forward a couple of weeks ago, of course. No fast repairs, manual safety cars, no lucky dog. So there's a few different rules and regulations that we'll pick along the way here. We'll pick it all apart for you. We'll try and make sense of it for you over the course of these 3 hours. And if not, we've got another 15 together throughout the course of the season to do so. We're ready for what will be an historic night in so many ways, ladies and gentlemen. The Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series, live, loud and free from the Daytona International Speedway. The dawn of a new era, the first of 6 rounds, and it's an ERT front row to lead us to green. Let's go to work. Often racing, you can see they're 2 and 3 wide already in parts, but it's going to be critical that they get to the first corner cleanly and then get through it even cleaner. It's a scramble so far, congestion and logjam, but ERT hold the way. Bowler, Capel, Zach Rubbo, what trouble? Already. Massive trouble. 2, 3 cars involved. Through the kink.
Turn 2 and 3. OPR cars, an SSR car. Dylan Shepherd's involved, unfortunately. So there was a bit of an incident at the back there. Now, up the front there.
Another one.
Yeah, Wayne Burke, another one. So not a great start for Vermilion, but it's the benefit. There's 3 hours to go, and we're on board with Lockie Capel. I know that Lockie Capel is a very nervous starter. Just like a cricketer, some guys could get straight out there and get straight into it. Some are very nervous starters. Lockie Capel is a very nervous starter, so it's fantastic that he's got a teammate in front of him. He can settle in, follow Matty Bowler around, get himself sorted, get some momentum, and get ready to do a very, very long stint.
Indeed. We'll have a replay of it in just a moment. And we're going to go on board with Wayne Burke. He was caught up in this incident. There's the green flag. They've already headed towards turn 1. And then you just see the pack back up, check up. And then all of a sudden, trouble ensues as they come through. 1, 2, there's 3, bang. A squeeze job. He had nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go in a long race. Could have he backed out of that a bit earlier? I'm not in the driver's seat. It did look like it happened very, very quickly. Even if he did try and get out of it, I think he had nowhere to go. So not a great start for them. This damage didn't look too significant, but any damage here is going to hurt you. It's such an aero track. So, you've got no quick repairs, don't forget. So that's the type of thing where you'll probably have to chip away and get it repaired, and or wait for a safety car, if there is one, and then try and get it repaired there.
And that's an important point as well, ladies and gentlemen, as we remind you of the fact that Bowler's converted pole into the early race lead. His teammate Lachlan Capel's gone with him. Zach Ratray wide up 1 spot already. Dylan Burst, Byron Phillips, Matty Dench has started nicely as well. Let's watch another replay of the start. You can continue to follow the action down on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. 3 wide on the run into turn 1. The sun glare, the reflection on the camera. Oh, geez. And then, unfortunately, all the trouble was going to go to the outside into Dylan Shepherd, unfortunately caught up, as we said there earlier. And Macaulay Jones as well.
It's just the smallest touch by Macaulay there, wasn't it? Probably not going to be attributing any blame there. In matter of fact, the stewards, Pete Bax, has already decided there's no further action happening there. So it's game on. Keep racing hard. And Macaulay, I'll tell you right now, Macaulay loves his sim racing. He loves what the ASRG is doing. If you want to catch up with Macaulay's thoughts, there was a really good podcast with him involved last year, and he was so excited to be involved with this and with TTR, a team that he gets along so well with. It's just the most minor contact, isn't it? And
Yeah.
unfortunately, big repercussions for three very, very good teams.
And then 3 or 4 more compromised in that, couple taken to the grass. Evasive action was required, but if you were on the inside, you were in no man's land, unfortunately. Matty Dench in 6th place at the moment, trying to set up a move here on the Eclipse Sim Sports entry of Byron Phillips to the end of the second lap of racing here at the Daytona International Speedway. Lap 3 to turn 1 once more. Wahee Denty ranging up right on the back of the 69 now. Makes his way through turn 2, turn 3, the run up to the horseshoe in the middle of the circuit. So there's 2 horseshoes, one at the eastern end, one at the western end of the infield. And so far, the leader's not getting away from the chasing pack. So this is following the form guide and the script early, Brenton.
Yeah, it is. So let's just have a look at the car 7. The qualifying lap pole position was a 42.851. 42.851. Opening fast lap, so the first lap of racing conditions, a 44.4. So straight away 2 seconds off the pace. And yes, granted, they're going to be carrying a little bit more fuel. Fuel weight is significant at this track, absolutely, but it's not worth 2 seconds. So straight away, you have to think to yourself, are they backing out early? Are they already strategizing to see if they can get to the hour mark? That's the big concern for most of these teams. Get to the hour mark. You don't want to be making that extra stop. If there's a safety car, go your hardest. But strategy-wise, 3 stops is death. So you want to try and draw this out. And that's why I said before qualifying it even finished, do you want to be the leader of this race? You've got 2 ERT cars here at the moment, but do you want to be the leader?
Well, I can only imagine the only benefit of being the leader this early, okay, you might show up a little bit more fuel and a little bit more juice, but at the end of the day, as Zach Ratway-White continues his charge, he might just follow this for the moment across the line, happy to follow, tuck in behind Lachlan Cable for the moment. Across the line we go. On to lap number 4 at the Daytona International Speedway, and Ratway-White is in no man's land down the outside. Byron Phillips has the fastest lap of the race. He wasn't going to get through there. The ERT stable are going to continue to lead this one. It's going to be very interesting to see how long they want to play the defensive game and how long the rest of the pack is willing to play, tuck in and follow the leader. At the end of the day, you want to get to the second hour. You want to get to the bottom half of that third hour before you really want to get the elbows out if you have to. Drive-through penalty for Wayne Burke for contact with the 525, lap 1, turn 4. So Wayne Burke's copped the first pit lane penalty invoice of the night, and that is a separate incident, but it was only shortly after the first.
Yeah. So what we want to do now, Mr. Producer, if you can, Jay, who's the best in the business, we want to go on board of the Dylan Burst car. We want to be in the cockpit view of Dylan Burst car or the Ratway-White car, because we want to see how quickly and how much they're backing out of this to see whether they are saving fuel. I would think absolutely yes they are, and if we listen into the engine, you'll be able to hear whether he's backing out.
So there is a little bit of lifting and coasting going on in the early stages. We're not surprised. These guys are the best in the business for a reason, and they're here to play the game. There's a bit of gamesmanship on in the first 10 minutes. I'm not surprised in the slightest.
And you can save significant fuel at this place. Like, this is probably, out of all the iRacing tracks, and maybe Le Mans, I guess, but this is a track, there's a bit of a try and a bit of teamwork there between the 31 and the 7, almost ended up both in a wall. But this is a track where you can save significant fuel. We're talking litres and litres and litres of fuel. And again, I ask the question, do you really want to be in front? Like, we're playing the long game here. You can save so much time in the pit stops. You can draw out seconds as a quicker stop in the pit stop. You get away by a couple of seconds, you're no longer in the draft. But these guys at the moment, like, look at the train we've got. And I've got to say, on the start line, that was a magnificent sight, seeing the 44 cars lined up on the grid. The cars look magnificent, they sound magnificent, and it's one of those ones where, and we said it before off camera, it's like, it's so much hard work goes into putting in a series like this. I've talked about the work that Hybo and Sean and John Van Ree do, but it gets easier as soon as the cars are on the track. Admin will pass over to the stewards, and all of a sudden it becomes their headache.
Exactly, and g'day to Sean McNamara as well. He's got invested interest in series organisations, but he's got 395 SimSport entries out there. He doesn't have a role to play tonight as a driver himself. He's got the night off. Oh, that was the incident with Wayne Burke. So, yeah, a drive-through penalty for Burkey. He's not going from bad to worse. And unfortunately, the Vermilion Esports stable entry on pit lane at the moment. So a long way back for them. It could be curtains already on lap 1, which is not what you want to see. The Daytona International Speedway, they do remain classified as finishers if they are if they manage to complete 75% of the leaders' race distance at the end of the 3 hours, ladies and gentlemen. Across the line we go. Here's Zach wide up the outside, trying to go to second. Can he get the job done? He's there, but he's not at the same time. He didn't have the line, and he quickly had to tuck back in to keep Dylan Burse at bay as well. Jeez, the gloves are off early here. Someone better remind them that it is 3 hours. We're only on lap number 6 of this 3-hour enduro. Whoa, jeez, yep, wheel banging. So the 79 got down there on the inside. Seth Brown got muscled out of it. And that was Byron Pearce forcing his way through on the inside. And it opens up the door as well for Seth Brown to go around for Lewis Greathead to go around the outside, but he wasn't able to get it done.
That Mustang is an absolute beast-looking unit, isn't it? And he did just muscle his way through. So moving up that position, and again, look at the different variations of cars we've got there. And there's that little Porsche in the background. We know the Porsche gets stronger as the race goes longer. So, keep an eye out for that.
And that's just prompted me with 2 questions for you once we do get to a point in the race where we do get to take our breath, like a safety car, for instance. Here's that move again on the inside. Well, he was there. He was right up on the inside. So, I mean, no excuses, really. I don't think he has a case to answer for, but then again, I'm not the stewards, I'm not the adjudicators. So if there is a case to answer for, I'm sure they'll be looking at it. Through the bus stop at the end of the back straight.
And you can see why he's made that move, because you look at the gap in front. There's a train in front that's drawing away. He probably felt that he was getting, held back a little bit. So now he's the one that's got to push the air. He's the one that's got to do the work. If you're going to take the chance and muscle past someone, you better be able to back it up with some speed and catch that group in front. And right now, as you can see, there's a bit of bump drafting going on. There might be a change for position up front.
Lead change. Zach Ratway-White from 3rd to 1st. On lap 6 of the race. Brilliantly done. Zach Ratway-White leads the field for Vermilion Esports. The Evolution Racing team, Matty Bowler, Lachlan Capel, slip back to 2nd and 3rd. You just saw on screen as well the 5-second penalty coming the way of Marcus Watson to go with the 10-second penalties that were handed out during qualifying as well. So there's going to be some arithmetic required after proceedings wrap up tonight to give us the official results. They will be provisional as these cars cross the line. That was beautifully executed by Zach Ratway-White, and he wants to lead from the front now. He's had enough of tucking in and following. He wants to push on.
Yeah, Vermilion's a hungry team here. They want to be leading. They want to be taking the front of the pack, and they want to test their pace to see what they've got under the hood. So he's drawing away, and the lap times have not come out of the 44s. So every lap's been in the 44s. We know that the qualifying was in the 42s. Let's see what Zach Ratway-White wants to do. Like, the ERT guys have controlled this race for the first 6 laps. Now it's up to the Vermilion car to set the pace.
That was a nice move on the inside. Oh, geez, the 3 down there on the inside squirting its way through. But then that's why Watson picked up a 5-second penalty, because the car that he was executing the overtaking manoeuvre on was fed a little bit of grass. And that's just not on in the early stages, according to race control. There seems to be a zero-tolerance approach from race control in the early stages, so they are setting the standard for which to expect them to follow for the rest of the campaign. Be right on board at the end of another lap.
Oh, it's steep. This is steep.
Here's Byron Phillips down the inside. He's chasing. So he's just displaced Matty Bowler. He's chasing Dylan Burse, his teammate, through. Bowler's going backwards, so Capel's got through. Capel has gone through back into 2nd spot. Oh, geez, now Matty Dench is getting elbowed as well. That's not normal. Dench doesn't normally get the elbows out when he goes racing. I think he's going to have to tonight. That's John Peisnick there with him at the outside. Through the kink at the end of the back straight, the dog leg. So the gloves are off. It only took him 14 minutes, Brenton, but the gloves are off.
I'm not sure if these guys read the memo to think that it's going to be about a 103-lap race, 104-lap race. We're on lap 8. Guys, we're on lap 8. Let's have a think about what we're doing here. There's a long way to go. It's fantastic to see it. It's great viewing. It absolutely is. And I'd love it to keep going. So get your knuckles out. Get the elbows out. Don't get your knuckles out, boys. Get the elbows out and keep going because this is fantastic.
So we head along the back straight once more. You can see there on the top right, left-hand side of your screen that we've still got 2 hours and 46 minutes of this, and if it keeps up at this intensity, ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to have a chance to get off the couch and stretch your legs and grab an extra one from the fridge and whatever else the case may be. It's hard to take your eyes off it at the moment. So much going on, hard to know where to look. Super producer Jay doing a magnificent job of trying to stay across it for us. Here goes the Vermilion Sim Sports stable. So you've got Byron Pearce on screen. He's being hassled by Seth Brown. You've got Josh Purwin up there in front of him, and Josh Anderson as well. So 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th at the moment across the line. We spoke to Anderson pre-race. He's had a good start so far. He's managed to make his way forward. He sits there in 9th position right now. So not a bad start, a clean run. And John Peisnick's just made light work of Matty Bowler as well. So he's gone up into 5th place. Peisnick's on a charge. Ratway White, the leader, 0.2 the margin at the front of the field. Here's the chase in the mid-pack though. And the first of the Summit Sim Sport entries to the back of that train, that is Kobe Jones. They've got a little bit of a gap then back to Stephen McCartan. Up the outside, Denchi got elbowed out there. Wide, and light work was made as they went through the infield. So Dench got a little bit compromised there by the fact that he had no room to move. They were 2 by 2. He then tried to go up on the outside of the 7. And we'll keep watching this one. He's out too wide there, but it's going to be okay. He's going to be able to gather that up and stay 7th for the moment. He's got Stuart Ellis closing in on him as well. He's trying to go with Matty Bauer. That was unsuccessfully executed, that overtaking manoeuvre, so he's tucked back in for the moment. Peisnick trying to skip clear. It's only, but what the problem is here now, Brenton, is the top 4 have given themselves a buffer to play with. They've got a little bit of distance over the next pack.
Yeah, so
there it is on screen.
So the pressure now is on the Peisnick car. He needs to make that gap. We're looking at just about 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds. But with the top 4, of which 2 of them are in the same team, so Eclipse are playing a really smart card here. There are P3 and 4. Last lap they decided they wanted to split these ERT cars up. The ERT cars were starting to look very comfortable. Eclipse put their nose in, and now look at them here. 3 and 4 making a move into turn 1 again. And
doubling up, or at least trying to do so. From the inside, yes, Eclipse Sim Sport are going to go 2nd and 3rd. So Ratway White's under pressure now because ERT have lost out to Eclipse. They ganged up. 2 for the price of 1, burst through to 2nd, Phillips to 3rd, and Capel now 4th. Have a look at the discrepancy in the different manufacturer spread in that top 10, folks. You've got a McLaren leading away, Acura 2 and 3, then the 2 Chevs, then an Acura, another Chev, the first of the Fords, and 2 McLarens making up the top 10. So what's that? 3 McLarens, 3 Acuras, 3 Chevs and a Ford in the top 10. So it's very competitive between 3 different manufacturers at the front at the moment. Tom Free gets back out on the circuit after that disastrous start for Berkey.
Yeah, they were in there for a long time, so you'd have to think that they'll be in for a long day, but get the car to the finish, get some points on the board. Don't forget, it's the same as the V8 Pro Series. The top 20 from this year walk into the series next year. That's what everyone wants to do. They don't want to have to worry about risking pre-qualifying and qualifying. They want to walk in. So if you've got a chance to get points, instead of packing it up and going home, you've got a chance to get points. There's no drop rounds. You get points.
So at 1:45 a lap or thereabouts, you're looking at 7 minutes, gentlemen. We'll be coming up towards the end of lap 10 this time by the line. And John Peisnick is there in 5th place, being hassled by Matty Dench. Millimetres in it. I mentioned that bump drafting and slipstreaming would play a huge part on the oval part of the circuit. And it's going to be an incredible part of the narrative here. Ratway White's lost the lead. Dylan Burse. So our 3rd different race leader, Dylan Burse, makes a move on the inside at 1. Makes light work of Zach Ratway White. Ratway White happy to let him go and tuck back in for now.
Yeah, not a lot of fight there from Ratway White. Not a silly thing to do because Burse has been in the draft essentially for the first 10 laps. Now it's his turn to do the work. Rattray White did have a bit of a lead there. He was stretching it out for a while, but it's not hard to pull it back. Burst is a quality driver and a quality team with a quality car. I'd love to see him push for a couple of laps just to see what he can actually do and see if others can keep up with him.
Have a look at the right-hand side of your screen, folks. Most positions gained so far. Dylan O'Shea tearing through the field. 15 positions gained so far for Dylan O'Shea. He sits down in 25th position. He is chasing his tail from the outset tonight. We mentioned the high potential for overtaking opportunities around this circuit. It's one thing for them to exist. It's another thing to execute them cleanly. He's done that so far. He's stayed out of trouble. He's up 15 spots. But as we well know, even though GT3 racing can be won from anywhere in the field, you don't want to be chasing your tail all night. They've got a long way still to climb.
Remember the days when you would do a 3-hour race and the common theme, and it's the same with real world as well, where the common theme would be an enduro. It doesn't really matter where you qualify, you can always get yourself into the race. Qualifying is becoming really, really important for this very reason, where you can control the pace, you can control your more options with your strategy and things like that. And because of the quality of the field and the quality of the cars and teams, it's actually hard work. It takes multiple laps to go one after another and keep passing to get your way up to the front. By that time, you've burnt too much fuel, you've burnt too many your tyres, you've cooked the tyres, and the guys at the front, the top 4 especially, are really, really in a comfortable spot controlling this.
Fair bit of movement going on further down the field. Just for context sake too, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Free lost 7 laps, he and Wayne Burke, on pit lane, so they can just about rule this one out. Obviously, it takes one big shunt that wipes out a few people, a la Mazda MX-5s at the same venue earlier in the year in the real world, to bring them back into any sort of decent point scoring potential. Hamish Collins had a moment here, ladies and gentlemen. The OG Gear replay will show it for you down at turn 1. Oh, he got some help. He got some help by the OPR entry, and lucky not to take another car with him.
I tell you, I don't know who that 9.5 driver was, but that is exceptional awareness. He's obviously looking in his mirror to see if anyone's going to make a move. I think it was Dylan O'Shea, and that is exceptional awareness, because he would have absolutely have seen what's happening in his mirror and stayed offline, got out of it, and got away, and he runs away, lives to fight another day. And because he didn't try and get too racy, too aggressive, he's actually survived that, and he's still in there unscathed. That's a fantastic bit of driving by O'Shea.
Indeed, Hamish Collins showing in 35th position at the moment. We ride on board here. This is the onboard shot of O'Shea, so you're about to see some fireworks ignite behind him. Watch this. 3, 2, 1. Whoa. Oh, how lucky. Go by yourself. What I think tomorrow's done. Wow.
Yeah, look, there's a little bit of luck in there, but there's a hell of a lot of skill in that. He saw that coming and he reacted to it.
Trouble at 1.
That's fantastic.
Andrew Scordelis has gone round turn 1. Or actually, are we calling it 1 or 2? The track map says 1, but it's double apex. There's a kink before that. If it was Australian Motorsport, that would actually be turn 2. But anyway, we'll go by the track map. That is turn 1, and that is Andrew Scordelis having a moment that's going to plummet him down the order to 35th position. And we're on board with Lockhart Brownlee for the replay here. Let's just analyse this incident. Brenton, your thoughts?
Well, it's quite a common spot, isn't it? You're going a little bit deep there. Look, it doesn't. Oh, I reckon he's done it himself. I reckon he's just locked the rears, done it himself. There's, whether you change your brake bias or, maybe don't pump the brakes so hard next time, or But at the end of the day, no one else got affected. He did the right thing, waiting to rejoin. He didn't get impatient and just stick his nose in. And as I said, we're talking about 90 laps to go. He's got a lot of time to fight back. And all it takes is a safety car, and he's back with the field.
They nominated the Scordelis stable to run either the Porsche or the Ford Mustang. I'm not sure which one they're running. It might be the Porsche, and if that is the case, then the Porsches are notorious for losing the rear end. So keep an eye on that trait to follow the Porsche stable drivers around throughout the course of the series. Dylan Burst leads this race from Zach Rattray White. There's nothing in it. Millimetres at the start-finish line. You were riding on board with the second place man. Basically, there was an invisible tow rope there, really, quite frankly. Drive-through penalty for Benny Woods at the top of the screen for the contact on car number 197. Brendan Grosh, Hamish Cleland and Scott Hazler at lap 12, turn 1, which was the incident we were on board with, which we saw a few moments ago. Top 4 Coda Varnish in this at the moment. We've been racing 23.5 minutes, and there is that stop-go drive-through penalty being observed. Out back into the race, that entry comes now. So, Eclipse, Vermilion, and Evolution, and Orbit Drop Bear, and One Performance, and Vendaval, all in the top 10 at the moment. I think I've rattled off 6 different teams there, ladies and gentlemen. They're heavyweights at the front, but a couple outside the top 10 hoping to get their way back in at the moment. Watch this guy here. He's only 6th at the moment, but I tell you what, Matty Dench will be there when the whips are cracking. If we've got if we get a late race restart with about 15 minutes to go, the gloves will be off and there'll be fireworks aplenty. It'll be absolutely terrific viewing. But at the moment, it's line astern, very much status quo, follow the leader. If there's an overtaking opportunity to be made, it can be done so safely, do it. But otherwise, just tuck in, follow, ease into it. We've still got, 2 hours, 35 minutes to go. So it's all about keeping the car in one piece, rolling through the motions, and then trusting the drivers that you've got waiting there, watching on anxiously to get out there and involved in this sprint and to bring it home.
So a couple of things that I can see from up front. Number one, if you're Dylan Burst, are you comfortable with Zach White, who's not a teammate, bump drafting you? You'd certainly be comfortable with your teammate, but do you trust the team behind you to bump draft properly? Obviously they are, because it's still happening. Or is Dylan just going, look, just cut this out, I can do my own race? The other thing I do see is that John Peaslick is busting his guts out on the infield to try and get this gap smaller between the teammate, the 31, the ERT 31, and himself. He gets it just under a second, and then they hit the oval, and the top 4 get in the draft, and they drive away, and they gain a 10th and a half, and then John has to pull it back. The thing that John's missing out on here is that because he's pushing so hard, his fuel is not being saved at all. And you'll see the top 4 in front, he works so hard. At the moment, my JRT saying he's 0.97 behind. I'll give you an update by the time they turn into turn 1. It'll be a lot more than that.
Bet it will be. Now we've got Peasnick and Capel being shown on your screen there. Look at the different top speeds as well. Pretty much in the high 270s, maybe 280 is a chance in the slipstream as they make their way through once more. 2 hours 34 left on the clock. We're 26 minutes into the new era of Australian Sim Racing Group offerings on the platforms of SimSpeed. It's great to have you along for the ride. Zach Cabe and Brenton O'Brien in commentary for you. Here comes Matty Dench ranging up onto the back of John Peasnick now. So now Peasnick has an issue because he's defending. He's hugging that yellow line down the inside. Dench is happy to let him do so for the moment. Dench is one of the best when it comes to saving a little bit of juice in the business. If anyone can stretch this out beyond that hour mark, which is the threshold to get home on 2 stops comfortably if we go green all the way, Denchy, you'd back him by the length of the straight to do so, and you'd back him before you back anyone else. And that's with no disrespect to anybody else, but we've seen what that guy is capable of through 5 years of GSRC competition. Of course, that's my background in sim racing. That's my bread and butter, as these boys know. So I've spent a lot of time observing what this bloke does over the course of time, and he is one of the best in the business, and it's interesting to watch him just easing into this. Yes, he's happy to tuck in and follow Peasnick through. What they'll want to do is latch onto that top 4, which are starting to lose their buffer actually at the front end, because these two are working together to just push one another along and maybe reel them in. We pick up an ambient shot there of the start-finish straight, ladies and gentlemen. No one entertaining the idea of coming down pit lane unless they absolutely have to this early in the piece. Dylan Burst, the leader at Daytona.
So we were talking last lap at the start of the oval. John Peasnick was 0.97 behind. By the time they got into turn 1, he was 1.51 behind, so he lost half a second. It's just rotating and rotating. He does make gains as they break into turn 1. He's making decent gains, but he's just working so hard, and it's just the same thing going over and over. If he can just gain that 0.2, 0.3 and be truly in the slipstream, he'll be on them no worries at all. But at the moment, he's working way harder than he needs to.
I'll tell you this for nothing. Dylan Burse and Zach Ratway-White, Zach would want to hope that Dylan doesn't cough. He was right up the drain pipe going through the start-finish control line here at the Daytona International Speedway. So he's very happy to sit there and follow and let Dylan do the heavy lifting in the early stages. All these guys will be on the radio to one another. They'll have team spotters looking out for them, advising them of the ins and outs of the race, talking tactics with them on the move. And if we do get a safety car, you better believe that conversation will ramp up significantly as well.
Absolutely. One thing we don't know about the series and about the cars, well, we've got a little bit of knowledge, but certainly not in the hands of these pro drivers, is the tyre life of each of the cars.
Yeah.
Like, we don't know whether the Corvette's going to have better tyre life than the Acura. We don't know whether the Acura is going to have better tyre life than the McLaren. So as the race goes on, we're half an hour into the race so far. We've done 17 laps. I'm about to go across the strike now for 18. So we don't know the tyre life. I don't think they're pushing real hard. Fastest lap of the race so far is a 43.8 by Byron Phillips.
Yeah.
But they're all he's the only guy that's been in the 43s. All the rest of them have just been steady 44s, which we know is 2 seconds off the qualifying base. And that's including the fact that they're all in draft. They're bump drafting and things like that. So they are still not going hard.
Not at all. We're just picking up the battle for 9th at the moment, which is 7 deep. Josh Anderson, Josh Perwin. And I apologise because I probably fluffed the pronunciation of that earlier in the piece. Seth Brown's in there as well. Byron Pierce, Lewis Greathead, Daniel Betterfield and Kobe Jones. To turn one we go. Anderson leading this train of cars at the moment. Pierce was very wide. Brown and Perwin, the two teammates, happy to tuck in and follow. So Vermilion quite prevalent in the top 15. They've got 6 entries in this field. One of them in trouble early. That was Wayne Burke. But 1, 2, 3 at least in the top 15 at the moment. Make it 4 with Lewis Greathead. He's only a couple away now. He's that last car in that 5-car train. Seth Brown, Byron Pierce have lost, Daniel Benefield and Kobe Jones, I should say, have lost touch with that first 5 that we were looking at. And then you go down, the next of the Vermilion entries is outside the top 20 at the moment. So they're going well. They've got Zach Ratway-White flying the flag for them in the top 10. You've got Perwin in the top 10 and Brown trying to fight his way in. And with 6 entries in the field, Brenton, they would be dissatisfied if they didn't at least have 1 or 2 contenders in the 10 at the end of the night.
Well, you're exactly right. But the thing that surprises me, and we do know they've got 6 contenders, is that they didn't all run the same car. We know that the Burke 3 car was in a BMW. So whether that's a comfort thing for Berkey, because I would say that, well, as Berkey said, that he qualified the car, he was going to start the car, we now have rear in the car. But it's surprising that they didn't all run the same car. So there's obviously a reason. And look at this. This is check your engine temperatures, because at the moment they're going through the roof. There's not a lot of oxygen right there.
No, and that's Byron Pierce trying to latch on and go with them as well, but that's Brown and Perwin all over the back of Anderson. Cheap suit cable, the fastest lap of the race at the front of the field. 1:43.824 to turn 1 we go. Linus Stern follow the leader through there. Anderson going well, sitting 9th at the moment. Stewie Ellis has got past him in the early stages of this race. Car number 606 to the first of the horseshoes we go. Brown, Pierce, Greathead all behind them. Watch Daniel Benefield as well as we go here. There's no, it's not lost on anybody that knows Daniel Benefield's creature comforts. You know exactly why the 9.5 stable have got the Ferrari as a backup option car, because that is his bread and butter. He has found a very sweet spot of comfort with that machine. Of course, they're also at the 9.5 stable going to try their hand with the Acura. So the Acura is car A, the Ferrari is car B. That's another option. That's another discussion point that I want to come back to when time permits, to just take a breath here, Brenton, because I feel as though if we get talking about the nitty-gritty, all hell's going to break loose. Speaking of which, here we go to turn 1. So the 692 that you're following there is the Orbit Drop Bear entry. And we are watching on the run down to turn 4. Good overtaking opportunity there from car number 22. So very nicely done to get the job done there on the inside. That's, of course, the Trans-Tasman Simrigs.com entry, Trans-Tasman Racing, Brady Myers, Emily Jones, Jake Maloney, Ross Russo behind the wheel there. And back to our leaders at the front. Look at this. If we get a finish anything like the first 20 minutes, Brenton, you and I are going to have a very good night in this booth. There's no doubt about that. Past half an hour, ladies and gentlemen, 1/6 race distance. And barely a hair's breadth between them at the front of the field. Exactly what the form guide suggested.
We saw some really bad news for the position 5, so for Matty Dench last lap. The bad news is that Lockie Capel did the fastest lap of the race. So that gap's now gone out to 1.7. Matty Dench has made a move past John Piesick, so now it's Matty Dench setting the pace on 5th place, trying to make the gains on this top 4. So a bit of strategy in the background. I'm not sure whether John let him through or whether Matty's just gone, we need to get moving, because like I keep saying, these top 4 are very comfortable, and I love the work, not just because of ERT, but I love the work that Lockie Capel's doing. He's sitting there patiently. He's sitting there with some exceptionally good drivers in front. Not that Lockie's not a good driver, he is. Like you said, he's a nervous starter, but right now he's doing exactly what a team manager would ask him to do.
Yep, that was the 33 entry Summit Sim Sport. Kobe Jones making the move there as well on replay. And the 33, that's the first of the Synergy Sim Racing entries. Watch the wheel control on the Porsche here as well, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa, tank slap on a bit in the Porsche. As I said, the loose rear end of the Porsches, it will come up and under out of you more times than not. And the position lost as a result on the exit. So did all the hard work, got by, and then lost it on the exit of turn 1. Now, let's have a look at this. Zach Ratway White still content to just tuck in and follow for the moment. Still got to contend with Byron Phillips behind him. Lachlan Capel as well. Matty Dench there in 5th position. Then John Piesnick is 6th. Matty Bowler 7th. Stuart Ellis, Josh Anderson, Josh Perwin make up the top 10. Acura, McLaren, Acura, Chevrolet, and Acura the top 5. So 3 Acuras, then 2 more Chevs. Then you got the first of the Fords, Stewie Ellis, then 2 McLarens to make up the top 10. So again, still 4 manufacturers dominating the top 10 at the moment. It's interesting too, Brenton, not lost on anybody that McLaren was the car of choice in turn 4 of competition last year, season D, as they call it in iRacing world. Acura's the new toy to play with this season. No surprise to see them at the forefront of this field. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens internally within the iRacing framework, with regards to balance of performance updates and other little bits and pieces that get applied as the season plays on, and whether these teams are going to be still happy with their 2 car choices at the end of the season when we get them out panorama.
But iRacing, it's not the first time they've ever done it, and it won't be the last time to do it. They bring out a new toy, in this case the Acura. The BOP, they do get it fairly close. But if you want to spend a bit of money on the Acura, it's a little bit better. We saw the dominance of the Acura at the Bathurst 12 hour. Sure, a Mustang came through quite strong at the end to top 5. But yeah, there's little changes with the BOP that are happening throughout the season from iRacing. At the moment, I'll be honest, right, it looks like they've got it right. I know it's a draft track, we get that. But at the moment, it does look like it's right.
Absolutely. Acura McLaren, Acura Chevrolet. Interesting. I must say, I've called 10 weeks of GT3 racing over on the GSRC platform. There's not been a hell of a lot of love for the Chev Corvette throughout the course of the season. It has been Porsches, it's been Fords, it's been even, of course, the McLarens and the Acuras. So it's nice to see a Chev in good contention here, and in strong contention. They got 3 contenders in the top 10 in the early stages. You're watching SimSpeed's live and exclusive coverage of the opening round of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series, the dawn of the new era for the Australian Sim Racing Group, and what a venture this promises to be. Of course, expanding the horizons beyond the V8 offering. The supercars, of course, that 12-round championship continuing in a couple of days' time, in fact. So a tight turnaround between Sebring and round 2. More on that a little bit later when we look ahead towards what's coming your way as far as the ASRG suite of programming is concerned. And don't forget the Paddock podcast as well, with Brenton Hobson at the helm they'll be updating that regularly, new episodes between now and the next time we reconvene on a Friday night, which will be a trip to the Fuji International Speedway, an Oriental Friday night when we go to Japan for round 2, Friday, May 16. That's going to be a busy weekend for me, don't worry. I'll tell you why a little bit later on. In the meantime, we need to focus on the fact that Zach Ratway-White is SMSing Dylan Burse across the start-finish line once more. Across the line we go at the end of 38 minutes of play down to turn 1. So Burse doing the heavy lifting at the moment. Trenchie's still holding up that second pack. He's got Peasnick, Bowler, Ellis breathing down his neck. So it's 2 packs of 4 and then that pack of 5. The top 13, when you look at the overall gap, 13th to first, 8.1 seconds. Extraordinarily tight between the top 15 this early in the piece. There's the 9.52 entry, of course. Sitting there with Daniel Benefield behind the wheel. We go back to Connor Nixon in 17th place in the Orbit Drop Bear entry. Old mate Hobbo's got his way to the top 20 in 19th. We expected nothing less from the great man, Brenton.
No, nothing at all. And he's got another 13
there he
spot. There he is. Got another 13 positions to make up before he finishes in his traditional P6. Last lap, again, more bad news for Matty Dench. Last lap, the top 4 for the first time, all cracked the 43s. 43.988. 43.989, 43.930 and 43.993. They drew out 0.3 of a second on the Matty Dench drop bear car last lap. So now the gap's gone from just under a second, it's blown out to 2.8 and it's going to be forever expanding.
Indeed. Now, I must admit too, ladies and gentlemen, I did get my wires crossed there a few moments ago, and I do apologise for that one. I mean, there are 2 Summit SimSport entries out there that what you might have already picked up on, and I'm still getting my head around some of the I dotting and T crossing, etc. that's going on out here at the moment. Of course, when you look at Summit SimSports, they've got their 2 entries. You've got 25 and 55. I read the 55 as a 33, I think. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The 25 was the one that we're talking about. That was, of course, Kobe Jones. The Synergy Sim Racing stable, they've got 0.33. They've got also car number 88. And the other one that they've got out there is 14 in Ewan Barker and also Adam Briggs. Synergy were actually really kind to us because they offered up the information, the intel that we needed. The Damon Mulqueen, Brenton Hobson lineup, just the 2 of them tonight. No Glenn Postlethwaite, he'll be no doubt watching on and cheering them on. Brady Baldwin sitting out this one in the entry that he's sharing with Damien Johnson and Dennis Gatherick, and Ewan Baker sharing with Adam Briggs, with Jordan Ross watching on the sidelines at the moment. There's Lockhart Brownlee in 21st position. Just, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it, how tightly bunched up this field is. We haven't had a safety car yet. We're 41 minutes into the race, and still, I mean, you're hard-pressed to find clear air at this point.
Don't forget, in qualifying, the top 33 cars were separated by less than a second. 33 cars less than a second. It's amazing. Especially first race of the series. First time these guys have competed under these conditions, but it just shows you the quality of the field we've got. And it's going to continue on. And yes, we know that the draft is strong and it draws them closer, but you know, right now, the field is not that spread out. We can look at that map there.
There it is.
It's exactly right. And those cars you see at the back, they're there because they've either had an incident or they've pitted. So generally, the pack is very strong and it's harassing each other. And yeah, it's going to continue on. But this is where you look at what Zach Ratway-White's doing. He's been sitting in the draft of Dylan for a long while now. Probably, I think, what are we on now? Lap 25. So he's been doing that for 14 laps now. He's saving a lot of fuel. So is the car behind. Byron Phillips, who I think is doing a fantastic job. A fantastic job for Byron. I would say he's probably saved more than anyone. There's no stages he had his nose in front. And right now we've also got these cars back here working together. There just seems to be these little packs forming where you can sit, but once you get stuck into your train, it is hard to move forward.
Indeed it is. And there we go. We pick up the 025 entry at the moment going through the infield. Now, it's interesting because we had a look at numbers collection, a few other leading into this, and of course, the 025 there on screen. There is also a 25 out there as well. So be mindful of the discrepancy in numbers. That is, of course, the Orbit Drop Bear Neptune entry. Jackson Dom, Connor Nixon, Mark Hilly. Connor's behind the wheel at the moment. not to be confused with the 25, which is, of course, the Summit Sim Sport by Flash Graphics entry as well. Onto the back straight we go again. 43 minutes gone. Let me ask you this, Brenton, because very shortly we're not going to have a chance to get lost in any sort of padding conversation, because this is somewhat processional phase now. We're just ticking the boxes to get through to that first round of pit stops. But if you are, I know you're a team owner, so you've got obviously toes and fingers crossed and everything else. If you're a driver that's about to get out there in the thick of this and in the heat of battle, how itchy are the feet right now, knowing that you've done your job, you've turned up, you've practiced, you've qualified, but as we see the fastest lap of the race set by Zach Ratway wide at 1:43.817, he remains second for the moment, but the control and your destiny, your fate is in the control of somebody else. There's absolutely not a thing you can do about it. It's almost like being a football coach at this particular point in time, is it not?
Well, absolutely, and so a bit of going on here. This is what's going to cost. Yeah, this is going to cost these 3-4 even more time. You know, not long ago we were saying that it was just over 2 seconds. Now it's 4.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Last lap, the two leaders were saying that Zach Ratway White had the fastest lap of the race at 43.817. Dylan Burst in P1, his lap time, 43.817. So they are, you know, they're pushing each other, they're working together. Not sure this pack here is working together. There's a bit of a gap now. Don't forget, the Matty Bowler car, the car 7, was on pole position and was up in the pack. All of a sudden got put out of phase a little bit, dropped off, got stuck into this group here, and now we're 4.5 seconds and extending, going backwards.
Indeed we are. But we are
if you look at the Josh,
on that pit lane window.
And you look at the Josh Anderson car, the Vendaval car, who's making serious gains on this group. So we're going to go from a group of 4 to a group of 9 very quickly here. Josh, such a seasoned professional, Josh. I got a lot of time for him. One of my favourite sim drivers and a good guy to boot.
Is he saving fuel at the moment? That's the question, though. You wouldn't imagine so. Have a look at this for an angle. Now I'm looking at the onboards with Jay Kennedy tonight. The fuel, the sun glare, everything else. I mean, if you weren't already convinced of the advancements of broadcast technology in real world to sim world, ladies and gentlemen, that tells you everything you need to know about the reflection, the glare, and everything else at this time of the night. The onboards, how good was that?
Put your marshmallows in there, because Jay, that was outstanding, my friend. Very good. But there you go. So we've gone from a pack of 4 to a pack of 9. They're now over 5 seconds off that lead 4. And 5 seconds, there's going to be guys in here who have saved enough fuel to make gains on maybe the Burst and Ratway White cars in the pits. But it ain't going to be 5 seconds, you can be sure. So these guys are going to have to start working out who's going to be the leader of the pack and who's going to push. It looks like it wants to be Matty Dench. I know he made a pass before to get himself there, and it looks like for the first time he's actually stretched out. But let's see if Matty Bowler can get into that draft. He's only half a second behind, so you'd like to think that he'll get in that draft pretty quick and be game on again.
Bit of mail from a good mate of mine, Sammy Chapman, the GSRC, but heavily the Vermilion Esports stable. He's out in this race tonight as well. He tells me an hour of fuel around here is quite a significant save. He's expecting anywhere between lap 31 and 33 for pit stops. We're at the end of lap 27 this time by the line. So, I mean, yeah, that's 4 laps. You're not even going to get to the hour mark if you get to 31. If they're keeping pace, which won't quite be enough on his calculations to do the hour. So they're going to need some safety cars. If it goes caution-free, he says the Chev is the fastest car here with no bop, but tends to struggle at the other venues on the calendar. So no wonder the Chevs are in good territory tonight with that intel. Thank you, Sammy. Hope you're enjoying the spectacle as much as we are, mate. It's interesting. With no safety cars, everyone's a little bit of strife. It could well result in a splash and dash towards the end, Brenton. However, one safety car or 2 in the second hour could well change the game completely.
Absolutely. So years ago with these cars, you couldn't do fuel and tyres at the same time. So the tyre strategy was very important. Now you can. But we said it right from the start. You've got to try and make that hour mark. But then you've got to try and make the 2 hour mark. And then you've got to try and make the 3 hour mark. So this is a very good test as to how far they can go. One safety car will change everything in regards to making it or not making it. But at the moment, you know, we're on lap 28. Whilst there has been some fuel saving, and we thank so much for that information. It's valuable information that we need to know about how Vermilion in particular are looking at this race. And to be honest with you, if it's going to be for Vermilion, it's going to be the same for the rest of them. So, you know, there's going to be some smart players out there who are going to be hanging in, discipline, staying patient and saving fuel. And right now, I've said it right, you know, for the last 15, 20 laps, Zach Ratway-White, Byron Phillips and Lockie Capel are right in this, up to their neck, because they're so patient. Dylan Burse, he wanted to lead the race, he is leading the race, but does he want to continue leading the race?
Oh, look at the flamethrower. Just appreciate that for a moment, would you, as we head down towards turn 1. We ride on board with Zach Ratway-White. This is one of the aspects of the McLaren that we absolutely love, ladies and gentlemen. Watch him go, hard at work. John Peasnick, the fastest of the race now, 1:43.667 in the Chev. Very nicely done. They're trading barbs as far as those fastest laps are concerned here. Chapo's intel is interesting because, I mean, I love the mathematics, but it's not my strong point, Brenton. So, I mean, if we're talking 145, 144 race pace, I know we're in the 143s at the moment, but to simplify it for everybody, 145 and 2 is 3.5, 3.5 times 2 is 7, right? So 7 by 4 is 28. And 7 by 4 is 28, so that gets me up to 49 minutes. Therefore, you're looking at 32. If we're in that 31 to 33 lap range, it's either going to be 54.25 minutes, 56 minutes, 57.75 minutes before we come to pit lane. Again, 4 laps every 7 minutes. 7 by 8 is 56. So they're inside the hour. And that gets you to 28, 8 by 4 gets you to 32 laps. So we're inside the hour based on the green flag run. And I'm not sure anybody anticipated a full green flag run in the first hour, given the depth of this field and the congestion early on. But that's exactly what we've got. And still, the top 4 continue to push one another along at the end of lap 30 here at the World Centre of Racing. So we're on to the end of lap 29. We're on to lap 30 now, as they make their way down towards the first corner. And it is still the 2 Eclipse SimSort Stables entries, Running 3, Vermilion 2, and Evolution 4, 5, Orbit Drop Bear 6, Evolution 7, One Performance Racing's best contender is Stewie Ellis in 8th. 9th place belongs to the Vendaval Sim Racing entry of Josh Anderson. Then the 2 Vermilion Stable entries, Josh Perwin and also Seth Brown. And we have picked up the Orbit Drop Bear Neptune entry of Connor Nixon, who's dropped back to 18th now, behind, I should say, the Simrigs Trans-Tasman Racing entry of Jake Maloney, and in behind them is Hobbo, just biding his time, just sitting there patiently. Blake Urquhart to pit lane. So there's your first scheduled pit stop, and he's not the only one.
So you lost me at the word
as well, ladies and gentlemen. So if the cars disappear momentarily, it's a driver change.
So you lost me at the word mathematics, but I did write every single thing you said then, give or take the first and the last sentence and everything in between. But I think what you were trying to say in short is that they're not going to make it.
So yeah, essentially by those numbers, yeah.
The proof's in the pudding that there's a couple of cars. There's a couple of cars in pit lane right now, and that tells me already. So the 2 hour 8 mark. So they've done 52 minutes of racing, and already we can see some cars pitting. We've got 4 cars in the pits at the moment. And it's going to be full fuel.
43, 35 and 525. You're right, it will be an absolutely full to the brim fill on pit road.
And interesting to see how many also do driver changes. So, and the GT cars that they are.
Here we go.
Yep.
So pit lane activity continues here, folks. So that's the Evolution Racing entry of John Peasnick coming to pit lane, and Matty Dench released for another lap. I told you Dench would be all right with a fuel save, and that might be strategic. He might not mind being 6.5 seconds off the Dylan Burse, Zach Ratway-Whites and Byron Phillips and Lachlan Capels of the world right now. He might want to be able to get an extra lap out of this stint.
So quite a few cars have fitted now. The ERT 456, the TTR Maloney, Rain Campbell, Marcus Watson. There's quite a lot of fitted. So pit lane time is going to be quite long. I'm just trying to get a time. So about a minute 4 for a full refuel. So it's a long time in the pit lane. About anything between 33 and 40 seconds stationary. So a lot of strategy going on. Now that you know you can't make it to the hour, do you then fill up?
Yeah.
Is there any advantage in filling up, or do you just say, stuff it, we'll commit to a 3-stopper, run a bit lighter, which we know running light here is an advantage. Now, a lot of people out there in viewer land will be happy to know this is probably my one and only race commentating, because after this I go back to being a spotter. So if I was in the ERT chat right now doing strategy,
I love it.
maybe I'd be saying, if you're not going to make it to the hour mark, don't commit to it. Try and get some light fuel, get a quicker stop, get out there and do some light running.
There we go.
Both the Eclipse cars are bidding.
Right on cue, simultaneously to pit lane. Dylan Burst, Byron Phillips, here we go. Zach Ratro White's going to lead another lap. 32 laps gone, 31 laps gone, so it's about on par with what Sam Chapman was saying. 31 gone, we're on 32, we're in the window. Pit lane activity erupts. Josh Anderson, Kobe Jones, Daniel Benefield, all in as well.
That's actually quite surprising. Not so much surprising that Burst has to pits because he's been pushing air, but surprised that Lockie Cowie's now in the car. Look, to be honest with you, that's probably a team thing, so that way they can run. But right now, the interest is on the Vermilion and the ERT car. Now, I know Lockie's very good at saving fuel, very good at saving fuel. Is the Vermilion car going to make it all the way, or is it going to cough at the end? Because right now, Lockie Capel has put himself right on the back of the car.
And they're also going to contend with some lap traffic as well, as you can see, Brenton. So, Zach
I'd imagine they'll be...
and Lachlan Capel are on their way down the back straight. The question is it this lap or next, mate?
No, you'd have to think they'll be boxing down. It's quite a significant difference. We've had our first cars in 3 laps ago, then 2, and then obviously a last lap. Some differences there. We can see that Josh Anderson's
they are out of the way now.
Yep. So they've come out together, and we've got Jackson Evans in the pit as well. So it's fantastic to have Jackson Evans in this series, and I'm looking forward to seeing and talking about him a lot as the series goes on.
42, 41, 34, 41, 42 seconds. They're both in. That's not surprising, but 42, 41, 40 seconds. That seems to be about the stationary time for a full stop at the moment, folks. Hamish Clellan spent a minute 41.
Look at that. Right into pit entry.
Getting it all crossed up on the entry to pit lane. That's unlike him. Following him in, of course, Stuart Ellis, Matthew Powell, Seth Brown, Josh Perlin, Byron Pearce, Lewis Greyhead. This seems to be the right time to have the cameras on the pit lane, ladies and gentlemen. Lachlan Capel, Jamie Christensen has already jumped aboard the 17 Vermilion Sim Sports entry. Oh, well, it's all happening at Daytona. Look at the crowd. They're on the edge of their seat. We're on the edge of our seat here in Central Commentary. Hope you are as well. Let's watch this pit lane entry from Matty Dench. He's got it all checked up. Will it cost him in the long
Look at the gains.
run?
I don't know.
Oh, well, there's your 4 wide.
Be interested to see how Matty went there going across the pit entry. He was certainly carrying some speed. Here's the 2 Eclipse cars working well together. Driver changes everywhere at the moment. Job Stewart's come in. Jamie Christensen's come in. Hayden Veld's come in. Harrison Lillis has come in. A lot of driver changes. Dylan Burst has stayed in the car for his second stint, so he won't be finishing the race, and Lockie Cowie has come into that car. So some differences in pit lane here. John Peasnick stationary for 41.7, Hayden Bell stationary for 43, but that's because they did go that extra lap. So be interested to see where they've come out. The Hayden Bell cars come out right in between the 2 Eclipse cars, so straight away we know that Hayden Bell has an extra lap of fuel in that car. We also might have the suspicion that he can run an extra lap after that, so by the time the 3rd stint comes around, maybe he's got a 2-lap advantage. We also know that Jamie Christensen is now in the lead car. I don't know much about Jamie, not going to lie. I'm not sure he's going to have the pace of Zach Ray White, but by saying that, he might blow them all out the water and we'll all be clapping at the end of it. But right now is the most interesting phase of the race because the co-drivers are either out or the co-drivers are in, and we'll be able to mix it up right now.
Well, Dylan Burst is out there doing a double stint at the moment. He'll hand over, of course, to his teammate at the next stop, you would imagine, there by default. Christensen leads, Burst, Veld and Cowie, the top 4, and still separated by a coat of varnish. Very little in the way of positional change or gap difference between before and after the pit stops at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Edge of your seat stuff. Peasnick's come out ahead of Harrison Lillis. Matty Dench's stop, 42.398. He was okay. Handed over to Harrison, who's no slouch in these things. He'll be a seriously good contender as the night drags on. And don't forget as well, the interesting point is when we look at the discrepancies in those that were able to go 32 laps and those that went 31. Brenton's point is very valid, because every second you can save on the pit lane, limiting how many litres you've got to take on board for that final stint, would make all the difference in the world when you get back out on the racetrack. Those out laps and in laps and hitting your markers perfectly when you get to pit road are going to be so vitally important here. It's nailing the 1%ers that will be the difference tonight. Jamie Christensen leads. Dylan Burst is second. We've picked up the mid-pack battle, which includes now Samuel Sproul aboard the 606. Jacob O'Reilly's jumped aboard the number 9. Brian Campbell, good to see him out there for OPR. Sam Chapman aboard the 28 for Vermilion. And the Summit SimSport entry of Jackson Evans. It is, as Brenton said, terrific to see him out on this grid in this field. Hayden Selland behind him is a good operator as well. And Marino Morella makes up the top 15 at the moment. You look at the totem pole, McLaren, Acura, Chevrolet, top 3. And I'm getting word in my ear that we've got a big crash with car number 999. That is, of course, the TriStar Astro Energy entry. This is Blake Neck and Dean Mackay. This is turn 1. Let's have a look at this. In between 2 Orbit Drop Bear entries. Oh, no. Let's have a look at this. Let's see. Oh, on his own. All on his own. He's okay.
Right across the field.
Oh, no. Bang, straight into one of the Orbit Drop Bear entries. Wow, that's compromised the Orbit Drop Bear entry for the rest of the night. The Astro, as you can see, it is severely crunched up. The good news, I guess, Brenton, is they've been able to limp those ones away from the scene of the crime and get them back to pit lane under their own steam. So no safety car boards and flags as yet, but we've had our first big shunt since the opening lap.
No, and he was just a passenger, wasn't he? Obviously lost a bit of traction on exit, and then once it's on the grass, it's away it goes. You could see he had his foot on the brake. He was doing what he could to pull it up, but that's not stopping anywhere. And unfortunately, there's always an innocent party involved, and that's significantly ruined their day. Whether he can get this back to the pits or not, it looks like he should have the ability to.
He's just gone
Just gone straight through the bus stop.
He's bypassed the bus stop rather than trying to navigate his way through that. And this is the Orbit Drop Bear entry that got
incoming
pole-axed in all of that. It'll be interesting to see what sort of damage that car is carrying at the moment. And it's on pit lane as well. Tyson Broad, oh geez, he can't take a trick at the moment. He was, of course, at the forefront of all the carnage, the action, and the positional battle for in and out as far as a berth in the Pro Series was concerned during that 4th round of qualifying at Winton. He's had one hell of a year so far, but he's on pit lane. That is not where he wants to be. There's no doubt about that. Tom Seath goes through to 38th position as Broad and Mackay drop down to 39th and 40th. There's another car limping down in no man's land at the moment. So that might have been a blue flag being adhered to there. Blake Urquhart, 42nd at the moment, a lap down. The full send SimSport entry, the 324, Hayden Calnan, I should say, is a lap down. And Hamish Cleland also showing a lap down at the moment, down in 43rd. Tom Freer has got back out there. He remains 7 laps down. So no retirements as yet. And we've picked up... Oh, no!
It's not a great couple laps of Drop Bear here. Does he pull it up?
No. That was...
there he is.
We'll get another look at that incident, I'm sure. That's the 14 for Synergy Sim Racing that was in the company of that car. That's Adam Briggs, the Orbit Drop Bear entry behind that. We're looking down the order at the moment. I haven't got a reg on that number just now, but it was Tyson Broad again. So that must have been, I'm just trying to piece the puzzle together here, boys. Am I of the belief that that was after the contact with the incident at the Horseshoe?
Yep.
So that was the aftermath of that. So that car is unfortunately on pit lane for a significant portion of time because, Brenton, as we know, there are no fast escapes here. There are no toes to pit lane. It is either get there under your own steam or message race control and have them take the appropriate action from there for you. But there are no fast repairs waiting for you on that pit lane. So however long it takes within the iRacing server and system and software to repair these cars, you're stuck.
Absolutely. So up the front, Jamie Christensen's doing a good job. 44.4 last lap is consistent with the rest of the field. If you're the car 7, you're the pole position man, you're Job Stewart, you know that you've got the right car under you. You know that you're a quick driver in a quick team. But you can't do anything with that speed right now. You've got Josh Anderson in front of you. And then there's a gap between Anderson and John Peasnick. There's the gap just there. Right now, if you're Job Stewart, are you pushing Anderson up to get to your teammate? I'm not sure if anyone remembers Kathy Watt back in the Olympics as cycling, but she certainly stepped on a few feet when she didn't help her Australian teammates. What does Job Stewart do here? That might be a little bit of the answer right there. He's made a move on Josh Anderson. We know that he's quick. Whether he gets up to John Peasnick or not, we're not sure. I would think that he would. But then he's going to bring that pack up with him.
Very good evening to one of our Stephen Sandman Club tuning in tonight. We kind of need a Logitech hub for Sandman, a gamesman hub actually in this case. For Sandman as far as this series is concerned, because no doubt he's sitting there on the lounge at home enjoying every piece of it, enjoying the launch night as we all are, but just watching it makes him want to get involved, and that's exactly what we wanted to hear, Sam. Then we'll see you for the next round when we get to 50, I'm sure. Here's Hayden Cullen into pit lane now, so that 3-2-4 entry is still looking a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah, that's had its day, hasn't it? And Hayden will be there for a while, if not forever. Yeah, that car's pretty cooked. And straight away, and it's so good to have Sandman watching the races, as well as everybody else. It's fantastic that our viewer numbers are already strong, but already there's a call for the ASRG to run a NASCAR series, to run a Formula 1 series.
Yeah.
We'd love to.
Just how much time have you got at your disposal, Brenton? Just how many troops are there ready to, do the heavy lifting to make all that happen? Plays into the wall and gone!
That's the replay from before,
geez.
so that's quite a common place. Lock the rears, put too much steering in, and there's your result. Look, so I will talk on behalf of ASRG. If someone wants a NASCAR series, if someone wants a Formula 1 series, come and see us and be happy. We will not turn our back on it, but at the same time understand that it's a full-time commitment. A full-time commitment getting these two series up. If someone's happy to put their hand up with a NASCAR series and run under our umbrella, we can absolutely talk. Absolutely we can. But for now, let's just get the GT stuff going, get it's working really well.
Oh dear, and hard to think here's Eli Donaldson in trouble as well. We're 1 hour and 7 minutes in. The incident's starting to creep in to the 3 hours of Daytona on a Friday night. Great to have you along for the ride. It's a bit of a hairy ride for some of our contenders right now. This is what happened to Eli Donaldson down into the bus stop. Curb, was it? No, on the exit? Yes.
Oh, just snapped.
Oh, and he got a little bit of assistance to finish it off. It was already turning on him, but he got a tap on the way through, I reckon. Now...
Yeah, I've got to say the OPR cars are, I'm not sure how happy they would be with their performance so far. They've got a car in the top 10 in 9th position. Also Rain Campbell. I think Rain Campbell's a quality steerer. Don't know the bloke from Bar of Soap, but I think he's a quality steerer. And they've gained 14 positions up to P11, so decent gains there. Matter of fact, that would be our most gains. No, it wouldn't be. Dylan O'Shea, 23 positions. Holy heck. And that's considering the outstanding avoidance that Dylan took earlier. So some significant gains. Talking about gains, Job Stewart has just made a move on John Peasnick, and right now we're about to see how quick Job can be to see if he can make up that gain. And he's so as it stands now on lap 39, he's 4.8 seconds behind the Eclipse car in front.
And now that they've tried their hand at stretching for a lap, right?
Yep.
Stretching for a stint and trying
Yep.
to get as much mileage out of the tank as possible. Now that it's become clear that it's looking as though it's heading in the direction of a 3-stop race, this is the time for Job to just hit the jandle and go, isn't it? I mean, get on with the task at hand, punch out some qualifying laps, try and reel in that top 4 of Cowie, who's on the tail of Veld at the moment, is on the tail of Burst and Christensen as well. So you've still got Vermilion leading the way, Eclipse 2 and 4, Evolution 3, 5 and 6 at the moment. Vendaval, Orbit, 1 Performance, and the third of the Vermilion entries rounding out the top 10. McLaren, Acura, Chevrolet, Acura, then the next 2 Chevys. McLaren, Acura, Ford, McLaren making up the top 10 at the moment. So it's a top 10 dominated by 4 different manufacturers, but that's probably what we expected to see. We were told reliably that the Chevy's going to be strong at this circuit. And now, I guess everyone's going to have the same mindset now, Brenton. There's no point in fuel saving. Yes, you've probably got to be conscious of tyre wear and other things, but now you can just get on with it because it all looks like as though if we don't get a multitude of safety cars in a real hurry, we're going to be coming to pit lane a 3rd time tonight.
Oh, I'd love to get your friend, is it Chapo, to give us some info about tyre wear.
We won't be getting that because he's in the car at the moment.
Oh, he's in the car? Well.
Oh, that was Christensen trying to get down on the inside of Dylan Burst. In fact, that's Burst around the outside to go back to the lead. So Christensen is there and now under pressure from Veld. I'm coming back to you, Brenton. Let's have a look at this. Burst has gone back to the front. And Christensen, of course, the Vermilion stable, prominent here right now. But instead of being 2 and 4, it's now 1 and 4 for Eclipse. And it was around the outside to make it all the more impressive.
Yeah, so Burst needs some company here. We've seen the pace that Christensen's doing, 44.8 last lap, isn't cutting the mustard because they know that Job is coming at them. So Burst has just gone, we need to start setting the pace here. We need to pick it up. Otherwise, our group of 4 is going to turn into a group of 6 very quickly. Sorry, group of 8 because we've got... Go on.
That gap is down to 3.8. Sorry, mate, just to cut in there. To verify your point, he is coming with a wet sail. And it's now only 3.84 seconds, so it has decreased. It was out to 5.6, the difference between that pack at the end of the first stint. So, the whips are cracking, and the onus is on the drivers now, Dylan Burst included, who's now gone to the front and said, follow me, boys, I know the way. He has now taken on the responsibility of extending that buffer or at least keeping the next pack at pace.
So my question's going to be for the 3rd stint, does Christensen stay in the car or does Rattray White get in the car? Probably thinking Rattray White is looking the quicker driver, but right now if you're Hayden Veld, you need to go with this and you need to make the pass on Christensen. Christensen's staying with him, obviously we can see he's bump drafting, but on the infield you can see Burst is making gains. Straight away we've gone into a 44.6, so we've gone 2 tenths quicker, but we look behind where the Job Stewart car is, and there's another 4 tenths gain. So the ERT7 is dragging the 4.56, 27, and the 8.62 right back into this.
I just realised there's one pertinent question that I didn't actually fire at you at the start of the night, and it brings me to the points matrix here, Brenton. 5th position is worth 12 points. We've only got 44 on the grid. Wayne Burke is 8 laps down, but he's still inside that 75% race distance. So Brenton's point about just bagging, even if it's minuscule, number of points tonight, they go all the way down to 45th. If you leave here at 12 points, at least you've got something. At least, it's 16 for 44. So at least you've got something. You take something with you to Japan. You hope that luck falls your way and maybe not in the favour of some of your opponents so that you can try and claw back the deficit. The question is, because I know it works so well with supercars, but at the same time, we look at the grid here and we look at some of the track density limits that we've got bestowed upon us by iRacing, mate. What was the conversation around capping the field at 45?
Right, so we've got a model that works with the Supercar Pro Series. So if it ain't broken, don't fix it. So it works. It also gives us scope to add some wild cards if needed, because we accept that there's going to be some teams that, due to personal commitments, might not be able to race. So ultimately, we always wanted 40 cars on the grid. We don't want less than that. We go to 45, we can accept that some cars won't make it or some wild cards won't be able to get in there. So that way we've always going to have a minimum of 40 cars on the grid. But the enthusiasm around this series is so strong. the enthusiasm around the V8 Pro Series is so strong, we're not having problems with numbers at the moment.
No, absolutely not. And that, as a promoter, is a wonderful problem to have, Brenton.
It really is.
There are some organisations in the country that would love to have the problem you've got at the moment. And I think of one category in particular that recently changed hands in the off-season as well. That's the problem we've got with real world motorsport. We don't have that problem with sim world, and it's great to see. And we certainly haven't had the problem over on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. The numbers have been strong there all season. Not 40 strong, but then again, you've got 450 odd members, and they've got 9 different championships that they can throw their hat into the ring for each and every weeknight across the course of 10-week seasons. So the numbers are strong across the board. The sim racing community is only going from strength to strength and growing in numbers year on year, and the ASRG offerings are proof of that. We're right on board with Dylan Burst now. Just watch as Jamie Christensen reels in the deficit there. He takes advantage of the aerodynamic slipstreaming opportunity through the banking. Watch him. You can see that you're going to get a real good piece of the Vermilion Esports front bumper there right now, that bonnet section of the car, as he rides in up onto the back of the Dylan Burst entry for Eclipse Simsport down to turn 1 once more. Very good advertising moment there for the Vermilion Esports sponsors, I would have thought.
Great brand placement for high-mo setups. And you know what? So when we start these series, what we do as a group, as ASRG, we want teams to succeed. We want teams to prosper. We want the series to continue on. So we will actually, if the teams ask, we will actually try and help teams find sponsors. We certainly have with the V8 series. We actually send a document out, a brochure out, as to how to help get yourself sponsors. And we push the teams and we encourage teams to come and speak to us and to add some content. Right there, whoever high-mo setups are, obviously you help out with setups of Vermilion. Great that you've got your name up there in the highlights.
Indeed it is. Right, we continue on here. We're up to lap 43 of this race. Burst, Jamie Christensen, Hayden Veld. So we're looking at, again, lap 62 to 64, 65 as that potential next window. And have a look at Christensen now on the back straight. Lachlan Cowie's just lost touch with them, but he'll reel that back in with a good run through the bus stop. At what point does Christensen say, you know what, I've had enough of this tucking in and following garbage. I want to have you follow me instead. We'll wait and see. They've been very patient with the way they've gone about it tonight, and you have to be when it's a 3-hour race, and there's no fast repairs waiting for you in pit lane.
Yeah, they do, but don't forget we've already got that case where Christensen's got a 1-lap advantage over the Eclipse car in front. And, again, I'm hoping he's saving fuel. The one that surprises me right now is that Lockie Cowie's tailing off a bit. And again, the 2 Eclipse cars pitted at the same time. Lockie could be just sitting back there. He's still going to be in the draft, but it's there's little gains now. The other 2 tenths on the last lap by Job Stewart. So he's absolutely dragging that pack up. And, if everything goes to plan and they maintain that speed, then what's going to happen is that by the time the second pit stop comes around, it will be a pack of 9, which is just amazing.
Here's Jack O'Donnell. One of the big talking points of this term was that he was recruited by the Orbit Drop Bear Neptune stable. So Orbit Drop Bear have got 3 entries here. Neptune, Jupiter and Mars. The decipher which entry is which. There's no real point of difference with regards to the livery they're running, but certainly the car choice was interesting there for Orbit. Of course, they've got 3 entries. Daniel Yeaman, Lockhart Brownlee, Tyson Broadbent, Halliday, Acura McLaren, their selection. Porsche and McLaren for this entry. Dial, Nixon and Hilly, and Acura McLaren for Dench, Banks and Lillis. And of course, Dench, the best of those runners at the moment. We're aware of the issues for Tyson Broad, Daniel Yeaman, Lockhart Brownlee already, and Ben Holliday as well. So just on that, when we look down towards pit lane, still, Broad's got back out on the track, so too Mackay. Scott Hazler remains on pit lane. He's about to rejoin the race now, 40th position. So he's 1 lap down. Orbit Drop Bear remained 2 laps down. Everybody is now back out on the racetrack with the Scott Hazler entry returning to the circuit. So That's good news for all and sundry. The longer this race stays green, the more interesting it becomes from a strategic standpoint, now that it's become very clear that stretching it out to 1 hour per stint is beyond the realms of possibility. So if you're a tactician, Brenton, now's where you're getting your mind and your money's worth in terms of putting your brain into gear and thinking this through, because there's going to be a window somewhere in that last hour where you can come in, top up the tank and get home, unless you want to go as far as you can in the hope that you get a late race safety car and then essentially get a free pit stop. There's so many different ways you can go about it, and it's imperative for your aspirations as far as finishing results are concerned that you call it right.
Eventually you're going to have to commit to your strategy. So, the easy play, the conservative play, the safe play is just to run it dry, go again. That's the safe play. You've got a chance though. You've got a chance to take a little bit less fuel. And I'm talking, put in 60 litres and then run a short stint on light fuel, get new tyres on it, and run away from the field. You'll have to pit again, obviously. You're committing to a third stop, but you will make significant gains, so long as there's no safety car that comes in and stuff your plan up, which you can't plan for that.
No, that's right.
But maybe consider running a light stint, committing to getting to about 45 minutes to go in the race, boxing again, and then filling it up from the 45-minute mark, because you know you'll make it home.
So down the back straight we go once more. We picked up our old experienced mates, Brenton Hobson. He's got Reese Wakefield for company. Sebastian Varndell and Jackson Doyle just a stone's throw away from them as well. But Hobbo with Damien Mulqueen behind the wheel now. Damien Mulqueen, 16th place, car number 88. So they've continued to make inroads. And here comes Dylan O'Shea. Pressing along, Reese Wakefield as well, Sebastian Varndell, Jacko Doyle, they're off in the distance. Doyle a little bit further along than the previous two. Down to turn one once more. It was interesting having the discussion with Hobbo. It was very simple. Team leader pulled the trigger, made the final call, pulled rank if you like. Brenton, we look at where car number 88 is at the moment. They started well down in the order. They had the Ford Mustang or the Acura. Apparently the Acura was the preferred option, but then Hobbo said, no, I'm pulling rank, going with the Mustang.
Yep, well, he pays the bills, he gives the thrills, so he just said no. And when he was asked about it, like, well, if it's not the favoured car, why? It's totally transparent. He goes, well, it's the most familiar car to me as a supercar, because that's where he does his miles at, so he's obviously comfortable.
100%.
Yeah, and it's not a bad car around here. It's showing some genuine pace. In the right hands, and it's always in the right hands with Hobbo, it is a competitive car. And the car 88, Damon does an outstanding job. Good co-driver and doing a good job. Now, you've got the 9.5 car of Dylan O'Shea, who's made up a bazillion places. He's made it 23 positions. The car in front, Damon's car with Hobbo as well, they've made up 16 positions. These two teams work together. Like, they'll set up their little test sessions together in the Pro Series. They work together. I'm not saying they share the same setups, I don't know that, but they are quite often in bed with each other, so they're working together here again.
And here they go, down the main straight. So Mulqueen defends on the inside. O'Shea's happy to push him along. Wakefield. And then also Sebastian Varndell, who's no slouch in his own right. Jackson Doyle is another 3.3 down the road. These guys are only 1.0 seconds away from Ross Rizzo, who you just saw bottom a shot. And then they've got to worry about the 5-second deficit that they have to Jackson Evans, who's 14th at the moment. The mid-pack has spread somewhat significantly, but there's still an active battle for 9th out there on the racetrack. And there is still an active battle for 1st and 5th at this point. So 1st and 5th, 4-car deep battles. And there is Hobbo and Mulqueen's entry down through the second of the horseshoes. Down the back straight we go. We pick up our leaders once more. Friday Night Motorsport, the platforms of SimSpeed and also the ASRG. Great to have you along for the ride with the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. And we are pressing ever closer to half race distance which if we continue to go at this pace and green all the way, we're looking at a laps of competition. And now Jamie Christensen ranges up onto the back of Dylan Burst once more. Across the start-finish line, the run to turn one. 3 different teams in the top 3. Hayden Veld holding on the third. Fourth is Lachlan Cower, the second of the Eclipse entries. Evolution and Van Vidal, 5th and 6th. Track temperature update for you. Holding steady, really. 36 degrees the track temperature, 23 the ambient. Dry at this point. Remember, real-world conditions are investigated prior to setting the server up, and they are adhered to as closely as possible. So if it's raining in the jurisdiction of the race on the day, real world, you can expect the wet weather race throughout the course of the season. I wouldn't put it past us to have a late afternoon thunderstorm at Mount Panorama in November either, just quietly speaking from personal experience of having lived there for 9 years. But in the meantime, we go back out onto the back straight once more. So car number 1, Dylan Burst, and car 17 Pavilion Esports, and car 31, the Evolution Racing team. It's interesting, actually, when I have a look at the Eclipse stable and I look at Dylan Burst, I originally had him written down as car number 56, but the fact that he's teaming up with Damon Woods and Cody Deeth raises an even more pertinent question here as we watch the Kane Ryder entry for Team Max Boost. That's Marcus Watson's teammate, of course, down there in 21st position, up on the outside down towards turn 1. This is going to be an overtaking manoeuvre down the inside. Can he hold it? Yes. He's got it done. Very nicely done. Yeah, well done, Kane Ryder. 21st got the better of Hayden Sell. And Jack O'Dyle, the next target for him, 2.6 up the road. Look at these 2 leaders. When I was talking about 56 being car number 1, that's based on the spreadsheet that we were set earlier in the week, gentlemen, courtesy of Sean McNamara. And hello to the great man, no doubt, tuning in either with his friends that he's hanging out with tonight or after the fact on replay. He's used to a delay. He lives in Queensland quietly, but that's another story. The reality of the matter is that Dylan Burst has Damon Woods and Cody Deeth as teammates. My question to you, gentlemen, because you are tapped into the iRacing server, yep. I am not, who's listed as his only co-driver tonight, because if he had both of them on deck, there's no way he would have been double stinting, I wouldn't have thought.
No, I wouldn't think so. But at the moment, there is nobody else. He's only in there by himself. There's nobody else has joined in. Yeah, so that's going to be a story in itself. So
correct.
Every other car has got their co-driver ready to go, except for the car number 1. Now that doesn't mean that Damon or whoever is in the background in their own little private server right now. We can do that in Sim Racing World. We can just jump into a car somewhere else and come up and do some testing. That could be the exact thing that's happening right now. But the risk of that is, what if there's a safety car right now?
Exactly.
There's a safety car right now. You're not in, and you're going to have a pit stop. So one thing I will say, that there's a little bit of a story developing here with the top 3, and I say that deliberately, the top 3. The top 3 are pulled away from 4th. So Dylan Burst, well, does he make a decision here? Does he go hard and drive away, or does he try and back the other 2 up to bring his teammate back in? Because for the first time, Lockie Cowie is no longer in the draft, and the Job Stewart car is only 2.5 seconds behind.
And so more to the point, that Job Stewart entry, that was inside 4 seconds behind. It's now 4.4, 4.5. So the fact that Dylan Burst has gone to the front extends the point that you were talking about. Yes, they've lost Lachlan Cowie as well, but they've also extended the buffer to that guy there, Job Stewart, who is a real threat for obvious reasons.
Yeah, but what's going to happen now is that once Job, and I'm making the assumption that once Job catches up to Lockie, it's going to leapfrog. He's going to gain a second. He's going to get a free second in draft. So he gets within a second of Lockie. We're on lap 17 of their stint, probably another 10, 11 laps to go. So he's going to draw up. He's going to draw himself up, gain that second in the draft, maybe get past Lockie, maybe not, but he's going to make ground there. And like I said before, he's got an extra 2 laps advantage on the Peacenik car behind, and an extra lap advantage on the Burst and Lockie car, the Cowie car.
Correct. So it's all happening here. It's terrific to have you along. Hope you're in.
And also this pack
Halfway
that was...
distance is about to reach us too, Brenton. 2.5 minutes from halfway.
Yeah, it seems to be going so quick.
I know.
I've got I've got an unbelievably good lead commentator that does a lot of the work. Trust me, makes me look... Actually, no, I'm still pretty average. But that pack behind used to be 5 cars. Now it's 2.5, 3 cars. When I say a half, because I reckon Ando's starting to struggle to hold on to these guys as well. So last lap by for... Here we go. So last lap for the Eclipse Sim 1 was a 43.996. For the Vermilion 17 with Jamie Christensen, a 43.996. Hayden Veld a 44 flat. So we're talking about point nothing. But for the first time, well, over the last couple of laps, Jamie Christensen is now half a second a lap slower than the top 3. He's half a second slower than the car behind. So everything's pointing towards the Stewart, the Piesic, and the Anderson car making gains. Unfortunately...
There's also another interesting development here as well within that top 10. So it is the car behind, Harrison Lillis, in 8th place. Now, that had Matthew Dench at the helm, and Dench was running as high as 6th at one point. But that car is 8th and a distant one at that as well. So it'll be interesting to see what's going on there, whether Harry's had some sort of moment or whether, of course, with they're playing it tactically. Here's a replay as well.
Scotty Mackay. So
number 54. He's already been in the wars tonight, if our memory serves as well.
So I'm going to run defense for Scotty here. Probably about 20 minutes before the race started, he found out he was racing. So did a solid job in the Vets series last night. A pretty good job. Split one of the Vets, and that's his main game. Doesn't do a lot of GT driving, but geez, he was enthusiastic, looking forward to it. And now he's going to find himself going a lap down shortly. But again, collecting points for the team. They've got a couple of good drivers. 100%. Yeah, so this is a team that's got Josh Thomas, if and when he's ready, can jump in. Very, very good driver. And Marcelo Rivera, I think Marcelo's also possibly available here. I should know. But the fact is I don't. But there looks like there's a little bit of damage.
Yeah, Scott McKay, Bailey Fred, Sean Lindsay are all registered there as well. Bradley Vaughan's even listed on this team too.
Bailey and Brad Vaughan, that's right. But they've both got real world commitments this weekend.
There we go. Moving to one side. Well done, Scotty.
But he'll get points for the car.
Yeah, absolutely he will. That also highlights another point, mate. To this point, we've run green for 90 minutes and 33 seconds. So there we go. Halfway distance come and gone, right? And there are only 8 cars that have lost a lap or 2 along the way. Some by incident, some by just sheer pace. 36 cars remain on the lead lap. And should we get a safety car and bunch everybody up at some point, that means that there are so many people still in genuine contention, not just for outright position and track position, but battles along the way too, and those precious championship points. Every single one of them is going to make a world of difference at the end of the year when we get the Mount Panorama. But there is nothing in the way of a wave around for every single car that's a lap down as per the regulations. It's only for anyone that may be parked between the safety car and race leader. So therefore, if a safety car should come and you're a lap down, but you're behind the leader, bad luck.
Absolutely, but you play your game properly. Safety car comes out. The expectation is that the leader will pit, stay out, and then become the car between the safety car and the leader. Get your way around, gain a lap, take a pit stop. You're not going to lose a lap in the pit stop. You'll make gains overall. I will also say for guys like Scotty Mackay, and there's a few of them in this that are racing tonight, it gains some experience in a quality field as well, and it makes them hungry to race again in a series like this, or the V8 Pro Series. Gain some experience, and they will only get hungrier, they will only get faster. And so it's great that we've got guys like Scotty who's just improved so much in the last 6 to 12 months, and he'll continue to improve. We've also got a really good battle happening here. I think it's the Ross Rizzo car. Oh, it's pretty deep there. Ross Rizzo, fantastic driver. Has left us for a while, and he's obviously well and truly entrenched back. And again, this is a type thing where Ross used to drive the old car of the future, supercar. Hasn't taken up the Gen 3 at all, from what I understand, but is more than keen, looks like, to jump into a GT car, so it's fantastic to have him back.
Wayne Burke still sitting 8 laps down at the back of the field, 44th place at the moment. The Hayden Callanan entry, which ended up in pit lane as well with some damage, it is 5 laps down. Dean Mackay also damaged, 4 laps down. Tyson Broad's had a moment, he's 2 laps down. So is Scott Hazler. But Blake Urquhart, Robert Crisdale and Scott Mackay remain 1 lap down at the moment. Damien Johnston's got his hands full in a battle here I just saw with Matt Arnold and Ben Jeffrey as well for 30th position on the racetrack. And we are riding with Dylan O'Shea in 16th right now as we cycle lap 54 of the car race. Fastest lap of the race for Job Stewart. There we go.
There
Into the 43s, a 1:43.485. We're not in the 42s yet, but at least we're north of the 44s, which is where we were earlier in this stint. So now Job Stewart has fired the first shot, and he's brought that margin to the leaders down to 3.98 seconds. So he is flying, and look at this battle further back as we ride with Dylan O'Shea.
A couple of experienced handlers here with Ross and Dylan. Dylan, again, another guy who's improved so much over the last 12 to 18 months. Could pick up line 9.5 to get Dylan. Very versatile driver. Love what he brings to the table, and certainly enthusiasm is one of those things. But we can also see on the other screen that Job Stewart is there. So now Job needs to make that move and get it done as quickly as possible on Lockie Cowie and bring some passengers through with him. So Lockie's dropped off significantly from the pack in front. We're talking about Job getting that free second. If you remember, he was about 5.2 seconds off of the lead. He's got that free second now, but now that he's there, he can't drop back and lose that free second.
Oh no, Cowie, sorry, Brenton. Cowie's made a moment through the bus stop. Job Stewart's going to 4th around the outside.
And Peasley's got to slow down.
And Peasley copped a slow down, and Anderson goes through to 6th as well. Critical lap, this 54th lap.
Absolutely it is. So you can tell Peasley had to slow down. Went straight to the high line. He went straight high at Daytona. It's the best way to clear. You can keep your momentum up, but you do lose that time. But you keep your momentum up. You go to the high line, you get rid of your slow down penalty. But right now, for the first time, Job Stewart's gained a spot. He's up to P4. Let's look at the clock. 4 seconds to the lead. Now, last lap, 44.115 for Dylan Burton, 44.175 partially in the draft for Job Stewart, but also maybe a bit of a hold up at the bus stop. But Job is pretty much, well, he's close to getting there. Now, the other thing is, so just a little bit, just probably overcommitted there and probably spent a bit too much time looking in his mirrors, but a very good quick recovery, and and he'll now be able to sit in the draft of Job. Certainly, I reckon, until the end of this stint. Job's showing some serious pace. The one here who's lost out is the Peasley car.
Oh, hugely.
Reese Goosel's going to be put in that car, and Reese is an absolute quality steerer. He'll do a fantastic job getting this home. Reese and John have been ex-World Pro Championship car GT drivers, so they've been on the sim for a lot of years, teamed up for a lot of years as well. They've got Rainer Costello, who's probably at work in the middle of nowhere in Queensland at the moment, up in Thierry. Works in a small mining town in Thierry, so he won't be able to race tonight. And also Gallen is great to have him back in the GT series as well. So all 4 of them are very, very good GT drivers. I actually tried to talk them out of going together because 2 of them sitting on the sidelines doesn't work for me, but what? Try and convince a driver of common sense. It doesn't always work.
No, that's exactly right. What's common sense these days, Brenton? Let's have a look at this. Anderson in 5th place, fending off Cowie. So Anderson has gone through on Cowie last time through. Yeah. Cowie's mistake that lost him 4th to Stewart has now lost him 5th to Anderson, because Anderson's on a charge, and we knew that this guy would bring his best to the table tonight. So you got Eclipse Vermilion, 2 Evolutions, and Vendaval in the top 5. Vendaval in the top 5 for the first time tonight, and it was just pure slipstream, pure draft, pure run, and good yield from Lachlan Cowie, knowing that there's still the better part of 80 minutes to go.
Yeah, so the news is, I said make sure you're going to check something, because the news isn't any better for the car number 1. there is no co-driver in the car number 1. So, and he's on lap 20, could be lap 25 at the end of this.
Yeah, and it's lap 56 of the race.
Yep. So there's about 47, 46 laps to go. So the driver fair share is not a problem.
Yeah, that's fine.
But it becomes a problem if you're not in the car. And don't forget, you might only need to come in for a splash and dash. But, we're talking 8 to 10 seconds stationary in the pit. If you're doing a driver change, you ain't going to be stationary for 8 to 10 seconds. You're going to hemorrhage time. So right now, if you're Jamie Christensen or Hayden Veld, Joe Stewart, Josh Anderson, you're actually starting to think, there's nobody in that car. How hard do we need to go?
Yeah.
So, if anyone out there is listening in Eclipse land, you need a co-driver.
Well, that's exactly right, because it's instant disqualification, is it not? Because it falls foul of the regulations if you don't have a co-driver.
Yeah.
So, we'd hate to see the first night of school overshadowed by controversy, but then again, that's motor racing. A bit like the common sense discussion, a bit like everything else. I've always said that if you like your motorsport, you've also got to like your politics. 1 hour, 21 minutes and 13 seconds to go. Dylan Burst is the leader. There's a big asterisk next to that one at the moment until we see a co-driver join the server.
No, so we've just got word from Eclipse that Keith will be there. He's just got home from work. He's going to be there in 2 minutes. So there you go.
Cody Deck. Yep.
So
goodness.
That clears that up very quickly.
Converted.
Yep. Well done out there listening in Eclipse land. I imagine that's Kobe probably out there listening. So thank you for that.
Indeed. So, crisis averted for them on the first night of the term. We pick up Damon Mulqueen in 17th at the moment. He's lost out to Reece Wakefield and Dylan O'Shea. Dylan's gone through to 15th and Reece to 16th. The other point as well, Brenton, and it's extraordinary, the correlation as we have a look at that overtaking manoeuvre. So that was Mulqueen losing out to Wakefield. Antic Simsport going through to 16th. And Varndell now right on his clucker. It's interesting for mine, and it's poetic timing, really. It wasn't even planned this way that we're having this discussion now. We're talking about driver changes. Well, look at where the time's at, mate, where the better part of 56 and so we're about 44 minutes into this stint. We're at the most about 12 minutes away from that second round of pit stops having been gone, come and went, based on what we saw first time round of that 56-minute run time, and we are still green. So that's not going to extend the life of the stint any longer, you wouldn't imagine, if everybody's filled to the brim first time round, which you imagine they would, all in the attitude of going as far into the race as they possibly can before that second stop. And then the games will start, because everyone will start thinking, well, we've got to plan for third stop anyway, so do we go short, do we go long, do we try and get some clear air, what do we do?
I think it's a no-brainer. I think you short field. That's just me. I haven't had a chat with my guys, I'm too busy entertaining myself here, but I would short field.
And us as well, mate, yes.
Yeah. So, thank you. I would short field, because you're not going to make it. So where's the benefit in carrying a heavy tank around for the next 50 minutes and then doing a splash and dash? If you're going to put new tyres on the car, use them. Don't you dare come to the finish line with tyres that are only a few laps old. There's no point in that. You're wasting an opportunity. So the thing is that there's a couple of cars here. So the Dylan Burst car we know, and the Josh Anderson car and the Lockie Cowie car, they're going to have to show their hand, because they went 1 lap shorter in the first stop. Let's make the assumption that they're going to go 1 lap shorter again. The only car I'd probably question is the Job Stewart car, whether he has to come in on the same lap now, because he's been going hard without assistance for quite a long while this stint. Yeah. But they'll show their hand whether they're going to go long or short. So,
and this will be deliberate from Jamie Christensen, you would think, tactical.
Absolutely.
Extend that stint out an extra lap again, and then that gives you some good leverage going into that final round of pit stops in the third stint into the fourth, and they'll be quite happy with where they're placed at the moment. No one came here to muck around. They've all strapped themselves in, buckled up, held on tight. They're here and they mean business, and we're seeing that in the early stages of the season. Remember, we've got another 15 hours of racing at 5 iconic venues to come. 2 stops in America, 1 in Japan, 1 in Belgium, 1 in France, 1 in Australia. In this series, we finish on our home turf on the same weekend as the Bathurst 1000 for the ASRG, and that is going to be awesome viewing. We hope you'll join us for that. And don't forget, of course, we talk about the Wednesday night being the entree. The Friday night is one of the main courses. The Saturday, you get your qualifying and your top 10 shootout out of the road. And, of course, some support racing in there as well. And then Sunday, the big one. So it is an enormous weekend for all involved, remembering that we'll be here till midnight on the Friday night and backing it up for about 9 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. So that is a huge weekend and very little sleep for anybody that's involved. But we wouldn't have it any other way. It's going to be Christmas for motorsport fans of the virtual variety. Eclipse Sim Squad, and you mentioned good old. The name escapes me at the moment, and it shouldn't, because he's a good mate of mine, Rainer Costello. Thank you. Rainer Costello is a great little steerer. He's a good little operator, not just in real world, but sim world as well. We want to say good luck to all our mates that are competing in the Australian Karting Championship this weekend in Port Melbourne. We want to say as well, good luck to everybody in Queensland contending with another band of rain coming through. Some of them have got absolutely nothing to do tonight, Brenton, because all the local sports just about being called off for the weekend. So hopefully they are making the most of the free time they've got and tuning into our coverage of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. Pit stop time, Adam Jepson, 5 minutes and 50 seconds. I'm not sure what that one's all about, please. A bit of structural damage. Okay, so that's the Bluebell Racing Team entry, dropping down car number 525 all the way down to 43rd position. 6 laps down now, and Hayden Callan is the beneficiary of that because he's moved back to 42nd.
Well, we do hope the Queenslanders amongst us are enjoying the night, and hopefully tomorrow, for those that follow the cricket, hopefully tomorrow you're not quite as up and about as you are tonight.
Well, actually, aren't you glad? Aren't you glad you got pitching rights for that in South Australia? Because if it was up here, it'd be a bloody washout, Brett.
Absolutely. Well, I do live in Victoria. I do live on Phillip Island, let it be known. But yes,
the gateway to hypothermia. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So been here a while now. But so for those who are in Queensland, welcome. And what's it there now? It's only 20 past 9 your time. So
don't rub it in.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't do McNamara's job while he's not here, please. You're right.
Every other state we can see the future.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely. Including my family down in the beautiful New South Wales Hunter Valley. 20 past 10 Eastern Daylight Time. 20 past midnight on a Saturday morning in New Zealand. I bet you're burning the candle, getting the coffee brewing for another cup before you go to bed here, ladies and gentlemen. We're just easing into this. We're all going to be running on adrenaline at the end of this night, and then we've got to worry about trying to shut down and go to sleep and get some adequate shut-eye. And, of course, over on the West Coast, well, it's dinner time over there, so what great prime-time entertainment for you. Pit stops underway. John Peasnick, the first one in the second round of pit stops.
Okay, so let's see what card John plays. I'd imagine there's going to be a driver change. There will be. Reese Goose will get into the car. The most interesting thing here is how long they're stationary for. So generally stationary in the first stop to fill with tyres. Let's just call the average 42, 43 seconds.
Yep.
Let's see what the Peasnick car does. Let's see if they play their hand and go light, or let's see if they go conservative. There's nothing wrong with going conservative in round one. You're collecting points. But there's an opportunity. Say you put 5 laps less fuel in, then when everybody else takes their stop, you're going to come out on the back of them and using their their draft to stay up there. But it looks like they've taken the conservative route, 42.1 seconds stationary, so they have fielded up.
I'm just waiting because our chat thread, our Pro Series broadcast messenger chat thread, has the great man Sam Mann type message that we speak. He'll have taken the bait on our comments about future in Queensland and whatever else. Sure, of course, the number one ticket holder for the Brisbane Heat. Of course, off to the stadium in 2032-33 for the BBL. Sad to see the Gabba actually being knocked down, to be fair. It would have served a great purpose for state, domestic, even women's international and national cricket going forward. But the Queensland government have got other ideas, and a new stadium on the way for the Brisbane Olympics of 2032. Look at the battle here. Top three. Burst, Christensen, Veld, a coat of varnish has split them for the entire night so far, and we are on lap 62, and we are still going through this second stint here. But we are on the cusp of that second round of pit stops. This is the 31st lap of the stint for Burst, and for Christensen and Veld, it is the 30th. So we're very perilously close to seeing everybody transit down the lane once more. Looking forward to it. And Dylan Stove and Liam Reston have already done just that.
The one thing Veld hasn't done this entire stint, now he's been going for 20, so this is coming up his 30th lap. One thing he hasn't done is made any attempt to pass.
No,
none. He's been extremely disciplined, extremely patient. Let's see again what the strategy is here, whether they go light or whether they go long. Either way though, he's going to have a slight advantage, ever so slight advantage with fuel, you would think. So we see that Byron Phillips is back in the Eclipse 69. Obviously Lockie did a good solid stint, no doubt. However, probably wasn't quite on the pace as Byron. So Byron's back in that car after that pit stop.
Round we go. Keep one eye on pit lane, boys. It's about to be 100 activity here. Burst, Christensen, Burst is in. Burst is the first one to peel off. We're not surprised by that. Veld and Christensen go on to lap 63. The World Centre of Racing, Daytona International Speedway. We're
in as well.
1 hour and 11 minutes away from the end of this one. 1 hour, 49 minutes run so far. Stewart in as well. Josh Anderson, wow. No. Josh Anderson gets a black flag for speeding in pit lane. His charge is done. Can you believe that?
And that's about 40 seconds too. It's a chunky penalty that iRacing throw at you.
Oh,
that's done. Yeah, it's done. I think it's probably way too harsh.
Agreed.
But, yeah, that's ended his days for this event. The thing is that stands out is that last time both the Eclipse cars pitted at the same time, we were able to work together. This time Dylan's flying solo as he comes in. So I'm not sure if they've done a driver swap. I haven't seen them do the swap yet at all. So he's going to be doing a lot of laps here. So
it's so interesting for mine to see that you're right, Dylan's back out there again.
So they short field. So
to see that Jamie Christensen and Hayden Veld are 16 seconds ahead of Harrison Lewis. That's the big buffer that they've put on between them and the third pack of cars. Go for it, Brenton.
So the most important thing that's happened here is that both Burt and Stewart have both short field. Burt has gone 27 seconds. We know why that is, because they need to create time for their second stop to get the driver change.
The third
Job
stop,
Stewart, Job Stewart, who doesn't need to do a driver swap, did a 24-second stop. Now, I would think that what they've done, they've looked at the burst car, and as soon as the burst car's off the jacks, then they're going to go, bang, we're going to go, and we'll be with you. So, very, very strategic move by both cars, very strategic move. Let's see if it pays off. They've got a little bit of traffic. Actually, no, in the clear of the traffic already. So, they're in the clear. Now, the other car we did see pit already, both cars, Byron Phillips and the Reese Kusu car, they fully filled. So they took 42 seconds on. So they've dropped 18 seconds in pit stop alone. I don't think they're going to make that up, because right now these guys have got light fuel, new tyres, working together uninterrupted. They will be driving away. So this is where the race at. We know what's happened to Josh Anderson, unfortunately, with the slowdown, with the speeding in pit lane. This is where the race is at, these two cars.
Absolutely it is. So Christensen, Veld, Urs, Stewart, Detch, and then it's interesting to see that Christensen and Veld have gone on to lap 65. This is a long run from them. Urs is third. Fourth is Job Stewart. Fifth is Detch. So that's playing out on pit lane. Phillips is going to come through and take that. Jacob O'Reilly is in pit lane as well. Reese Scousel has come through. He's jumped up at a 6th spot now. The interesting thing for mine is Alexander Bird has taken control of the entry that Josh Anderson was piloting for the first, better part of 2 hours. And those guys have dropped all the way down to 21st position. That's a real cruel and costly blow. And Hayden Veld's going again.
Now, remember what I said only about 2 or 3 laps ago. What hadn't Hayden done the entire race? He hasn't raced. He's been sitting there patiently, saving fuel, and now he can. And yeah, this is where you sink the boot in. This is where you need to go fast. But this is also where you need to look at the JRT or look at your whatever timing that you use and go, Joe pitted for 24 seconds. Dylan pitted for 27 seconds. We're going to go 26 seconds or whatever, and we're going to stay with these two and stay in draft. That's what I'm hoping anyway.
Oh boy, it's ramping up in intensity, ladies and gentlemen. Don't move a muscle, don't touch the dial. Stay tuned here on the platforms of SimSpeed and the ASRG. We are far from done at the World Centre of Racing. Welcome to some of my friends and colleagues who've been tuning in to the GSRC broadcast that we'll be wrapping up about now. They're the Le Mans Hypercar Series at Le Mans, of course, wrapping up tonight. Aidan Luthwaite, the champion there. The big news, and I don't think I'm breaking rank by revealing this, is that he's been recruited by the Orbit Drop Bear stable as well for next term. So that's a big coup for them. But
so Christensen did his pit as well. This is the old Ratway white car has pitted. Christensen has stayed in the car.
So that to me is a bit surprising. Jamie did a really good stint. I didn't think he had the pace originally, but once he got stuck behind Verse, he was quite comfortably able to keep up. So well done to him. However, again, I think there's a strategic error with these guys pitting long. I honestly think there was an opportunity to be aggressive here in pit lane. Two of those cars have taken it. Hayden Veld's in the pit right now. Right now, I wish I was in the ERT Discord saying, this is what you need to be doing. I'm staying here, biting my lip, but hopefully they'll look at this and see an opportunity to be very, very fast for the next 20 laps.
It's one of those nights, and I said it to you blokes before we got going as well. You just don't know where to look this evening. Hobbo pleaded with me. He said, don't give me any spoilers from the AFL. I don't want to know. Although as a Carlton fan, maybe you do me a favour and I don't bother watching the match and depress myself even further. I haven't revealed any spoilers with regards to the NRL, but I did tell people at the start of the day, if they do watch what we normally do on a Friday night, they have two screens at their disposal so they can watch this and the GSRC as well. Big Friday night of motorsport in the sim racing world. Watch this.
Loving this.
They come round.
Loving the aggression.
Coming back out onto the racetrack, right at the front of the train. He hasn't raced all night, but he's now going to lead it, Brenton.
They're loving the aggression on the pit stop here and the strategy. So,
27.3.
Yeah, so 27.4 for Burst, plus 3 laps. Dylan Burst has done an extra 3 laps, and they both did 27 seconds pit stops. Advantage, heavy advantage to the Hayden Veld car here because he was patient. Look, it's an enduro, it's not a sprint. As exciting as this race has been, at the moment, dare I say, the smartest guy is leading, but that doesn't mean he's going to be the quickest guy. We're certainly not handing him any trophy right now, but right now he's done an exceptional job. These 3 guys need to go. They need to go now. They've got a significant advantage. They've got 15 seconds back to Jamie Christensen, who is all by himself. He has no friends to help him. Back further, it's Byron Phillips, who is all by himself. You've got 3 cars who were first, second and third on the grid, I believe, from my memory. There's a reason they're at the front right now. They were aggressive with their pit strategy. They weren't going to be just sitting back. They've seen what the Burst car did. The Burst car and the Stewart car both played their hands early. Hayden and help me out here.
I'll help you out.
I
thought you were on a roll. I thought you were going,
I wasn't. Lockie Capel.
Lockie Capel. We're talking about your team, of course, the Evolution Racing team. Yeah.
I was about to say Lockie Cole, the other Lockie. No, it was my birthday the other day. I'm old, all right. Getting joke. I'm going
and by the way, many happy returns for that too, by the way. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well,
that's unusual about the candles because there wouldn't be enough candles to pour them out.
I was going to say 9 times getting barbs during the broadcast, but producer Jay in the ear with the comedy festival, which is underway at the moment, very on. Hayden Veld, Dylan Burst, Job Stewart. Job Stewart now right in this race as well. We knew he would be. Evolution 1 and 3, Eclipse 2 and 5, Vermilion 4. Game on at the World Centre of Racing. Can you believe we've not had a caution yet in the opening round of the season? Exemplary driving from all and sundry tonight. But, gentlemen, we know this caper, we know how it works. The closer we get to the checkered flag, the more onus there is on getting the job done, pressing forward. So the aggression is expected to intensify over the course of the final hour.
So we know here that the last stop, Joe, was 3 seconds quicker in the pit. So he was stationed for 24 and Dylan was stationary for the 27. We know that there's a 3 second advantage between the two. But do we know there's a 3 second advantage? Because how much fuel did they both put in? Did Job save 3 seconds extra of fuel in that middle stint? I'm not so sure he would have, because he was pushing very hard. And even right now, he's helping the Eclipse car move up. I'm not even sure you need to be doing that, Joe, because you've got a teammate out in front at the moment. So what we're doing is, this group is going to be a quick group. It's already looking at last lap. A 43.9 for Hayden, 43.7 for Dylan, 43.787 fastest lap last time round for Job Stewart. And then we're getting chunky with deep 44s, 44.4, 44.4, 44.2. So these guys are making their move now.
Nice move there on the inside. I think that was Tim Hancock on the inside, Damon Mulqueen. So that was 16th. Mulqueen slips back to 17th. The dead giveaway was that it was Mulqueen that we were driving on board with the Synergy Sim Racing entry. And there we go. In the bottom right-hand side of your screen, Tim Hancock. Momentum Motorsport on screen at the moment. Good to see a chance to showcase these guys, because we mentioned them in the opener and in the grid rundown, but we haven't really had a chance to focus on them yet. Here he is coming up on the inside of Brodie Septons. Now the whips are cracking. Now the charge is on. The onus is pushing forward, and he's done that. Nice move on the inside. Displaces Septons, moves up to 15th. Next target, Reece Wakefield. You sense that the Momentum Motorsport stable want to lead this pack of cars through the third stint of the race. When we now know, as you can see the clock heading towards the 1 hour marker, 60 minutes to go and a few seconds on top, you know that there's going to be a final splash and dash as part of the strategy play here.
Absolutely, plus a driver change for the car one, but good job by Momentum. Tim Hancock and crew have moved up 11 spots, up to P15 now. Now, I don't know what their goal was, but I would imagine if you said to them at the start of the race, you will finish top 15, I reckon they would take that. There's a bit of a move there.
Have a look at that too, by the way. Brodie Septons, most positions gained, up 24 spots at the moment, from 40th on the grid to 16th. Good hustle for 9.5 Sim Sport. We probably expected nothing less from that stable. That's, of course, Dylan O'Shea and Brodie Septons in the absence of the team owner, Sean McNamara, tonight.
Yeah, well, Sean's having a pseudo well-deserved break. I'll tell you, he's put a lot of hours into this series. He's done a lot, him and Hobbo in particular, a lot of hours. I almost felt guilty for a little while, because with real-life commitments, I wasn't able to jump in and help as much as we wanted to, but you know, when you've got a good bunch of blokes that you're working with, you can trust them, you know they're going to get the job done, and they absolutely do. So, fantastic ever. And because of people like Sean and Hobbo, etc., that's why we've got this series running. And again, I said, fantastic support from the gamesmen. Like I said at the start, and I'll say it again, please support those that support us. The Logitech Gs, the Gamesman, Playseat, MPI, OG Gear. Support those that support us, because, like I said, without them, there is no us.
It doesn't happen. Yeah, exactly right. It's great to have so many people invested in this series from the outset as well. But that goes on the back of their investment in the success of the supercar offering as well. It didn't take much, arm twisting and pulling to convince them to get around this series as well. And great to have the Gamesman on board as the naming rights sponsor as well. We're inside the final hour, round 1 of 6 of the championship. The Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series from the Daytona International Speedway. We're on lap 70 now. So there's the other thing as well. That 100 lap target is still well and truly alive here. Here we go. Down the inside, positional change. Pierce, O'Reilly, and Pierce as the beneficiary of O'Reilly getting a slowdown. So the number 9 for Vermillion slowing down, and we saw that earlier with the Chev Corvette entry. It is a costly invoice at that section of the circuit. Haydenveld still holding on from Dylan Burst, but Job Stewart is ready to pounce. 1, 2, and 3. The Evolution Racing Team, ERT, well represented in the top 3 at the moment. They've got first and third there, and you can see Stephen McCartan's one well worth highlighting as well, up 18 spots. So we mentioned Brody Stetton's up 24. McCartan's had a solid run as well. Car number 51 for the OPR stable, of course, and the OPR stable got 4 entries on this grid. McCartan's teaming up with Jake Edwards, Ryan Campbell, and Darcy Inwood this season.
So the top 3 are averaging half a second a lap faster. So by the time they do their pit, so it's obviously going to be a shorter stint now. By the time they do their pit and get on some new tyres, a lot of it's going to be traffic orientated where they come out, of course. But they will come out significantly in front. I want to give a shout out to the car 79, one we haven't seen or spoken of now. The car, the Arate Esports, Esports, I probably should know. But
Arate,
they have
Arate.
What a good
Byron
job
Pearce.
they've done. Byron Pearce in the car at the moment. Haven't shown them a hell of a lot. I'd like to give them a bit of a shout out. Number 1 for supporting the series, getting involved. Number 2, getting themselves in the top 10. Now they've gone up. They've gone up 7 spots.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
New leader.
New leader.
Dylan Burst to the outside. Haydenveld to the inside. Still trying to hold on. Here comes Job Stewart as well. Stewart down the inside and Burst and going to second. It's millimetres in it. A cone advantage as they fell to the dog leg. Stewart's going to have the inside running as they head up to the West Horseshoe at the back of the circuit, but he has to yield for the moment. Then he dives down the inside. Job done on the inside, maybe. Have a look at this. Burst to the outside, no. He has to tuck in and follow. Stewart is second. That was under threat from Burst. Withstood that pressure. It opened up the door for Job to pounce on Dylan Burst, and now ERT are 1-2 at Daytona.
Yeah, that's fantastic racing. Not sure they need to get this involved. They need to stay fast here. They want to get a gap behind them. This will take time away from them, we know, but it also might be a long-term game with the ERT guys working together. I think Hayden's probably the 3rd fastest out of this group in front, the group with him, but I also think Job's probably the fastest out of the 3 of them. Don't forget, the Job Stewart car at one stage was over 5.5 seconds off of the lead. They've strategized their way back into the front group. They've driven fast and consistent to get their way into the front group. Let's see if they can keep pushing this advantage.
Our producer Jay Kennedy was focusing on the bitumen there a few moments ago. All right, let's follow this battle to turn 1 again, because the fireworks ignited here last time round, but not this time round. Veld, Stewart happy to let his teammate lead from the front for the moment. I don't think that'll last terribly long, just quietly. But there's been a fair bit of debris and dirt kicked up around the racetrack tonight. Debris has been a huge talking point since updates to the server, and there's another example of it, in around about late November, early December. But we haven't seen too many people trip up on it yet tonight.
No, so there was a change with the amount of debris and rubber build-up from iRacing in the last update. It's gone from an insane amount to probably a bit more realistic amount. But yeah, we're talking, yeah, absolutely. So we're talking 44 cars have done, how many laps are we up to now? We're up to 71 laps.
Now.
Yeah, so there's a lot of cars doing a lot of laps. So the rubber debris is actually, well,
there it is.
It's a bit of explosion there. So I'm not sure what type. I'm not sure if they're running Bridgestone Yokohamas or Dunlops. I've got no idea. Pirellis. But there's an awful lot of them lying around on the road now.
They've worn the grass groove out, actually, of that small patch west of, or to the driver's left of the Ribble Strip runoff area. There's been a fair bit of whipper stripping going on at the bus stop tonight. Round we go, 53.5 minutes to go. So if we go green all the way and there's a pit stop thrown in for good measure, what did I say earlier? 7 by 4 and 7 by 7, so 49, so that's 28, 29. Probably no more than 30 laps when you consider there's pit lane transit in there as well. So we're on target for that 103, 31 laps probably. We're on target for that 103 that you were talking about if it went green all the way. That seemed ambitious, but I tell you what, it's within striking distance now. You wouldn't have betted against a safety car tonight, but again, you just never know what to expect when you turn up here. Down to turn 1, the 51 to the inside.
Yeah, so Reese is, I'm not sure if that's for position. Yes, it is. So good move by Stephen McCartan there. So that car. So we were talking about OPR maybe being slightly disappointed in their early performance. Certainly coming home strong now. That was the same with the Bathurst 12 hour. The Mustang just kept on getting involved at the end. Didn't see much of it at the start, but when it was needed at the point end, when track temps came down, it was certainly there. And it's the same with now. So Reese has dropped off a little bit overall, down to P7. I'm sure they would be too unhappy with that. But a really, really good effort here by the OPR 51.
Strap in and buckle up and hold on. 52 minutes here at the World Centre of Racing. Heading from what time? It's a shot on the platforms of the SimSpeed Esports Network. But there is no doubt about that. Through we go. Top 3, code advantage, 0.3 of a second. The third one of those is Dylan Burst. He's lost toe. He's lost contact with the top 2 for the moment. The Evolution Racing team have taken off at the front of town. 0.6 of a second now back to Burst. Christensen is a very distant 4th, 17 seconds down the road, but they went a full stop. They went to 41 seconds. So too did Byron Phillips. So too did Reece Scousel. And I'm having a look down to see where Matty Dench is. He went the full stop as well. They're planning an extremely light stop on the run home. You seem to think that that wasn't the right way to go, Brenton, and this is why you call the shots. This is why you play spotter and you're involved in the tactics with regards to the ERT team when you're not here in the booth with us, and we do appreciate you, of course, stepping in to fill in for both Scotty Rankin and Lockie Mansell, who are unavailable. And Scotty, of course, tuning in whilst he's driving home from Sydney to Grafton tonight. The interesting point for mine is it's all about car weight, isn't it? And if you're carrying a full tank, you're carrying more weight. So if you take half a tank now, half a tank at the next pit stop, you're doing yourself a little bit of a justice in the weight department.
Don't forget, you're getting on new tyres earlier as well, and you're going to use all of those new tyres in the next stint. So tell me, if you're taking full fuel last time around, where are you going to gain that time back? You're just not. These guys have done exceptionally well. Again, they're consistently half a second a lap quicker. What used to be, 13 seconds last time I talked, it's now close to 18 seconds. So these three are driving away. And also right now, what we might be seeing, your friend Chapo mentioned it before, there might be an advantage with the Chev. And if there is, we're seeing it now. And if these two guys can continue to work together, they will start pulling away from Dylan Burst. Now we know Hayden, I think, has a fuel advantage over the other two. But right now, Job is doing a great job working together with Hayden and maybe pulling apart Dylan Burst and Eclipse Sim Sports, because right now, for the first time, it's over a second.
And rut traffic still playing its part here as well. So the lights are flashing. Get out of the road. We're coming through.
Good to see a BMW out there, though. It's very good to see a Bimmer.
In fact, I didn't get the final number with regards to the total manufacturer interest tonight. I know 9 have been nominated across all entries for the series, but whether all 9 are out there tonight, we know there are no Lamborghini being nominated, but I'm not sure exactly what the full manufacturer breakdown at the end of the day was. Jay might be able to get across that one for us.
They really need this Bimmer to get out of the way, otherwise all their work is cooked. And I think right now, Dylan, we were talking about Dylan being over a second behind. He's now well under a second. They won't be too thrilled with that. And then further that, Dylan will get a draft off of this Bimmer after they go to the bus stop, and then there'll be some pain restriction, shall we say. Yep.
Absolutely. However, the way it's looking at the moment, Burst is going to get balked as he goes through the bus stops. So it will be on the flip side of the bus stop where Burst needs to make light work of that Bimmer, and look at him setting it up to do so.
He's going to get straight through here. He's going to go around the outside. Which is not the ideal line for him. Yeah, it's not ideal for Dylan. And he's still on the outside. So, yeah, so the other car, I don't know who it is, sorry, but they certainly have it lifted. It's not ideal for Dylan here. And I don't think that Bimmer's got a bit of stick to it too, so he won't be too happy with that.
Correct. Now the headlights flash from the Bimmer as well. Now our leaders ERT 1-2. There goes Veld and Stewart. So Stewart led momentarily. We're being reliably informed, and Veld has taken it back on the run to turn 1. So, okay, I ask you this now, team owner. Take the ASRG hat off, take the commentator hat off, put the ERT one on. Are there any sorts of team orders doing the rounds within the stable tonight? No? There's no multi-21 garbage? Good.
No multi-21 or in the end multi-1-2. There was neither of those. So, no, we don't do that. Look, don't get me wrong. There have been times in other races where if someone's behind is faster, crazy not to. We actually ask them to move over. And in fact, the last V8 Pro race, probably for the first time ever, we actually asked Ethan Grigalt to get out the way for Robbie Gibbs to get through, which is extremely rare, if ever. That just shows you the improvement in Robbie Gibbs. But no, certainly. But this is opening night, ERT is testing the water as we're not traditionally a GT3 team, so the guys have done a sensational job, not just driving the car so far, but picking the right car for this race. Doesn't mean it's going to be the right car for the next 5 races, mind you. That's why we can choose 2 cars. So, this job's not done. There's 46 minutes to go, and the team leads by an entire 1.3 seconds.
Correct. Corey Bennett just coming back out onto the racetrack now as well for the Azure stable. So that's an interesting one. We'll follow that with, I did see his name late addition to the entry list actually earlier today. Okay, so 951 and 88. So this is Hobbo's entry with David Mulqueen behind the wheel, and Mulqueen. Let's have a look at this. Up and under, hip and shoulder, up and under, and still good. Brody Sanders holds on to 18th for the moment. Yeah, nicely done, very cleanly. So that Azure SimSport stable, Autosport stable entry, was that car number 9? I saw the name Corey Bennett. I saw the name Corey Bennett pop up on the screen. I'm just trying to get the rego number on that. 11. Azure Autosports now. Oh, hang on. That's a moment for 9-5.
Oh, good save. Good save
as well. Probably saved us a safety car, did Brody Sentence just now. That's and don't worry. There's talk. There's chatter. When is it coming? We want one. We need one.
We don't need one.
Well, no, I'm not saying we do. I'm saying there are competitors messaging me, hello Sam Chapman, saying we now need one. We're in a position where I need a safety car to get back into this race. So, Brody Sanders drops to 21st position. Connor Nixon, a beneficiary of that. Marcus Watson back in behind them as well. That battle pack is stacked with talent at the moment. So Brody Sanders down to 21st position, trying to keep in touch with Connor Nixon. This was a monumental save. Let's have a look at this through the bus stop. Just got it all crossed up, all out of shape, but watch the tank slapper. So that was the overtaking manoeuvre. There's the tank slapper.
Did a real good job saving that. That could have gone absolute to Narnia. Now, one thing I will say, Mr. Producer, probably hasn't been mentioned, we've got a fantastic crowd watching. If you go to the grandstands at Daytona, it's a packed house here to watch our series. So look at that in the background. It's absolutely amazing.
Terrific. Terrific.
Give us a crowd shot.
No, so you can tell that's race awareness from Damon Mulqueen right there. You could tell that the entrance by the 9.5 entry was fluffed, and he hugged the inside, got the perfect run through, capitalised, and steered clear of any potential dramas that might have unfolded behind him. And good car control still as well from the 9.5 entry of Brody Sentence in the process as well. So Azure Autosports car number 11, Corey Bennett. It's that was an interesting one because I, for whatever reason, didn't have that on the run sheet going into tonight. Have a look at the crowd at the World Centre of Racing.
So we did a special $10 entry because it's our first race, and look at the crowd. They've all showed up.
It's just paid for your commentary invoice for the night, Brenton. It's fantastic. Have a look.
Not quite, but it's getting close. I didn't know I was taking a chop, but anyway.
Have a look at the crowd. It's fantastic. Also, I'll ask you this one. Service settings on the day, I know that's a prerequisite within the supplementary regulations. We see World Sports Car Racing here, the Rolex 24, we see it go into the dark. Was there any discussions had about whether we do take this thing into prime time or not?
There absolutely was. There absolutely was talk to do that. And it's proven that it does work. However, sometimes with a broadcast, and Jay would know this, it doesn't quite look as good when you're just watching headlights. So we're actually thinking of doing it at sunset, which would have looked spectacular. But we thought the more consistent way to go would be just to do, like I said, it's race number 1. We didn't want to get too experimental. We want to know, we were probably conservative. As the series goes on, we can actually start being a bit more inventive.
Oliver Patterson and Rob Carmichael were listed down in that Azure Autosport stable. It's the first time we've actually really mentioned those guys all night in car number 11. Here's Hayden Veld still leading the way, and Job Stewart's right there. They've put 2.2 seconds between themselves and the Eclipse SimSport entry of Dylan Burse. This is magnificent. Vermillion's Jamie Christensen is 4th, then Byron Phillips. Stefan McCartan's had an almighty run. Byron Pierce is still in there. Reece Gusell as well in the Chev. Down to the bus stop. And the ultimate pressure being applied. Teammate on teammate. The ultimate showdown here. Hayden Veld, Job Stewart. We are on lap 80, and we have, well, lap 79, I should say. 80 is about to be upon us. And we have 41.25 minutes to go at the World Centre of Racing. The question is, when do we see that pit lane activity? We are waiting with bated breath and eager anticipation for that, because that is going to be such a telling part of the final 3/4 of an hour of our coverage tonight. And don't forget, post-race show coming up as soon as we're done. We'll have the top 3 in here for a chat before we quickly skedaddle and hopefully get you out of here before we're saying good morning to you. There was a joke about that doing the rounds in our chat thread earlier in the week too. Such is the 8:30 start time of a 3-hour race. Out along the back of the circuit through the infield once more. It's been smooth sailing so far, Brenton. There are going to be winners and losers right down throughout the paddock. Some guys have rode their luck and it's paid off, and there are some guys that they'll, saddle up and go again and hope for a better result when we get to Fuji.
Absolutely. I want to highlight another car, the car 994. Reese Wakefield's in the car at the moment.
Yeah.
Haven't had a lot of looking at him. Here we go. What a solid job. What an absolute solid job. They've gained 14 positions up to P16. This is again through, well, they've taken the conservative approach with strategy, but that's fine in this case. They're just getting the job done, they're getting the laps under the belt, and they're making gains. By the time they leave here, if they're P16 in the championship after one race, I reckon they'll be pretty happy with that. Started P30 on the grid, worked their way up just through persistence. It's a consistent lap time. Looks like they're going to drop a spot here.
Yep, that was Kobe Jones on the inside of the Summit SimSport by Flash Graphics entry.
Yep, so good move by Kobe there. But again, I don't think Antique Motorsports will be overly unhappy with where they are right now. And also don't forget, a lot of the times when you're with your the other series that you're with, and the other series that other drivers are with, hey,
Joe Stewart on pit road. So there we go. Shots fired.
This is a lap earlier than I would have thought. Still 39 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in the window. There's no doubt. But what I would think is, why wouldn't 2 ERT cars pit at the same time? They had an advantage in regards to using each other's aero and push. Right now, though, they're not using that advantage. I would have thought a better move would be to pit at the same time. It's actually quite a longish stop here. There we go. That's about right. Yep. Oh, has he? Okay, so tyres are on. Yeah, this is a longer
still on
stop.
The pit road.
Hasn't got a penalty. No, away.
No.
33 seconds.
33.
That's okay. So long as he's got clear air, he can do something with that. It'll be interesting to see. Yeah, 33 seconds is a bit longer than I thought it would be, to be honest with you. But it's all relative as to where Christensen is and Burse and Veld at the end of it.
And it's interesting, I had that correspondence with Sam Chapman. There's Hayden Veld, by the way. Dylan Burse 3.1 down the road. I've been having that back and forth correspondence with Sam Chapman. He said that he stitched Lewis Greathead up, and we've had Lewis on the screen there just momentarily a few seconds ago. Greathead sitting 12th at the moment because he lost the toe early stint. All the pit crew overlays still in the way of his vision, so he stitched himself up and therefore unfortunately stitched Lewis up. The joys of multi-driver racing, unfortunately. He's there rooting for a safety car at the moment because those guys do have the pace to wedge their way into the top 10 if we do get a course, full course competition caution in the final half hour. And that's the thing, it won't be a NASCAR style end of the stage yellow flag neutralise the situation. It will be genuinely, if there is, here is Dylan Burse on pit road right now, driver change as well. That was known, that was fact. And Cody Death jumps in, and he is a good little peddler too on the drive home. But it will only be if there is a car parked on the circuit in an unsafe area that needs a removal job by way of a tow by race control. We haven't had one yet tonight. Anyone that's run into trouble has been able to limp their way home, and it looks as though that will still continue to be the case. Wayne Burke is showing 9 laps down in 44th, but he's done enough to be classified.
So, as I was saying, Job Stewart goes through. Now, this is a little part. So, their pit stop's about the same. So, 33 seconds for Job Stewart, 32.7 for now D. D's going to have to work pretty hard here to catch up.
Going to have to put some quality numbers in, yeah.
Yeah, and he's capable of it. He is capable.
100%.
He's chasing a quality driver on what appears to be a bigger tennis racket at this track. He can absolutely get this done. But he's going to have to work pretty hard. Now, what I was saying before Joe very rudely interrupted me by pitting, is that there's a lot of guys here who race in a particular series here or a particular series there, and for the first time they're actually racing next to each other. So there's a bit of feeling their way around. Exactly. So some guys, like for example, I don't know, Wakefield and Hancock might know each other from other series. That they know their strengths and their weaknesses and whether they actually can be raced next to without bumping uglies.
Yeah.
Whereas now, Wakefield might not have ever driven against Seth Brown before or Kobe Jones before. So there's a little bit of, we don't really trust each other, we don't really know each other. But I'll tell you right now, by the time the 6th race has been and gone, they will want to be back involved again.
Yeah, they will be very well acquainted by the end of the season, if they aren't already. Here's Matty Dench. Now, that's the other story for mine, the fact that they went the full stop.
Yeah.
The full stint, the full drop of fuel last time round. What are they waiting for?
And the other thing that you'll see is that Hayden Veld is still out there. He hasn't pitted yet. His last lap was 43.7. Fastest lap on the last lap was actually the Rete Esports, 79, 43.681. Fantastic effort there. They're running 4th. Pit stop's still to happen. Yep. But they are doing a very, very solid job. And that's in clean air as well. They didn't have a tow. So we mentioned before that as the Bathurst 12 hour went on, the Mustang got better. Now, different horses, different courses, we know. But the Mustang is starting to come on. It's only 34 minutes to go. But it's done a damn good job.
Indeed. So Evolution Racing, Vermilion Esports, Eclipse Sim Sports, Areti Esports and Evolution Racing Team. But we are aware that there are some that are already racing to the checkered flag. Job Stewart has 3.1 over Cody Death. We look further beyond that. 3 stops also for Stephen McCartan now. He's come in unnoticed by us. He's there in position number 21 in car number 51 for OPR. Looking further afield, 3 stops also for Liam Reston. So Jackson Ray Hunter and Liam Reston, some now showing a lap down, and in fact top 26 still on the lead lap. But once this field cleanses, the number will be a lot higher than that, because we've also got to have a look at the bump drafting going on here down the main straight. You've got Synergy Sim Racing's Damian Johnson's already stopped, and everyone below him has stopped at least 3 times, some due to damage, some because it's strategic, because they haven't run into trouble just yet. Matty Dench under pressure from Jacob O'Reilly. And 994, Reese Wakefield. We're just being told that there's a little bit of a need to have a look at. This is the OG Gear replay. Uh-oh.
Oh,
The ball.
and that's going to be significant aero damage. Whenever a bit of carbon fibre makes contact with concrete, nothing really works out that well. Look, they've probably got away with it, but I would imagine that there's enough damage on that car that it's going to have an effect.
Tim Hancock to pit lane on that note. 994 Reece Wakefield continues on. We've also got, I'm just having a look down the order, it only appears as though the Momentum entry pit lane, nobody else at this stage.
Leader in pit
on
lane.
lap 84. Here comes the leader, Hayden Veld, right on cue.
What a good
This
stint.
this will tell us everything. That has been the perfect stint from Hayden Veld, hasn't it? Really, to be fair, as a team owner, you'd have to be happy with that.
Yeah, a lot of maturity, a lot of patience. Yeah, it has. And don't forget, we also thought he had a fuel advantage over the other two. So he's gone an extra 3 laps already. He was 3 seconds lower at the last pit stop, if memory treats me right. So if all goes well here for Hayden, as Christensen now takes over the lead, if all goes well here, he will come out with a bit of an advantage. And he's still stationary at the moment. So we know that Joe Shute was 33 seconds, and there we go. Hayden Veld, 27 seconds. So that is significant. That's 6 seconds you're just not going to find in 31 minutes.
And he has got a huge advantage as a result of that. Veld leads the motor race at Daytona.
And newer tyres and the clear track.
On corrected order at least.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've still got other cars to come in. We know the Christensen car took another 14 seconds of fuel over this car. We also know that the Eclipse 69 did the same, as did, so did ERT 456 Jupiter as well. They all went heavy, but the best strategy, and we're looking at it now, was to go a little bit lighter and not get racy. And that's the thing that so far Hayden has done well. But now for Hayden, the race does start, because he's got himself 6.5 seconds on Joe Stewart. They don't need to work together anymore. Now it's just a matter of getting the job done on 4-lap newer tyres, sorry. It's heavy advantage, car 31.
Car 17, Zach Ratway White, Jamie Christensen. Will Ratway White jump back in to finish this race? That's the next question. Car 17 leads at Byron Phillips second. The other Byron I just saw jump into pit lane a few moments ago as well. So there's been a couple of pit stops play out that last time round. We didn't pick up all of them. The key one was Hayden Veld. He's come out on corrected order in 6th place as we come back across the start strike. 30 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen, 5/6 of the way there. And we have completed 85 laps.
So the car 606 is right on the back of Hayden Veld, but it's a different race. So the car 606 hasn't pitted yet, but on the lighter tanks is certainly a little bit faster, but hasn't made a move. But yeah, so Jamie Christensen and Byron Phillips, look how far the Byron Phillips car has dropped off the Christensen car. A good effort at the start. You know, these guys are P2 at the moment. Pit stop still to come. They're in a quick car. They're a quick team. It's round 1. You get yourself from top 5, top 10. Not like your championship's dead by any means. It's still well and truly alive. So, you know, get your points, maximise what you've got under you. Because if what we hear, the Corvette is the favoured car here, doesn't mean it's going to be the favoured car for the next 5 rounds.
Well, that's exactly right. And that's going to be a fascinating part of the narrative to follow and watch how it evolves with regards to which manufacturer holds sway at each of the 6 venues and whether there's any continuity there or not. And of course, with iRacing updates bound to take place along the way as well, definitely in June, definitely in September, which will set us up for the middle portion of the season and the final 2 rounds as well. There'll be little updates applied internally that is beyond the control of the ASRG. And as you heard with the debris setup, you know, when the good thing about the iRacing team, you know, the Tempest weather system is the best thing they've ever brought into the server as far as I'm concerned, right? And I watched that as a commentator who wants to turn up and see some variance. That was the best thing they ever. I mean, there's still some fine tuning and tweaking to be done, And the same applied to the debris. And as it was noted by you earlier, they tidied that up a little bit because they'd just, extracted a little bit of the proverbial a bit too far with that. They've jagged it back, and the product is the beneficiary. Same with the cars. They'll continue to chip away at that. They don't always get it right, but at least they've got their finger on the pulse, ready to, activate changes when needs be.
So I can tell you now, there was more than a little bit of frustration. I was in constant contact with SRO, certainly SRO Australia and then Global SRO, where we were after their support, and we showed them the package that we had and the potential that we got, and including what we do with the V8 Pro Series. And I can tell you right now, SRO love this series. They love it. I know they're watching, so to Michael and all the SRO crew watching tonight, welcome. Fantastic you're here. However, their hands were tied. They couldn't support us because SRO Global had made a commitment to Assetto Corsa, which it's a conflict. They couldn't come over to us yet. So hopefully when the Assetto Corsa contract with SRO is null and void, we will be expanding even more. So I know SRO love what we're doing. Absolutely love it. And
No. On the main straights. Can you believe that? What a save. But I tell you what, Reese Goosel's ended up in pit road and all sorts.
And it will be a penalty as well, either for unsafe entry or speeding. So that is going to be race over. So that's going to be a massive penalty. At minimum 45 seconds plus interest. So what happens here? Like, if you are pitting, you'd have to ask why you're so wide to start with. But
correct.
Yeah. So there's a penalty coming there.
And not sure who's right, who's wrong there. Looked as though Goosel was coming across to try and cover off Dench. Maybe didn't time the run. I don't know.
If you are pitting, I would think probably move over to the left a bit more, make your intentions clear. That was very unfortunate. I'm not sure.
Here it is.
I'm not sure
replay on board.
I'm not sure there's much more that Dench could do there. I'm not sure he could do anything there.
No, and he did no man's land as well.
Yeah, because not only was Goosel pitting and crossing over, but he's also going to have to start decelerating. So, I wouldn't think. Well, ultimately, the stewards will be looking into that, but I wouldn't think that there'd be too much for Dench to worry about there. It's unfortunate, as I'm obviously putting my ERT hat on. It's not what I want to see, but
no, not at all.
But if you're going to call a spade, not a bad pirouette across the line there. You certainly get a speeding and pit lane penalty,
absolutely.
That'll knock them outside the top 20, I would think.
Yeah, and they're still on pit road. Wow, can you believe that? 1 minute and 25 seconds and climbing. It's a hefty penalty for them.
And don't forget, they went maximum fuel on their second stop. So, it's biting twice. It really is. They had an opportunity. Not much Dench can do there. You don't expect that to happen. And
oh, absolutely not. And that's not the way Dench goes about his business either.
No.
1 minute and 32.5 seconds as Goosel leads the booth. The box.
Yeah, so that's effectively a lap, isn't it?
Certain.
So unfortunately, they're not going to be able to maximise their car today, but strong pairing all the same. That will certainly remain strong for the rest. Qualified.
And it was strong in the first half of the race. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. So lesson learned. They'll be knowing John like I do. He'll be disappointed, but he'll move on pretty quick. But that car's been sitting there for quite a while. Good fuel saving strategy. Sit in the pit lane.
There'll be some battles to be settled and some scoreboards to be evened out, the ledger, as far as this season is concerned, as the year goes on. And that's the thing. Now we start to, because it was always going to be hard to write the form guide and the narrative going into tonight as to who to look out for. But now that we've had 3 hours to get acquainted with these guys, and you at home have had the same, you can now start to make some dot points. You can look at who's strong, who's weak, who's a contender, who's a pretender, who has a little bit of tail chasing to do. And here's Hazler with a moment on the back straight, heading towards the bus stop. This wall scrape, if you don't mind. And then gives, oh, jeez. So there's a bit of argy-bargy going on there, and that's exactly the point I was making. So the timing of it is perfect because this fuels that the rivalries and the little grudge matches that we get to watch play out across the rest of the season. It gives us content to talk about. That's what tonight has really set up for the rest of the season. And I'm already looking forward to May 16. That's an extraordinary weekend of motorsport because and an extraordinary weekend here in Ipswich as well because the Queensland Motorsport Australia Circuit Racing Championships are on at QR just down the road on the Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So straight back from there on the Friday, in the booth Friday night, back out there to commentate XLs and Prod Sports Saturday, Sunday, and then I've then got another family assignment to attend to. But the reality of the matter is the Ipswich show is also on here that weekend. How big a weekend is that going to be in Ipswich? My goodness gracious me. Oh, yeah. Maybe I'll have to set up at the show and broadcast the Friday night from the show. I don't know. Just so that we can introduce the people of Ipswich to the art of sim racing. I don't know. There's an idea. Jamie Christensen, Byron Phillips.
I don't know about Ipswich.
I
don't know about Ipswich show though.
Oh, black flag, Matty Dench.
Oh no!
Black flag, Matty Dench.
What for?
Now, is that an iRacing? It's an iRacing black flag. We're being told by Jay Kennedy, and that'll be the incident point limit of 30 points. That's something we hadn't even had to touch on yet, Brenton.
No. Well, let's
now
just
we
confirm
do.
if it is that.
Wowee! We're going to get some intel from our internal control very shortly, and we'll relay that to you.
Incident limit.
It is incident limit. It is therefore across the finish line for Matty Dench, and that rubs him out of contention as well. Oh boy!
It really does. It really does. And that raises my attention to if there's any other cars that are in. It's not something I ever considered would be a problem here, but I can tell you right now, without giving their cards away, there are some cars that need to start driving in the centre of the track and staying away from the white lines, and they certainly don't want to be touching any other cars. So, well, that's an absolute shame for Dench. That
100%.
They put themselves in contention for a solid finish. They weren't going to win the race, we know that, but they were setting themselves up for a solid top 10. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is that just a drive-through for a iRacing black flag?
Yes. Affirmative.
Being a clean, exemplary driver like myself in the vet series on Thursday nights, except for last night, I don't normally feel the wrath of the stewards like that, but
I love it.
I think last night in split 2 I was, well, if on a good night, I'll be 7 laps down, absolutely. Last night, before they even got to the start line, my car was pointing in the wrong direction, but I did recover.
For those of you that are playing along at home, the silent assassin who did the drive-by on Brenton then was Jay Kennedy saying, "You're not really out, aren't you?" So that's why Brenton made the comment in reply.
I keep forgetting no one used Jay, which is a good thing.
Exactly right. I just wanted to clarify that. Getting Scott jealous are also on pit road as well. You can tell we've been in it here a while, can't you, gentlemen? It's getting sillier as we get closer to midnight Eastern Daylight Time. 19 and a quarter minutes to go. We're on the home stretch of Daytona. We've got a couple of contenders that have been rubbed out of it. Here comes Byron Phillips back out onto the racetrack in the Acura.
So the first of our long stoppers from top 2. So this is going to be the most interesting, is where he comes out in comparison with the Hayden Bells and James Stewart's and Cody Deeds now. So
we're in the window,
Yeah, absolutely. So he pitted long in the first stop. He's been carrying around a massive belly of fuel for the last 30 laps. So look at this. So he's gone from 6 seconds behind, 5 seconds behind. He's now 24 seconds behind.
Yeah.
The 3 that took the chance and that were aggressive are down the road and gone.
Yeah. 9.52. Daniel Benefield falls foul of the same rules as Matty Dan. The incident point limit has been expired there, and Benefield will be coming to pit lane. Actually, we're being told it might actually be, it might actually be a pit lane issue for that car. So it might be a stop and hold on pit road. We'll follow that with interest. Oh, okay. That'll explain it. 118 kilometres an hour on entry to pit lane. And just for verification, gentlemen, what is the speed limit on pit lane tonight, please? Okay. 88. Well, 30, just a casual 30 k's over, if you don't mind. Yeah, that'll do it every day of the week. Bad luck, Daniel Benefield. Actually, speaking of which,
if you're a team manager there, you're getting a little bit agitated because that's a lazy mistake. Sorry, Dan, but that's a lazy mistake that you don't need to do. An aggressive pit entry is going to gain you, what, half a second, a second? If you get it wrong, it's going to cost you 40. What would Scapey say? Risk versus reward. There is no 100%. Reward there.
That one will be constituted as a insert word here up as far as Daniel Benefield is concerned, and I'm sure that Sean McNamara will have the same view on that. Watching on from home, that's David Mulqueen, I reckon you'll find. Coming in from 13th at the moment. Now, does he stay in the car, or does the great man B. Hobson jump back in for the final stint? Let's wait and see. It might be Mulqueen taking it to the check.
Well, you wouldn't think there'd be enough time to cover both fuel tyres and a driver swap, so you'd probably think that he stays in.
Yep. 16 and 3/4 minutes to go. We've had fun here so far on the platforms of Sim Speed. It's been an historic night for so many reasons. It's been a pleasure to be a part of it. The launch of a new era for GT3 racing on the iRacing platform in this country, and for the ASRG team as well. We hope that you've enjoyed it so far and that it whets the appetite to come back and join us for the rest of the championship. Scott Hazler now coming around onto the main straight into no man's land, going to pit lane.
Oh, coming in hot.
No. So he's stolen a little bit of draft, and then he's in no man's land, and he's gone back up onto the racetrack.
All the other thing is that he thinks that he might not make it, and he's gone out for another lap, and he might not make it for fuel.
Yeah.
So it's something to watch for sure. So I would think he will make it, but it's been we're down to the last 15 minutes now. So it's been very, very interesting. Been a cracker of a race.
I'm just interested with that drive-through. It looks as though Matty Gens's got back out there in sixth position, 36 seconds down. The leader is now 18 seconds up the road. We are still expecting him on the pit road, and so too Jacob O'Reilly as well.
But don't forget, I think with the Dench car there was a drive-through, but he hasn't actually done his stop yet.
No, that's right. Correct.
So he's going to feel a lot more pain yet.
Yep. There he is, only 2 stops thus far, and that one's going to hurt. Really, unfortunately, for Matty Dench.
It'll be a short stop around, 12, 15 seconds.
It'll be short and sweet, yeah.
But it's a long pit lane, and when everyone else is doing 280 down the straight, he's doing 88.
And there's another car. We'll be looking at swoons tonight as well. After Anderson's pit stop went awry second time through, and it's been a recovery mission bird so far, and he's back inside the top 15 as he rejoins us back out on the racetrack now.
So one mistake by Ando has cost a top 4 tonight. They were certainly quick enough, and we've seen other cars fall away. I would have thought a top 4 would have been there for the taking for him.
Indeed. Here comes Jacob O'Reilly to pit lane now as well. Now we're starting to get to the end, ladies and gentlemen. We're starting to get an idea of where things are. Job Stewart, Hayden Belt, the margin first to second on corrected order is 6.9 seconds. So, well, credit where it's due to Hayden Belt. He's taken off and left Job Stewart behind on this final run. Here comes Dench for his final splash and dash now. Inside 14 minutes to go. So 8 laps by my count. Next time by the line. We'll find where our race leader is. There he is, coming round, and I'm just trying to work out, he's coming onto the back straight, so yes.
Yeah, so he's 23 seconds.
8 laps to go.
Yeah, 23 seconds ahead of the Hayden Veld car, so that's not going to cover that with his pit stop. So he'll be dropping down significantly, I would think. Probably about P4, P5 area.
I'm going to ask you for your driver of the night at the end of this as well. Brenton, no pressure. We'll get into the post-race show shortly. We'll have a few drivers in here to have a chat with us to summarise it all for you. Can we just point out to all and sundry that 44 cars started this race and 44 are still running. Wayne Burke is still 8 laps down after that early incident on lap 1 and sector 1. But we have still got a full field out there circulating, which is an extraordinary achievement on the opening night. Well done to everybody for playing their part. Could we have a 100% finishing rate? That would be race control's dream, I would have thought.
How much of a credit is it to the Berkey Vermilion car that they've stuck with it 8 laps down for 3 hours? It would have been so easy to say, yeah, park it, call it a night. You know what I mean? They've stuck with it for 3 hours with, let's face it, not a lot to gain apart from 16 points. Now, I hope these guys
Liam
make
Reston has just copped himself a black flag as well. Liam Reston, Jackson Rayhana, black flag. You saw that on the screen there momentarily. I just wanted to get that across. Go for it, Brenton.
Yeah, so if they make the top 20 by 15 points or 16 points or less, then they can look back at this race and go, that was the best 3 hours we spent this series.
Absolutely. It's been a very lonely 3 hours, but it's been a potentially rewarding one when you get to Bathurst in November. November 21 grand final night, and we're already counting down to that.
A really short stop here for Jamie Christensen has actually kept him in it here. 11.7 stationary. That's by far the shortest. That's 7 seconds shorter than the Eclipse car of Byron Phillips, who took full fuel as well. So that's an outstanding effort by Christensen. Whether he makes gains on the Job Stewart car, which is just in front and within draft range, this is where the race is going to be. I actually thought they were going to be a lot further behind than this, but Christensen's done a great job saving fuel, and at the same time, so Christensen,
in it.
Yeah, so Christensen wouldn't have taken tyres at the stop. 11.7 is no tyres, so he's going to be on extremely old tyres by the time he's finished. But the advantage he's got is track position. He's got 6 seconds over Cody D, and also he's going to be in the tow with Job Stewart for quite a while here. Whether he makes a pass, catching's one thing, passing's another, we know.
100%.
But P3 at the moment is a very solid effort. And again, I love the strategy. Why do you need new tyres if you're only going to be running for 10 minutes? Correct. I love the strategy. Yeah,
that's a really good call from both you and them, to be fair. Lap 97. You're watching it live.
And he's got pace here too.
In the ASRG, he does indeed. Well, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? No need to warm up the rubber because it's already bedded in. It's already worn. It's already nice and hot for him to just press on and just punch out as best a lap as he possibly can and do it continuously for the last 7 of the motor race.
But Job
next
needs
time
to push.
by the line, the 31 will have 6 laps to go. I think I'm right in saying, gents.
So Job needs to push now. He needs to give us 3 good laps. About 6 laps to go. We need to get 3 good laps in 0.7 seconds of margin. That'll drop all the way to turn 1. But let's take those old tyres for a test drive and let's see if they can hang in there. Fantastic effort by Jamie Christensen. The shame is that they didn't run light in the first stint. If they ran a little bit lighter, they could have still pitted and got tyres on that thing. But the P3, you offer them P3 at the start, I reckon they take that. And they're certainly not out of P2.
No, that's right. It's Evolution 1 and 2 at the moment. It's Vermilion 3, Eclipse 4 and 5, Vermilion 6. Oh, hang on. What on earth is going on there? Car in the wall and gone.
Job Stewart.
Bang.
That's done.
It is done.
Yeah,
he's having a hardware failure now. Is that car going to be drivable back to pit lane?
He's had a disconnect of some sort.
Or is this thing going to finish under caution? Job Stewart is out of contention, and Cody Deeth has gone through to 3rd as a result of that. Job Stewart in trouble. Let's have a look at this. The car's gone left and bang into concrete.
He's had a big failure. Not of his doing.
He's got the right-hand side as well.
Yeah. And hard. Now, oh well, that's motor racing. That's an absolute shame.
Wow.
let's just.
And another tip
no, it's
forward,
broken.
doesn't it? It's toast.
And so the thing is, he's going to have a meatball flag.
Yeah.
But if he pits it, he's never getting out. Now,
No.
try. Yeah, no, that car's cooked. What a shame. Drove so well. This is the pole position car. He's just got to do his best to get out of the way. I know the race director has called over to be wary. Yeah, no, that's terminal. Get it back to the pits. As a team, we don't want a safety car, so...
No, he's trying to get this back to the lane so that he doesn't get on the tow rope, so that this race can stay green, so that we can go 3 hours caution-free.
So I can tell you right...
Luck Revolution.
I can tell you right now, had a screen freeze, so...
Oh, no.
Yes, well, what causes that, I have no idea, but... Yeah, is it any different to real racing? You can have a 20-cent part go wrong, and... Yeah, what a shame. Not just for Joe, but for the team as well. Yeah. Like Matty Bowler did a fantastic job driving early, and
he's not going to get it home.
No, he's not.
He's not going to get it home. Now, the question is, do race control comfortable enough with how far off the road that car is? Do they leave him there, or do they bunch this up? And do we lose maybe a potential green flag lap and have a 2-lap run to the line?
Well, I've got nothing to do with the race director or anything like that, but
right.
You've got 6.5 minutes to go. By the time the field compresses, you would think you'd be finishing under safety car. So,
that's right.
So
and
another.
That's shame.
Yeah. So, but again, I've got no influence on. Oh no, there he goes. He's moving anyway.
Oh,
look, but at the end of the day, he's going to end up finishing P43, which is certainly not the reward that they deserve. Both of them deserve that. They both drove exceedingly well. P2 or P3, certainly had a podium finish. Certainly podium finish, but it's a tough gig. Doesn't matter if you're
it's a heartbreaking game sometimes, mate. I feel for you, absolutely.
But it's not just if you're on the sim, but if you're driving around Morgan Park last weekend, it can be just the most minor problem.
Dylan Shepherd's on pit road too, and I'm not terribly sure why. I think it might be last pit stop. We'll find out.
I think it's a scheduled stop.
Copy. It's a very late one in the piece.
But right now, if that just shows you that anything could happen and probably will.
Oh no!
Don't need to be going that quick, I wouldn't think.
I think that's just frustration now, and I don't blame him, quite frankly.
No, I agree, because, like I said, him and Matty drove unbelievable, and they're not going to get the reward that they deserve, but
there we go, he's got it back
what it is, and he's going to make, look at that steering angle, he's literally upside down.
It is stuff.
The guys drove brilliant, not just, is he going to make pit
lane? He got it in, yeah.
They didn't just drive fantastic individually, but they drove really well as a team, so I know it's a small consolation, and woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Absolutely. Lap 100, gentlemen. By the end of this, we'll have completed 100 laps. We're past the 500-kilometre marker. It has been an extraordinary night, an historic night. I mean, that is heartbreaking for ERT, but this is so heartwarming for them as well. Hayden Veld, car 31. What a performance this has been by him and Lachlan Capel right throughout the course of the night. Their teammates Bo Albert and Robbie Gibbs will be cheering them on. I know Bo was asked to jump in for Scott and Lockie, and that's why Brenton ended up here, was because Bo wasn't available. So he'll be cheering them on when he gets a chance to watch this, sit down and enjoy it. What a drive it's been. And as you said, Brenton, you could not have executed the strategy, the game plan any better than what Hayden did in that third stint. The way he just tucked in, sat in behind, was content to follow and let the boys go with it in any way they saw fit. He just didn't want to get involved, knowing full well that if he played the long game, the chance to leapfrog them was there, and he certainly did that.
So Hayden's been with us for 12 months now, and by his own admission, he's had some good results and bad results, haven't we all? I actually think that tonight, and you asked me before who the driver of the day is, and it's going to sound obvious because I run ERT, but if it would be hard pressed to not give
Hayden and Lockie the driver of the day, because the patience that they had, and Hayden's a racer, so is Lockie. They're both racers, but they sat back, played the long game. They played the test match. They didn't play a T20, and they're going to get so far with 3 minutes to go. It's looking like they're going to get the result that they deserve.
Brenton, you're welcome here anytime. The more cricket reference you keep getting into the broadcast, I'm all for it. Now, look at this. Right, we've picked up a battle outside the top 14. 15th is Connor Nixon. 16th is Marcus Watson. We know that Marcus Watson is an aggressive racer. He'll be trying to set up an overtaking manoeuvre here on Nixon, but Connor will defend as is his right this late to piece. 2.5 minutes to go. Watson up the outside. This is for a place in the top 15. He's recently been recruited by Team Max Boost. He's up on the outside of Nixon, but Nixon shuts the door. Cleanly. Right. Now, Watson will reset and go again. Nixon's there defending the line. Watson dives down the inside. Nixon left the door open ever so slightly, temporarily, momentarily, and that's all that Watson needed. But Watson lost the run. He lost the momentum on the exit of the horseshoe. Nixon gets him back. The gloves are off in the battle for 15th in the final stages at Daytona.
Yeah, well, we've got just a minute and a half to go, and look what they're doing. They're still getting stuck in. All for one position, 15th and 16th.
Yep.
That's how desperate these guys are to make that spot. Gain every point they can. These points will count later on, so why not make the most of it?
Now, Nixon gets the run out along the back of the circuit. We're under lap 102. So Hayden Veld should see the white flag next time by the line. If he hasn't already, I'll wait and see. He's just behind these blokes at the moment. So Veld, oh, actually, that's a fair point, actually. When you look at this, right, it's not 21 now on the lead lap, and Watson is inside Connor Nixon. So we had 30-odd on the lead lap after the first hour. It's now whittled down to 21. So there will be a white flag in the air this time by, and it will be for Hayden Veld. These guys have got 2 laps to go. And Watson's going to make the most of every opportunity he has, you would think, Brenton, to try and get 15th.
Yeah, you think you want to buy them a drink first before they get that intimate, but we're down to possibly the last lap here, so white flag will be coming out shortly, so it's all on. There's the white flag there.
One more time around for the gamesman. The GTPRO Invitational Series on the platform, SimSpeed and the Australian Sim Racing Group, but we cannot take our eyes off 14th and 15th and 16th. It's Connor Nixon in 15th for Orbit Drop Bear Neptune, and Team Max Boost Marcus Watson in 16th at the moment. For context, by the way, Matty Dench got back out in 10th after that extra transit down the lane, and look at them. There's a coat of varnish in this. The over and under, the up and under, the inside outside of it. It's fantastic. We'll go vision in vision. We'll go screen in screen, picture in picture for you, ladies and gentlemen. So at the top, you can follow the closest battle on the racetrack. At the bottom, you can follow Hayden Veld home. What a magnificent performance for Veld, alongside Rocky Cable, who of course set it up earlier in the piece. And Corvette are going to reign supreme on the opening night of the season. And gets by Nixon down the back straight and takes off. Marcus Watson goes to 15th. Magnificent. Nixon's been left behind. He'll try and reel him back into the slipstream. We'll come back to that battle in a moment. This is the 103rd lap. Time has elapsed. It's 24 minutes to 12 on the East Coast and 24 minutes to 9 on the West Coast. What a night it has been. An historic night for so many reasons. And ERT, after starting second on the grid, are going to draw first blood in the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series at the World Centre of Racing. Hayden Veld and Lachlan Capel get the job done at Daytona. Crushing victory in the end. Great fight from Jamie Christensen after that wretched bad luck for Job Stewart to come through and get second. Cody Deep charged home relatively under the radar, got himself third. We go back to this battle between Watson and Nixon because it is not over yet. The run to the second of the horseshoes that brings them back onto the oval. A good run out of there is key for Nixon. He will have the advantage by way of slipstream on the run home here. Fourth place has gone to Byron Phillips, Jacob O'Reilly, Stuart Ellis, Byron Pearce. Stephen McCartan has come through as well. Photo finish for 8th and 9.03 of a second. McCartan edged out Greathead. Great charge from McCartan. We'll go through positional gains and losses, manufacturer positions, etc. and so forth in a few moments. But Marcus Watson has held off Connor Nixon. Can Connor get the run? No, I think Nixon's going to have enough of a buffer to play with through the last corner here. And Watson at the death will still 15th from the orbit drop there stable. Well done, Marcus Watson. There's one car moving well corner, but Watson will come through in 15th. Uh-oh, is that? Yeah, Robert Crisdale, 35th position. He's going to try and have to chug-a-lug that thing to the line. He's got no juice at all. Is there someone willing to push him home so that he can take the second flag? But Hayden Verrill has got the job done. What a performance. Well set up in the first stint by Lachlan Capel. Beautifully executed, patient game in the second stint. And Veld reigns supreme and draws first blood, first bragging rights, and makes history as the first winner of the Games and GT Pro Invitational Series in a round context. And now it'll be interesting to see if he will be the champion outright when we get to the end of the season. Lewis Greathead, we're on board with him on the run home. Let's wait and see. This was, of course, the photo finish between he and Stephen McCartan across the start-finish line. Have a look at the run he got. So he was close enough to have a crack. Nixon wasn't close enough to Watson. This was the other close battle that we didn't get a chance to pick up on until it was too late. He went to the outside, beautifully done by McCartan to defend the inside. That was the difference in the end. And breathe.
What a race. What a race.
But for a race that didn't have a safety car, Brenton, that was an absolute cracker.
It really was. And look, that's obviously able to acknowledge if a safety car brings the field together, tighter race, going to stand it. But it also can wash away strategy. Strategy won the night tonight. Strategy won the night. I've got no doubt that the call that Hayden made and Cody made, I know Vermilion got in there through good strategy themselves by not taking tyres. There's the final results. Obviously, the shame is with the car 7, but a well-deserved top 10 finish there.
Indeed. Now, that's the other thing as well, because I don't know I haven't had a close enough look at the rule book. You guys might be able to go digging for me, because I think there was something in the regulations with regards to saluting the judges and taking the checkered flag, finishing the race to be classified. And you've also got to complete 75%. So there's two stipulations there. That could be a little bit of an issue for car number 7. You feel for those guys. They're 4 laps down, and they're actually ahead of the likes of Adam Jepson, Hayden Callanan, Wayne Burke, that have all come home. 43 cars took the checkered flag, unless, well, I'm not sure actually, did Robert Crisdale manage to get across the line? We didn't actually see whether he actually chug-a-lugged it to the control line or not. We'll follow that up in a moment. 7 point. He did. Thank you, Jay Kennedy. We've got so many drivers in here ready to chat to us. We'll get to that momentarily in the post-race show, ladies and gentlemen. Well done to Hayden Veld and Lachlan Cable. 7.7 the winning margin. Jamie Christensen, a good stint from him to bring it home. It was well set up by Zach Ratway White, who's just in a purple patch at the moment, as Brenton said at the top of the broadcast. Cody D third. 3 teams in the top 3. That's exactly what you like to see. Byron Phillips, Jacob Riley, Stuart Ellis, Byron Pearce, Stephen McCartan, then Lewis Greathead. That margin, 0.052 of a second. How about that? Matty Dench, again, will be ruining that. He probably got a 4X for the contact that put him over the limit. That ended the night for the Corvette as well. Brady Myers, Seth Brown, Alexander Bird, Kobe Jones, Marcus Watson, Connor Nixon, Damon Mulqueen, Tim Hancock, Reese Wakefield, and Madison Down took us back to 20th. It's not often you talk about Madison Down there, but if you'll pardon the expression, but that far down the order for a superstar, a legend of the supercars game in this country as far as iRacing is concerned. Ewan Baker was 21st. He was the last one on the lead lap. Brody Sentence came home ahead of his teammate Luke Swan. They'll be ruling the penalty late in the piece for Daniel Benefield, the 9.5 stable. There's no doubt about that. Speeding in pit lane. He got an enormous whack across the knuckles for that. Reese Gusell, so they managed to get back out there after their stop and hold for that incident with Matty Dench, and they come home 24th. Devon Stowe, Daniel Benefield, Andrew Scordillis. The 9.5 stable are better than that. They'll be hoping to push back into the top 20 next time through. Dan Patrick, Liam Reston, and Matt Arnold, they, of course, picked up a black flag as well, did Reston and Jackson Rayhana. Damien Johnston in for 31st for Synergy Sim Racing. Then Benny Woods, Scott Mackay, Corey Bennett. Good to see those guys out there. Confirmation that they are a customer entry of the Vermilion stable. Robert Crisdale was 35th, so he did limp across the line. Then Dylan Shepherd, Robbie Bradbury, Scott Hazler, Tyson Broad, Blake Neck, 4 laps down. And then obviously back to Job Stewart, Adam Jepson, and Hayden Callanan. You also saw Wayne Burke finish 8 laps down. And have a look at that. It's very rare that you are going to see a race of that length, of that magnitude, with that many cars involved, Brenton, where the safety car doesn't even get to drive a lap.
And not even did anything seem close to a safety car. Maybe at the end, if Joe pulled it up, there might have been a need, but with only 6.5 minutes to go, it would have been finishing under safety car conditions. Just highlights a couple of things. Number one, the quality of the drivers that we have got in this series, and the quality of the racing was really, really clean. Sure, there was some incidents, some more significant than others, but at the end of the day, as someone with ASRG, that's a super moment tonight, having a new series take off and having it so clean and so many people engaged. There's a real spot for Friday night racing in Australia, and this is going to fill at least 6 weeks of that.
100%. And of course, before we start the post-race show, a big thanks to Max Pappas Innovations, to Playset, to Logitech, to OG Gear, to the Gamesman, to Motorsport Australia and the SimSpeed Esports Network, all the corporate supporters and commercial partners of what we're doing here with the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. Stay with me, Brenton. I've got to get some final thoughts from you in just a moment, but let's get some drivers in here, shall we?
Drivers in here. Yep.
Let's. I don't know who we're going to start with. It looks like we're going to start with third place, which was Cody Death and Dylan Burse. And let's lead it off with Dylan, because you had to do a heap of the heavy lifting, mate. We were starting to ask questions. Where's your co-driver? What's going on? Thankfully, Cody Death
Domino's.
His way home from Domino's Pizza. Was he kind enough to bring one home with him?
I got no idea. I don't live at his house, so I wouldn't have got any anyway. But yeah, no, he's working shift at Domino's, so he had to leave with 40 minutes to go on the race and speed home to make the stint. So he just made it, at least. Just got the min laps in. So at the end of the day, it worked.
So being at Domino's, did that force your hand with your strategy at the second stop? You took less fuel. Was that? Yeah,
that's the whole reason to it.
Was because you had to make time to fill time in so you could do a driver swap at the last stop.
Yeah. Otherwise, we would have taken a full tank and splashed, so we could go with Zach Ratwright and stuff. But yeah, that's that. Thanks, Cody.
Worked out alright.
Well, that's exactly right, Cody. I agree with you.
Cody, the most obvious question coming from this then is, how many people put pineapple on their pizza?
Oh, don't start it.
If you're putting pineapple on your pizza, you're a maniac, mate.
I'm a maniac.
Hey, Cody, I've been called worse, mate. I'll take maniac and run with that. Gentlemen, let's talk motor racing, can we? I'm gonna talk to you, Dylan, mostly. I want to get Cody's thoughts on the run home in just a moment. But obviously, the question is, how close were you to being able to go toe to toe with Hayden Veld and Jamie Christensen? I mean, there were a couple of other contenders in there that fell by the wayside. That was an awesome motor race because you guys just relentlessly kept piling the pressure on one another, and you did a lot of heavy lifting, I should say, too. Particularly in the second stint. The first two stints, the top four just so evenly matched, mate.
Yeah, no, that's it. I mean, at the start of the race, myself and the Vermilion car were kind of just trying to drive to the front and attempted to pull a gap, which we did in the end on P4 or something it was. So that was the plan there, just pull a gap because we could, because we knew we had to splash and dash at the end anyway. So pit stop was a pit stop. But yeah, I mean, that was that. We just drove away, and yeah, because I was the one pushing the air most of the race, I was a bit down on fuel. So is what it is. I wasn't too fussed. End of the day.
In saying that though, mate, as Brenton and I have been rabbiting on about all night, banking points here is critical. Think long term, think big picture, think Bathurst, think the end of the season. Third puts you right there in contention to just continue on and build something to work with when you get to Bathurst. Obviously, Fuji's the next stop. It's been an extraordinary 3 hours here, and third is a very credible result considering the caliber of the field that you're running with.
Yeah, no, that's it. I mean, all the other rounds we've probably got the best cars that were out. I mean, this is the only round that we're going to be down on cars, so coming the next ones, we should be a lot more pacey and not draft tracks, so we'll actually put laps in and try and get faster. So yeah, it should be good there. But yeah, no, I'm happy with third here in Acura. So yeah, I'm pretty sweet with that. Stoked, yeah.
And obviously when we do the research here and we have a look at you guys representing, of course, Eclipse Sim Sport, we talk about the manufacturer selection going into this series, boys. And it's noted that you want the Acura, the McLaren, the two form cars in GT3 racing and iRacing at the moment. Why did we go one way, not the other tonight? What was the conversation that was had going into this round?
Well, Damon's not here, but Damon said the Acura would be the best. We didn't do any testing before the race, so we just sort of went for his word.
Well, I was going to say it's a bit hard for Cody when he's delivering pizzas halfway through the race.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't know laps before the race either, so yeah. I mean, we just sort of went for his word, let the other car build up a sketchy dock, and yeah, away we go. I mean, if we'd done the testing, we probably would have been in the McLaren, but yeah, it's is what it is. Just one round, we'll be on top of it for the others, hopefully.
Indeed. Now, I'm getting 10 to midnight Eastern Daylight Time, so and we've still got the second and first place runners to get through here. Cody, obvious question for you. When and I'll get back to Dylan in just a tick here. Firstly, thoughts on the stint home and being able to consolidate and bring it home in third. Obviously, Job Stewart's misfortune was to your benefit. And secondly, how nerve-wracking is it knowing that there's a race going on, knowing there's absolutely nothing you can do about it until you're home and in the cockpit yourself? Did you get a chance to check in with it at any point along the way?
He didn't give a shit.
Well, I was begging my boss to try and let me off 15 minutes early, but I had another delivery, so I had to lock in on the last delivery and try and make it home in time, which we did just about. So, yeah, happy with third place, I guess. Obviously not the best car, probably the third or fourth best car. Sure, it puts us in good position for the rest of the rounds.
Indeed. Speaking of which, quick comment from both of you, and then I'll let you do some thank yous. Fuji, next stop, May 16. Can't wait for that. What are your thoughts on how you might go about that and how much prep time you'll have to familiarise yourself with the setup and everything else, and then make a critical car selection before we go racing?
Yeah, I mean, we'll obviously put a lot more effort into that one. It's actual track. You actually need to do laps for it, and it pays to do laps for it, unlike here. So yeah, we'll actually test some stuff out for once, and yeah, I'd say we'd make the right decision there, almost certainly. And we'll try and bring it home there, unlike tonight. So, should be good.
The Eclipse stable was strong all night, boys. You finished third and fourth. Well done to your teammates as well. Who do you want to thank on the way?
I'd thank Cody for not getting us DQ'd, but
thanks to me. Now,
there's a backstory there, obviously. We'll get to that another time, boys. Keep going.
The old Domino's thing. I thought I was going to get DQ, so. Yeah,
we thought you were as well, actually. If you didn't show up, you were screwed. That's it. Yeah, exactly.
No, but I didn't think he was gonna, and he didn't make the last stint to start off, so I was like, oh shit. But yeah, I mean, he made it in the end, so happy with that. Anyway, yeah, no,
Indeed.
yeah. Shout out to you guys for putting it on. ASRG for putting it on as well. Shout out to Cody for rocking up, like I said. OG Gear, Loot 2 driver performance, 5-6 sim coaching, and all the lads doing the work on the dock that I couldn't be bothered doing for this round. So
Anything to add to that, Cody?
Yeah, no, just thank you the boys for making the dock with about
the
a day and a half's notice.
Yeah.
So,
So got there in the end.
Nice.
Yeah. Mint.
All right. Very nicely done, gentlemen. Thank you. Get out of here. Go and get some sleep. Go and sleep. Well done. Magnificent performance. Good luck when we get to Fuji in what is, 7 or 8 weeks from now.
Yeah.
Is that? Thank you.
Cheers, bro. Have a good one. On late. Ciao.
There they are, Dylan Burst and Cody Death in fine form time of the night. Speaking of in fine form, that was a magnificent opening stint from Zach Ratway White. It was just as good from Jamie Christensen to bring it home for Vermilion Esports. In second tonight, gentlemen, good evening to you. It's almost good morning, but we'll say good evening for the moment because we're still on a Friday night. Zach, to you first, mate. Brenton mentioned it in the opener and in the opening stint when you were wanting to lead from the front and you were keeping the guys honest around you, particularly the ERT stable and also the Eclipse boys as well. You're in somewhat of a purple patch at the moment, mate, and that continues tonight. Well done.
Yeah, cheers. Botched the first half of quali, so I was under the pump. Yeah, just wanted to get to the front so me and the Eclipse car could try and work together and pull away, but yeah.
Indeed. And what was the discussion had by you guys with regards to who qualifies, who's the race, etc.? Was there a definitive strategy in place?
Yeah, I'll answer that one. We had a pretty good strategy as I got home from work about 10 minutes from qualifying. I had to make a quick pit stop on the way home as well to fill up the car and get myself a traveller's pie and a white monster. So I was nice and ready for the second stint. So I think that was a pretty good strategy for the quali in the start of the race.
I must say, I went for the 2 meat pies before the race tonight. I had a quick turnaround between radio work commitments here in Ipswich and then the broadcast too. So it was a very quick pit stop for dinner and then back into it again. So I'm hearing you. Jamie, I mean, I've got a couple more questions for Zach, no doubt, but let's talk to you because, mate, that was a phenomenal run home. It became very clear when this race kept running green. We went through caution free. That was probably surprise number 1 of the night. But surprise number 2 was we realised at the end of the first stint that it was going to be a definitive 3-stopper. There was just no way you were going to be able to save enough fuel to make it a genuine 2-stopper and still remain competitive. But the most surprising thing was the strategy play, the gamesmanship that unfolded in that third stint heading into that third pit stop. And you pulled off a nice move by not taking new tyres at that third stop. You ended up coming out and keeping Job Stewart rather honest. Obviously, he's had his misfortune. And then you've been able to inherit second as a result of that, mate. You were charging home. You were putting the pressure on. And then all of a sudden, a tech issue at his end, and it's gifted to you.
Yeah. Well, it was pretty handy when Job's computer decided that he wanted to do a drive-through, but he kind of turned it a bit too left onto the drive-through. But, yeah, at the first stint, I wasn't doing the greatest as I didn't really do a single lap beforehand. But getting onto the second stint, I was a bit scared of the off-tracks as I racked up a few on the first one. So I thought I would probably end up with a drive-through. But, no, I made it home pretty good and got quicker as the race went on. So it wasn't too bad.
And obviously double stint at the start for Zach, double stint at the end for you. Well done. I mean, that was a phenomenal drive. You just lost touch with the leaders around the time of that third stint, mate. What was the reason for that? Well, we didn't see any incidents on the circuit. Was that just the strategy not working out in that regard for you in terms of staying in touch with Hayden Veld and co?
Zach, you want that or?
Yeah, it was the top 3 cars, the 2 ERT cars and the Eclipse car, both under fuel. which kind of left us stranded when we running heavier, and they were bump drafting each other, and it kind of just snowballed, and we lost a whole lot of time then. And the only thing we could count back on was that we could have a shorter stop at the end, and I guess it kind of worked. But yeah, as you saw, like we had what 7 seconds or so to Hayden, and yeah, it definitely made a difference.
And I guess the other saving grace for you guys before we go ahead to the next round is that 3 contenders within the top 10 all ran into trouble on the final hour. So that did somewhat work into your favour. And second is as good a win in those circumstances because there's 3 genuine championship contenders that have got an invoice to pay and reel in a deficit to make up going into the next round of the championship. Speaking of which, because we're almost pushing that midnight threshold, give me your thoughts on the next round of the championship. The Fuji circuit in Japan. Again, I'm looking at your car selection choice, Akira McLaren. That seems to be a prominent theme up and down the field. And the best place to the Vermilion Esports stable that were well represented out there tonight. Well done, boys. Thoughts on Fuji?
A track I don't particularly like. I'm not sure if the McLaren's going to be any good there. I think it is. I hope. Anyway, we'll find a way to make it fast anyway. Yeah, we don't really focus. I didn't really focus on this round until maybe a week before, so pretty much do the same and just rock up and see where we go.
Maybe a few more laps because it's not really a straight line, but
yeah, it's a bit of an oval here, so a lot.
Bit of a draft fest on the straight line at Fuji.
Yeah.
So
and same applies to Lamar. Same applied here. That there'll be a little bit more work to be done in the technical section of Fuji, though. You'll have to work a little bit harder potentially.
Yeah, it would just be well, I mean, ERT will probably struggle a bit as they've decided to pick the Chevy and Audi as their car choice.
Yeah,
pretty good there.
Dunked themselves.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think Fuji might be the one round where it might not be the greatest, but I think, I don't know. Fuji is a bit weird.
Yeah, true. It's either you love it or you hate it. I get that. And no two. I wouldn't expect 100% agreement from the 100 drivers that are signed up for this thing on the tracks that we're running this season. Boys, before you go and get some sleep, who do you want to thank on behalf of the Vermilion Esports stable?
Thank the rest of the team for putting in the effort, our sponsors, and mainly want to thank Tom Burns as well from Redline for helping out with the dock. It clearly worked. We were very fast in a straight line. It just couldn't quite pull it off with the strategy. So yeah, thanks to him.
Yeah, I'll probably say the same thing as Zach as well. And
okay, so you got nothing.
No, shout out to Marlon as well. Cool bloke, met him at F1, pretty good. And also the 5 people outside watching this, waiting for me to go to the casino. So.
So the night is only young for you, Jamie.
Yeah, the night is not over.
It's 9 o'clock.
Well, actually, it's no longer night anymore. Good morning. I was going to say the funny thing is it red or black?
It's numbers.
Okay, fair enough. All right, very well played. I like it.
Yep.
He's off to the card table. Hey, good luck at the casino. Hopefully you have as much luck there as you did here, mate. Go well for the rest of the season, boys. We'll see you for round 2 in Japan on May 16.
Thanks, guys. See you then.
Thank you.
And at this point in time, we say a very good morning to our race winners, Lachlan and Hayden Bell. Guys, congratulations. Well done. Lachlan, to you, that lap in quali, put it on second. It was only a 10th the margin. Put yourself right at the forefront. The best possible opportunity to stay out of any of the garbage that might have unfolded behind you. There wasn't as much of that as we might have otherwise anticipated. First night nerves, energy, all that sort of stuff. A brilliant opening stint from you. Talk us through it from your standpoint, and then the nervous energy watching Hayden take the helm and bring it home.
I knew Hayden was probably one of the quickest guys tonight, so trying to get him to do the bulk of the laps was the best plan. I wasn't too far off, but compared to the rest, it was probably the smartest idea, and it played out well. In the first stint, I just was planning to sort of sit there with Bowler, and then we had the Eclipse guys come through, and then the train sort of broke a bit. So my main goal was just to stay in the front group because I knew that's where Hayden would be able to keep up with, and we could sort of form a strategy from there, and then I would be able to sort of fuel save, and then we'd go off that.
6 different teams in the top 10 tonight, boys. Who ended up being the lone ERT? Obviously, disappointment in the final hour for your two teammates, but I need to talk to you, Hayden Veld. Lockie, stay there with me because we've got a couple more questions for you, I'm sure. But Hayden, talk us through the run home, mate, because you, if you're going to play the long game, you couldn't have executed the plan any better than what you did tonight. Your team boss, Brenton O'Brien, was riding every crest of the wave with us here in Central Commentary, and he noted that we got to about the 2 hour mark and you hadn't actually really properly gone racing yet. Was the plan just to tuck in and follow and ease into it?
Yeah, we sort of the first stint I was in, just sat behind the pack there, saved a bunch of fuel, so we were nice to the end, and then once we got that out of the way, started the pit with fuel the tank up like halfway, and we brought Job into there as well, so he slightly under fueled compared to us, and then we were able to work together a little bit, drop Bruce, and then work our way up to the front, or effective lead anyway, and then hopefully sit there. Was looking like a nice one too, until Job got the screen freeze, fortunately. But yeah, it was just conserved for a bit and then pushed towards the end.
That's such a cruel part of motor racing, though, isn't it? I mean, perfectly for 2 hours, 59 minutes of the 3, and just have that one blip. It sent poor old Job on a wild ride and ended the race rather abruptly for him. He did well to get it back to pit lane, let's be honest, and keep the race green, because I could only imagine how much you guys would have been sweating if you had to defend the field for a lap or two.
Oh, I was sitting there praying to him, like, mate, if you can get the car back, do whatever you can to get it. Park it wherever you can off the road, do whatever. I'm not doing a safety car restart with all these guys behind me who are, extremely fast racers, clean, aggressive. Like, I knew it was going to be a hard fight to the end if we had to go from all the same spot. So I was, saying do everything you can just to get it back. And he did a very good job to get it there.
Indeed, they did. Hayden, at what point did you realise that you had this in the bag, mate? Because, again, the conversation in Central Commentary was around that second round of pit stops. You could go run a short stint, run a long stint. You had the ability to be flexible with it because it became very clear that there was going to be a third stop, albeit, whether it was a half stop or a splash and dash or whatever. At what point did it become clear that you were in the box seat, mate?
Probably about halfway through our second stint, we were sort of talking and figuring out whether Vermilion guys were going to pop out, knowing that the Eclipse car was probably going to have to stop for longer to do the driver swap. So we're sort of figuring all that out and realised that we had a pretty hefty gap, and then that's when I started telling Cable just to add more and more fuel. I was telling him that I was going to be under fuel, but I was just adding fuel for the burnout. We were never looking like we were going to run out. I was just making sure I had enough for that.
The old expression session, mate. If we've got a replay of the burnout, I'd love to see it too, by the way. But the next question, obviously, is you guys go to Japan as the championship leaders. You must be delighted with the way things have started, but I mean, there's still a long way to go here. It's definitely no point to be getting complacent too early in the season for that, but a tremendous confidence boost for you guys and your chances at the end of the season.
Yeah, 100%. Off you go.
Okay. It's a big boost. I mean, our second car should be fairly good at around there. I know it's got the pace. It's nice to be able to have a win under our belt for sure. I think that's everyone's goal at the end of this day, or at the end of this series, is to try and pick up a win, and to get the first win. It's probably the best feeling you could get out of the series.
Oh yeah, it goes in the history book forever, and no one can take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very good feeling. So I guess it's just onwards and upwards. See if we can keep the pace up throughout the rest of the season.
There was a very cheeky drive-by from Jamie Christensen, who were in here before you, saying, and here's the replay of the burnout coming, by the way. So we're looking forward to seeing that. But there was a very cheeky drive-by from them saying that you guys might have hamstrung yourself by going Chev, Corvette and Audi for the rest of the season. The intel that I got from the Vermilion stable was that the Corvette was going to be strong here, but maybe not elsewhere. So does that change the plan of attack going forward, or are you going to persevere with the Corvette?
Oh, I think definitely possible to work at other tracks. Like we did know that coming to this, it's going to be very strong at Daytona, and knowing that I'm personally strong at this track too, it sort of made sense to really push it for maybe get one win or one podium, and then we'll make it work everywhere else. But I think the Audi's going to work in a lot of other tracks pretty well. We'll just we'll put our heads down, try and figure out a dock, and we'll get to it.
Lachlan, have you got anything to add to that, mate?
Essentially the same thing. We know the Corvette's going to be quick in top speed sort of situations like Le Mans and Daytona. We knew that, obviously, with Bud, with his experience at Daytona, that it's probably be a best shot at the win. So we went all out to try and do that. And the Audi's a very, very versatile car, so you can use it pretty much anywhere. It's still got that mid-engine factor, which I think is the strong point this season across the rest of the tracks. So we may be a little bit lower down compared to, say, the Acuras or the McLarens, but it's not necessarily like, we're not talking 4 or 5 tenths, but maybe a tenth. It's really not much of a difference between the cars.
All right, guys, I'm already over time, so one up. Your team boss is here, Brenton O'Brien. If you're still with me, because I was going to say I'm pretty sure you went out to the refrigerator whilst I was doing the post.
I did. Absolutely, I did.
I don't blame you. I'm about to join you, but in saying that as well, you got to be proud of these two guys. Is there anything that you want to ask them for on the record purposes before you obviously go on and have a post-mortem elsewhere?
No, we've already had a little chat on Messenger. Just super proud of these blokes. They did a cracking job, and the discipline and the patience that they showed. I think I even said in the broadcast, Lockie's a bit of a nervous starter, but just did his job so perfectly, just kept the car in contention, saved fuel, and then when Hayden got in the car, not only was he fast, but he didn't overdrive it and just stuck to the plan and was well rewarded at the end. Gutted for Job and for Matty, obviously, not getting the job done at the end there through no fault of their own, but take the good out of it, and all the cars were competitive, and from now on, the trivia question will be, who won the very first GT Pro race? Hayden Veld and Lockie Capel.
And Evolution Racing Team, more to the point. Boys, apart from that bloke, who do you want to thank on the way out?
Logitech, MPI, OG Gear. Yeah, we went through this earlier. I'll try to figure it out.
I tried to brief you, bud.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at it. Obviously, all the guys at ASRG for putting on the event. You guys in the commentary booth do an amazing job. Jay does an amazing job every day. And then obviously the guys back at ERT, all the work throughout the week on the dock, doing practice sessions, getting it all ready. Like Robbie in there tonight, figuring out the fuel. They've been there, all those guys, big help. So yeah, just all them.
Boys, congratulations from all of us to you. Well done. History makers, history made. Great night out, and the launch pad for the rest of the season. We'll see you where you can see on screen at home, ladies and gentlemen, the Fuji International Speedway, May 16. The countdown's already on. Go well. Enjoy the celebrations.
Cheers, Matt.
Thanks, guys.
Final thoughts from Brenton O'Brien before we get on out of here. An historic night, extraordinary that we had the finishing rate that we did, extraordinary that we went green all the way through, exemplary driving standards, tip of the hat to everybody for the way in which they presented themselves this evening. But from the committee standpoint, mate, must be nice to finally have it up and away, and for the first one to provide such great entertainment from first until last. It bodes well. It just provides good momentum now for the rest of the season, doesn't it?
I was more nervous tonight about round one of this series than I was about the V8 Pro Series. I think really early on we could see that this was working. Like when there was a particular shot that Jay did of the starting grid with all the cars banked up, there's 44 cars in a line. Looked amazing, and it was a big success. And
And again, thanks to the gamesmen for supporting the series. Logitech, Playseat, OG Gear, MPI, Motorsport Australia, all very good supporters of this series. And I think now that it's up and going, it'll go from strength to strength.
And thank you to you, most importantly, mate, before we rock and roll out of here. Because, you kept the seat warm for Scott Rankin tonight. He's already told you to bugger off, go back to the race control booth for the next one. But we appreciate your insights and your intel. It's been great to have you here with us in Central Commentary, looking at it from an analytical standpoint, wearing the team hat, wearing the committee hat, wearing the commentary hat, jack of all trades tonight. And it's been a privilege to be able to do some play-by-play with you, mate. I've enjoyed it immensely.
Oh, me too, mate. And and as I say all the time, whether it's you, Sam, Man, Scotty, whatever, the commentary team that we have here is the best. There's no doubt about that. And I'm really happy to be a part of it on this one occasion. And I'll hand over the keys to the professionals again.
I'm sure we'll have you back at some point because their social life is. It would seem. Now, Brenton's already mentioned all the great sponsors. Logitech, thank you. So too Playseat, so too OG Gear, MPI, Motorsport Australia, SimSpeed, but most importantly, of course, the naming rights sponsor of this series, the Gamesman. We've enjoyed it immensely. We hope you have as well. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. You just saw it on your screen. The next time we're with you, as far as the platforms of the Australian Sim Racing Group are concerned, Wednesday night. Yes, Sandman and Rankin back on deck. Round 2 of the Logitech GTPRO V8 Invitational Series, and looking forward to that immensely. The Red Bull Ring, a cracker of a circuit to go racing on as well, and that is from 7:45 Eastern Daylight Time. Make note of this. We're not back with you now for another 7 weeks or so. Friday, the 16th of May, 7:45 Eastern Standard Time, 5:45 on the West Coast, 9:45 New Zealand, and that will be for round 2 of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series live from the Fuji International Speedway in Japan, former home of the Japanese Formula One Grand Prix in the 70s and in the mid-2000s as well. History made here. I'm going to ask Jay Kennedy one more thing, if he can bring up the totem pole by any chance. With the manufacturers in there, because that's the one thing we haven't ticked off yet. How many manufacturers did we have in the top 10? We had 6 teams in the top 10 tonight. Full credit to Evolution, to Vermilion, to Eclipse, to One Performance Racing, OPR, of course, to Areti, and also to Orbit Drop Bear. It was Chevrolet's night. McLaren and Acura are very strong. There was a Ford in there as well. But that's the moment, the defining moment for the Evolution Racing team, Hayden Veld and Lachlan Capel. The victory celebrations. I'm told we can't bring up that manufacturer breakdown. We'll make sure we crunch the numbers for you for the next time we go racing, ladies and gentlemen. We sincerely hope that you've enjoyed it. You've been part of Australian Sim Racing Group history, ladies and gentlemen, tonight. The first round of the very first season of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series, live, loud, exclusive and free on SimSpeed from the Daytona International Speedway. 3 different teams in the top 3. It bodes well for the rest of the season. There's a few that will have redemption in sight when we go to Japan. A few licking their wounds on the back of some extremely bad luck in the final hour of proceedings here. Not least the black flag for Matty Dench, not least the tech glitch for Job Stewart. But that's all part of the fun of the fair of this wild, addictive drug we call motor racing. Thanks for your company throughout the course of the last 4.5 hours, ladies and gentlemen. We hope that you've enjoyed it as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. Big weekend of motorsport out there. MotoGP, World Superbikes, Australian Superbikes, NASCAR. Enjoy that. Sandman and Scott will see you Wednesday. I'll see you May 16 on the platforms of SimSpeed as the ASRG offerings of motorsport continue on the virtual platform in 2025. Until then, and I told Sean McNamara I was going to do this, from all of us here, have a great morning, everybody. Bye for now.
Hey.
Hi, I'm Brendan Leach, driver of the number 7 Audi R8 or MPC Audi Custom Racing. First impressions of OG gear on the sim, fantastic. It feels really nice in your hands and doesn't gather up under your fingers. The sock, very breathable for me. I get sweaty feet when I'm on simulator. I know that's not the nicest thing to say. It has just the right amount of grip because your feet do just naturally move around on the pedals a little bit, and I like the way that they give you that freedom but also give you that stability that you need.
We are gaming fanatics. Our goal has never been to just play games. We think it's much better to feel like you're actually in the game. This feeling is what drives us as we create world-class gaming chairs. Our one aim, give you a brand new gaming experience. Help you move in perfect sync with everything on screen. Make sure you're having a ton of fun. It took us decades to achieve this, and we're still not satisfied. Every day, we wake up to get better. We'll never stop designing the very best to help you be your best. When it's all said and done, our job's only done if you're in full flow and focused on your victory. May you win, and win big.